Chapter 1. New Moon Year 92, April 30th. The Xia Kingdom, Pak Sun Province. 2 moons hung in the sky, and the night did not seem like night. Under the moonlight, a huge ferocious bird flew over the city, letting out a sharp and ear-piercing howl, and pounced on the pedestrians below. The streets were in chaos. A sword light shot over from afar and pierced through the head of the ferocious bird. The huge body of the ferocious bird crashed into a building with inertia and smashed onto the ground without slowing down. A group of black-clothed men quickly rushed over and took the body of the ferocious bird away. The chaotic street returned to normal. The pedestrians talked and laughed, and it became lively again. If the ground did not crack, there was no large amount of blood and feathers, and there was no broken glass all over the ground. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Jiang Xi was very calm. He only raised his head to look at the black-clothed warriors, then quickly lowered his head and looked at the vegetable stall in front of him. He could not let people take advantage of the chaos to steal the vegetables on his stall. He had lived in this era for 6 years and had seen many similar scenes on the news. At first, he was shocked, but now he was used to it. 100 years ago, after the great changes in the world, although humans had re-established social order, the rising martial artist forces and the occasional monster made the new social order chaotic. As a mobile vendor who sought survival, setting up a stall in this era could not avoid some trouble. For example, being robbed. Jiang Xi lived in the Apricot Flower Garden community in Luming District. The entrance of the community was one of his permanent spots. "Little Jiang, you haven't closed your stall yet?" A tall and thin middle-aged man came in front of Jiang Xi's stall. Jiang Xi gave an indifferent grunt and didn't pay any attention to him. This was his neighbor downstairs, nicknamed Limatzi. He had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He had a cunning look and was famous for loving to take advantage of others. Limatzi lowered his head and picked at Jiang Xi's stall. There were potatoes, vegetables, radishes, and other fresh vegetables on the stall. Jiang Xi was the youngest of the mobile vendors nearby. He was thin and small and looked easy to bully. People like Limatzi often came here to take advantage of others after a long time. Jiang Xi couldn't stand it anymore. "Uncle Li, these are all new goods that I just bought from the market. They're guaranteed to be fresh. You don't have to pick them out. You have to choose. You always buy it in the morning and sell it at night. It's definitely not fresh anymore." Limatzi didn't even raise his head as he picked another potato. Jiang Xi rolled his eyes. After a while, Limatzi finally finished. Jiang Xi quickly weighed and paid the bill. "Uncle Li, the total is 980 yuan. Xiao Jiang, I'm also your regular customer. How about 9 yuan? "No problem. Take care." "All right, give me 2 more green peppers. I'll take care of your business next time." Limatzi's movements were also very fast. He grabbed 2 green peppers from the stall, grabbed the bag, and left. "Xiao Jiang, the next time you meet someone like Limatzi, you don't have to be so nice to him." The stall owner next door, Old Yang, spat at Limatzi's back. Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, harmony is the most important thing in business. If I quarrel with him over a matter of 1 yuan, I'll lose more than that." "You're smart, kid. I don't understand these principles." Old Yang shook his head. Jiang Xi smiled and silently turned the electronic scale back. What a joke. He was an elite stall owner in his previous life. How could he be taken advantage of by someone like Limatzi? 8:30 p.m. Jiang Xi's stall was almost sold out. He was ready to pack up and go home. "Xiao Jiang, take this old hen back. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. You need to nourish your body." Old Yang handed a hen to Jiang Xi. "Thank you, Uncle Yang. It's okay, really." Jiang Xi hurriedly waved his hand. "We've been neighbors for a few years. You don't have to be so courteous with me. Plus, I went to the market to buy some vegetables today. It's free." Jiang Xi didn't believe Old Yang's words, but he couldn't refuse, so he accepted the hen. He was very grateful. After giving the rest of the vegetables to Old Yang, he took the hen and went home. Apricot Garden was an old residential area. It was built in the first year of the New Moon era. It was the first residential area built after the great changes in Pak Sun Province. It was a shelter so it was very crowded. All the houses had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The area was less than 30 square meters. It was a miracle that it could survive for almost 100 years. But today, Apricot Garden was a slum. Jiang Xi was reborn in this era 6 years ago. He was originally a street kid. After he made some money from his stall, he rented a house here. There was no elevator on the 23rd floor. When he reached the door, he could only walk with his hands on his waist. His body is too weak. He couldn't help it. He didn't have enough nutrition. After he opened the door, a girl who was also malnourished walked out of the room. The girl didn't have a name and was also a street kid. Later on, she took Jiang Xi's surname and was called Jiang Dudu. 6 years ago, when Jiang Xi was reborn, his body was very weak. He couldn't even walk and almost starved to death. It was Jiang Dudu who saved him. Since then, the two of them depended on each other. Brother, the food is ready. Wash your hands and eat. Jiang Dudu smiled and put a pair of slippers in front of Jiang Xi. Like Jiang Xi, Jiang Dudu was also very thin and weak like a bean sprout. Although she was 13 years old, her height was about the same as old Yang's 7-year-old grandson. Jiang Xi changed his shoes and walked into the house. He raised the hen in his hand and smiled. Daodu, look what I brought. Jiang Xi, you're spending money again. Jiang Dudu's smile disappeared. This is from Uncle Yang. You can't just accept things from others, don't you know? You're so mischievous. I taught you all these things. Jiang Xi tapped Jiang Daodu's forehead with his finger, then smiled and said, Don't worry, I gave all the leftover vegetables from today's sale to Uncle Yang. That's still spending money. Do you still want to eat chicken or not? Yes, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. He carried the hen into the kitchen. Jiang Dudu couldn't be blamed for being stingy. This was caused by her experience as a street kid. Although he was also a street kid, he lived in a peaceful era in his previous life and was mature. After his rebirth, he quickly got rid of his street kid identity. Jiang Dudu, on the other hand, had been a street kid since she was young. She was hungry and full, so she had a strong sense of money. In the small kitchen, Jiang Xi started to kill the chicken. Jiang Dudu watched excitedly. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. Stay away. Don't let the blood splash on you, Jiang Xi said as he sharpened the kitchen knife on the whetstone. He grabbed the hen's neck and gently wiped it. The hen struggled with all its might. It was especially strong before it died. If he didn't hold it down, it would definitely spill blood all over the floor. You killed a mutated hen. Experience +5. You received experience. Successfully activated the experience panel. The sudden sound of the system notification stunned Riverward. The hen was alive and kicking. Blood splattered everywhere from its neck. Hey, quickly hold it down. Jiang Dudu's yelling pulled Jiang Xi back from his daze. Jiang Xi, do you know how to kill a chicken? My mistake. Although he was covered in blood, Jiang Xi was smiling happily. After he held the chicken down again, he took a closer look. He found that this chicken was indeed a little different. Its eyes and neck were abnormally red. That was caused by the burst blood vessels. A mutated hen? This chicken can't be eaten, Jiang Xi said. What? Why can't it be eaten? Jiang Dudu was dumbfounded. She almost swallowed a basin of saliva. I suspect that it has mutated. Look at its eyes and the skin on its neck. Jiang Xi flipped open the problem areas. Didn't the news say that the poultry in the city can't mutate and that the mutated monsters are outside the city? Jiang Dudu was puzzled. In the end, she swallowed her saliva and sighed. She couldn't eat the chicken. It was late at night. 2 bright moons hung high in the night sky. With the naked eye, one couldn't tell the difference between the 2 moons. They were exactly the same. Jiang Xi shook his head. There was an additional moon and the recovery of spirit power in this era. It seemed that anything that appeared was normal. For example, the experience panel in front of him. Level. Normal. 21100. Experience. 5. 6 years after rebirth. Has the cheat finally arrived? Jiang Xi didn't have the energy to complain about the simplicity of the panel. He originally planned to work hard in this era in the hard mode. After all, The memories of his previous life couldn't be used here. Because if the history books were not wrong, the era of his rebirth should be the future. In the year 2237, a second moon appeared outside the Earth. The recovery of spirit power quietly arrived. The world changed dramatically. All things grew, and creatures evolved on a large scale. However, a large number of wild creatures were more adapted to the new environment and walked to the forefront of evolution. They became powerful monsters and competed with humans for the new world. In the year 2247, this year was also the first year of the new moon era. In the year 23 of the new moon era, the world changed again. Creatures evolved for the second time, and the second recovery of spirit power began. At this time, human martial artists had become stronger by relying on the ancient martial arts inheritance of the old era. They established a martial artist training system led by the Four College of Martial Arts and cultivated a large number of martial artists. In the year 61 of the new moon era, the beast tide attacked Pak's Sun province. The A-level powerhouse Li Bai Bai appeared out of nowhere and killed the powerful blood-eyed demonic ape, which was also an A-level monster. Since then, no A-level monsters attacked human cities. Martial artists are the pioneers of human evolution in the era of spirit power recovery. Jiang Xi showed a yearning expression. The recovery of spirit power had been going on for more than 100 years. The martial artist training system established by humans had a history of 70 years. The easiest way to become a martial artist was to pass the Martial Science College entrance examination and enter the College of Martial Arts. However, with his current body and financial conditions, it was a fool's dream to become a martial artist. If this experience points panel works, there might be a chance. Jiang Xi tried to use his consciousness to allocate the experience points to his level. Level, normal, 26100, experience points, 0. The next moment, Jiang Xi felt his blood vessels expand. A magical energy spread throughout his body. His physique improved in the blink of an eye. His muscles tightened, and his breathing became stronger. It was unlike before when he was panting and weak after walking for a while. "I'm so hungry." Then, a strong sense of hunger appeared in his stomach. It was as if he had not eaten for 3 days. Jiang Xi quickly ran into the kitchen, took out the leftovers, and wolfed them down. However, the leftovers were not enough. He opened a fridge and ate everything edible, including steamed buns, bread, cucumbers, and carrots. In the end, he was only 70% full. "Jiang Xi, are you possessed by a hungry ghost?" Jiang Daodu stood at the kitchen door in her pajamas and hugged a doll. "I think so." Jiang Xi nodded. Jiang Daodu turned and left without a word. "I'm still a little hungry." Jiang Xi held his stomach. However, there was nothing edible in the kitchen except for the mutated hen. Since it had mutated, he would not eat it. Who knew what would happen if he ate it? "I saved some potato chips. I'll lend them to you." Jiang Daodu appeared again with 2 bags of potato chips. "They haven't expired, have they?" "They expire tomorrow." "Oh." Only then did Jiang Xi feel relieved and took the chips. Because Jiang Daodu was used to living a hard life, she liked to save her food. As a result, the food often expired. For example, Jiang Xi vaguely remembered that these 2 bags of potato chips were bought for Jiang Daodu a long time ago. At that time, he was even criticized by Jiang Daodu for spending money recklessly. At this time, the 2 of them were not sleepy anymore. Each of them hugged a bag of potato chips and curled up on the sofa in the small living room, watching a midnight horror movie. "Brother, are there really ghosts? There are even monsters here. Maybe there are ghosts as well. It's good if there are really ghosts. I really want to catch 2 of them as pets." Jiang Xi fell silent. A gust of cold wind blew, accompanied by the creepy sound of the movie. Jiang Xi shivered. "Okay, let's go back to sleep. We still have school tomorrow." "Hee, you're scared, aren't you?" "Bullshit." The next morning, Jiang Xi woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Daodu, on the other hand, was full of energy. "It's good to be young." Jiang Xi found an excuse for his cowardice. After breakfast, The two of them went to the vegetable and fruit wholesale center to buy the vegetables they were going to sell at night. After that, they each took their school bags and went to school. Beishan number 1, the best high school in Paksun province. Jiang Xiai was a third-year high school student in Beishan number 1. When he entered the classroom, his classmates were very excited. They were discussing something in groups of 3 to 5. Did you see the news last night? The powerhouse who attacked is suspected to be a Class A. You believe this kind of news? I have reliable information. It said that the beast is only a Class C monster. Is there a need for a Class A powerhouse to attack? That's right. Since 30 years ago, when the world's second strongest, Li Bai, attacked, Class A monsters no longer dared to invade human cities. Jiang Xiai did not join the fun. He sat in his seat, took out his textbook, and studied quietly. He knew that no matter the era, cultural knowledge was the most important thing. It was the foundation of everything. Even for martial artists, the first step was to learn cultural knowledge. Otherwise, if an illiterate person was lucky enough to become a martial artist, he was destined to have no future and could not go far. Jiang Xiai, aren't you curious about the monster attack yesterday? Zhang Wei, who was sitting next to him, asked. Not at all. I was there yesterday. Jiang Xiai smiled. Perhaps it was because he was from another era, but he was a bit of a loner. He rarely communicated with his classmates. The only one he could talk to and call a friend was his deskmate, Zhang Wei. You were there? Quick, tell me, how big was that bird of prey? How strong was it? What was the level of the martial artist that attacked? Zhang Wei raised his voice and asked excitedly in an instant. A few students sitting in front of and behind him gathered around and looked at Jiang Xiai with eager eyes. They were all very curious. Jiang Xiai glanced at them and said, There's a fish in the northern underworld. Its name is Kuan. It's so big that it can't fit in a pot. If you don't study hard, you're worrying for nothing. Fuck. A few middle fingers were pointed at Jiang Xiai. Jiang Xiai lowered his head calmly and placed his gaze on his book. However, he was thinking about something else. Today is the last day to register for the Martial Science College entrance examination, right? Chapter 2. Before the self-study session ended, their homeroom teacher, Meng Shanjun, walked into the classroom. Everyone quieted down immediately. Although Meng Shanjun's name had the word kindness in it, he was a very strict person. Very few students were not afraid of him. First, let me announce the results of the Social Sciences mock exam. First place, Jiang Xiai, 697 points, ranked first in the year. Second place, Lu Yuanyuan, 663 points, ranked 12th in the year. Jiang Xiai appeared very calm. The students were also very calm. Jiang Xiai, the top student in social sciences, had dominated the rankings for 3 years in a row. He was used to it. After Meng Shanjun announced the social sciences results, he said, Let me remind you again. Today is the last day of registration for the Martial Sciences College entrance exam. Those who want to register, please come to my office to fill out the application form later. After Meng Shanjun left, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively again. However, not many people were talking about the registration for the college entrance exam, because by this time, the capable ones had already registered. The college entrance exam in this era was divided into social sciences and martial sciences. Unlike social sciences, the college entrance exam tested martial arts talent first. Next, social sciences results had to meet the standards. Moreover, the exam would be held a week earlier. It would be held on June 1st. Counting from today, there was exactly 1 month left. Jiang Xiai closed his book and stood up. Class isn't over yet. Where are you going? Zhang Wei asked. Registration. Jiang Xiai walked out of the classroom. What? Registration? Jiang Xiai, you're taking the college entrance exam? Zhang Wei was stunned and asked in surprise. His shout was heard by everyone in the class. This time, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Jiang Xi's grades were good, but his body was weak. Last month, when registration for the college entrance exam began, the entire school conducted a martial arts talent survey. The full score for martial arts talent was 100 points. Normal people scored 30 points. At that time, Riverward had only scored 21 points. It was worth mentioning that in the past years, the admission threshold for the College of Martial Arts had always been above 60 points. On the other hand, the requirements for social sciences were lower, with a total score of 750 points. As long as one scored more than 450 points and passed the martial sciences, one would be able to enter the College of Martial Arts, Jiangxi. Are you kidding me? With that body of his, if he can pass the Gaokao, I'll do a handstand and eat 3 kilograms of shit. Someone mocked. Maybe he just wants to see what the college entrance examination is like, someone guessed. It's good for him to experience it. Let him know that this era is ultimately the era of martial artists. What's the use of having good grades? When we become martial artists, we'll be above everyone else. At that time, he'll still have to serve us. A classmate who was talented in martial arts sneered. Jiang Ci had just walked to the door of the classroom when he heard these words. He smiled gently. There would always be people who would hate the top students because of their IQ being crushed. Prepare to tremble, trash. Jiang Ci strode toward the homeroom teacher's office. After activating the experience panel yesterday, he was determined to walk the path of a martial artist. Although a classmate was mocking him just now, he was right. This era was ultimately the era of martial artists. When the word martial artist was mentioned, people usually thought of strength, glory, and power. They were truly above everyone else. In comparison, ordinary people would spend their entire lives in a small city. They would not be able to see the vast world. He had already walked in this world with difficulty and ordinary for 6 years. In the future, he did not want to be ordinary anymore. A moment later, in Meng Shanjun's office, when Jiang Ci proposed to register, Meng Shanjun was also very shocked. There's still a month before the Gaokao. With your body's condition, it's almost impossible to train your martial arts talent in a month. Why don't you spend your time on social sciences? With your good grades, you'll have a bright future if you walk the path of social sciences, Meng Shanjun advised. I have to give it a try, Jiang Ci said with a smile. You're different from the rest of the class. You're usually very thoughtful. Fine, I won't persuade you. Meng Shanjun smiled as well. He knew about Jiang Ci's family situation. He was a homeless child with a younger sister. His life was very difficult. However, he had never heard Jiang Ci complain. Instead, he worked even harder. He ranked first in social sciences for 3 years in a row. He was definitely an inspirational role model after Jiang Ci filled in the application form. Meng Shanjun looked at Jiang Ci's back and shook his head with a sigh. It was common knowledge that martial arts talent could be improved through training, medicinal baths, and other methods to a certain extent. He thought that with Jiang Ci's temperament, if he was born in a rich family and had enough food and gene medicine, he might be able to become a martial arts powerhouse. Unfortunately, with Jiang Ci's current family conditions, his body was too weak. Jiang Ci returned to the classroom. Under everyone's strange and mocking gazes, he read quietly. However, he was thinking about his martial arts talent. Level: Normal, 26100. The full score for martial arts talent is 100 points. I got 21 points last time, which is the same as the initial value shown on the experience points panel. It's obvious that the value behind my level is my current martial arts talent. Moreover, after adding 5 experience points to my level, my physique has improved significantly. This means that my martial arts talent has increased to 26 points. Last year, the minimum requirement for martial arts talent for the College of Martial Arts was 63 points. There's still a month before the college entrance examination. I just need to increase my martial arts talent before then. When I set up my stall at night, I'll ask Uncle Yang about that old hen. After making up his mind, Jiang Ci put the matter aside for the time being and continued to study hard. At 5:30 p.m., a hectic and fulfilling day came to an end. Unlike the other students, Jiang Ci did not stay in the classroom for evening self-study. Instead, he picked up his bag and left. The teacher and class monitor did not stop him. It could not be helped. He was good at studying. This was also why many people hated Jiang Ci. It was obvious that he had less time to study than others, but his results were better. Only Zhang Wei and a few others knew that Jiang Xi did not attend evening self-study because he had set up a stall to sell vegetables. Jiang Xi lived in Apricot Garden, a slum area. No one in the class lived there except for him. After Jiang Xi left, Zhang Wei fell into deep thought, as if he had made a decision. Jiang Xi sat on the train heading home. Unlike the morning school, there were not many people on the train because he woke up early. The train was especially crowded in the afternoon. The tired people were squeezed by the people around them. They could even fall asleep standing there. Through the window, he could occasionally see some homeless children in ragged clothes. They were all around 10 years old. Why were there no older ones? Because they could not live to be older. Although there were orphanages and orphanages in this era, there were too many homeless children. It was impossible to manage them all. Jiang Xi had specially checked the information. The two Spirit Chi revivals had changed the Earth's environment greatly. Powerful monsters had occupied the wilderness. Humans were trapped in various cities. The places that truly belonged to humans were even fewer than in the old era. There were a total of 7 prefectures in the Great Xia Kingdom. Pak Sun Province, where he was now, had a population of 300 million people. The population density was very high. The living conditions of ordinary people were far inferior to the old era before the great changes in the world. The re-established social order had been established for 100 years, but it was only in the past 20 years that things had truly settled down. It would take more time to solve the problem of homeless children. After arriving at the station, Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and squeezed out of the train from the crowded crowd. Become a martial artist and live a more exciting life. Jiang Xi was firm in his belief and strode home. It was already 6:30 when he reached home. Jiang Dudu was a little late after school. Jiang Xi did not wait for her. He packed the vegetables he had bought in the morning and brought the things he needed to set up his stall. He went out again and came to a small road near Apricot Garden. Recently, this place had become a fixed spot for mobile vendors to set up their stalls. Little Jiang, over here. From afar, he saw his neighbor, Old Yang, waving. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Jiang Xi ran over and thanked him. He set up his stall at the side. Old Yang had always taken care of him and helped him reserve a spot every day. Don't be so courteous with me. If you really want to thank me, when your college entrance exam is over, you can find some time to tutor my grandson." Old Yang said no problem. Jiang Xi smiled. He had tutored Old Yang's grandson before. "Uncle Yang, which boss gave you that old hen yesterday?" Jiang Xi pretended to ask casually. "Boss Shun from Shilu Market. He runs a big business and even has a slaughterhouse in Shilu. Are you asking about this because you want to buy some live chickens to sell?" "I'm still in school. I don't have the energy to deal with live chickens. I just think they taste good, so I asked. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I'm going to buy 2. Old Yang believed Jiang Xi's words and did not ask any more questions. When he was setting up his stall, Jiang Xi did not stop studying. He sat on a small folding stool and focused on his textbook. He only went to greet customers when someone came. Today was not bad. He did not meet someone like Li Matzi who liked to take advantage of others. As Jiang Xi was thinking, he saw Li Matzi walking over from afar, humming a tune and pulling a shopping cart. "Xiao Jiang, are there any discounts on groceries today?" Li Matzi approached the stall and wanted to pick out some groceries. "No, there's been inflation recently. The prices have gone up." Jiang Xi shook his head. "Little Jiang, don't be so stingy when doing business. Look at Boss Shun from Shilu Market. He gave me an old hen for free. I'm also your regular customer. Why don't you give me something too? I don't want much, just a few pounds of potatoes will do." Li Matzi opened the shopping cart and saw an old hen struggling inside. "My business is small. I can't compare with those big bosses." Jiang Xi laughed. "How can you do business if you're so stingy?" Li Matzi said in a lecturing tone. "To be honest, I don't want to do business with you." Jiang Xi's smile did not change. The nearby vendors all laughed. They had more or less been taken advantage of by Li Matzi. Li Matzi snorted. A group of lowly people. They deserved to sell vegetables for the rest of their lives. Then, he left with a dark face while everyone was laughing. Jiang Xi just smiled. This was probably his last time, setting up a stall. That was why his attitude suddenly became so tough. Since he had decided to walk the path of a martial artist, he could not spend his time setting up a stall to make money. However, Li Mazi's words made him fall into deep thought. Boss Shun from Shilu Market gave Old Yang an old hen for free yesterday. Today, he gave Li Mazi another one for free. Was there such a coincidence? Maybe it was not just Old Yang and Li Mazi. So generous? It seemed that there was a problem. Chapter 3. Jiang Dudu wouldn't wake up early on a Saturday morning. Jiang Ci prepared breakfast. After eating, he left a note and went out. Shilu Market was the biggest vegetable and meat wholesale market in Luming district of Paksun Province. It only took half an hour to get there from Apricot Blossom Garden. There were a lot of vendors at Shilu Market in the morning, and it was very lively. Jiang Ci also came here to buy food sometimes, so he was familiar with the environment. He walked around the market. When he arrived at the meat wholesale center, he found a shop that was very busy. There were a lot of people queuing up, and each of them had a chicken in their hands. Some of them were already killed, and some were still alive. Jiang Ci observed for a long time. The chickens they received from the shop were normal, and there were no signs of mutation. Could it be that he was wrong, and it was really a coincidence? But why did Old Yang and Li Mazi both receive mutated chickens? Riverward looked at it for a while more before his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a chicken with mutated characteristics. At this time, a middle-aged man with a kind face walked over from afar. The people in the queue immediately greeted him with a smile. Many of them even called him Shun Shanren. Shun's meat wholesale, Shun Quan. Jiang Ci's eyes moved slightly, and he turned around to leave. He didn't go in to get the chicken. Obviously, the probability of getting a mutated chicken was very low. But the chickens from Shun's meat wholesale must have been mixed with mutated chickens. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci walked out of Shilu Market and went west for about a kilometer. There was a sign in front of him, Shun's Slaughterhouse. There was an advertisement pasted on the lamppost next to the sign, looking for full-time and part-time workers. 80 renminbi per day. Daily pay. After reading the content, Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. His plan was to go to the slaughterhouse and buy some mutated chickens to kill. But he knew that it was very risky, because the chickens that Shun Quan gave him for free were mixed with mutated chickens. There might be something behind it. Jiang Ci was usually very cautious. If it wasn't for the experience points, he wouldn't take this risk, even if he was beaten to death. But now, with the advertisement, he didn't have to take the risk. The scale of a Shin slaughterhouse was not small. There was a lot of work, and the turnover of workers was high. From afar, a strong stench of chicken excrement could be smelled. Many workers were holding knives and mercilessly cutting the chicken's neck. After Jiang Ci went in, he directly said that it was a part-time job. The fat lady in charge of recruitment did not ask about his background and arranged a job for him. The fat lady originally wanted to teach Jiang Ci how to kill a chicken, but after seeing Jiang Ci quickly kill a chicken, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Before he left, he reminded him, "You have to kill at least 100 chickens a day. 10 yuan will be deducted for every one less." Skinning. Jiang Ci cursed and began to kill the chicken. In front of him was a pile of live chickens tied up, and next to him was a poultry depilator. Perhaps because they had just settled down, many of the technologies from the old era had not been restored. For example, the Shun clan slaughterhouse was very backward. They did not even have a standard automated chicken slaughtering line. They relied entirely on manual slaughtering. After the workers killed the live chickens, they would throw them into the depilator and clean them up. It was a complete process. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Ci did not specifically look for the mutated chickens. He obediently swung his knife and chopped at the chickens. After killing about 30 chickens, Jiang Ci casually grabbed a live chicken. His eyes lit up. It was a mutated chicken. He raised his hand and swung his knife. "You killed a mutated rooster." Experience +5. The familiar notification sound made Jiang Ci feel that it was very pleasing to his ears. After receiving the encouragement, Jiang Ci became more energetic. He entered a state of selflessness and killed more than 70 chickens in one morning. This caused the fat lady, who occasionally came to patrol, to nod her head continuously. What a great young man. He looked so skinny, but his hands and feet were quite nimble. During lunch, the fat lady was very kind and rewarded Jiang Xi with a big drumstick. Jiang Xi did not dare to eat it. He secretly gave the drumstick to a shy lady beside him and received 100 favorable impression points. Very quickly, a day passed. After 7 o'clock in the evening, the workers all got off work. However, Jiang Xi dragged on for more than 2 hours. He only put down his knife when it was almost 10 o'clock. Young man, come back tomorrow. I'll give you a raise. $90 a day. The fat lady smiled kindly and counted Jiang Xi's salary for the day. It was $80 in total. He killed more than 200 chickens in a day and almost broke the Shun slaughterhouse's personal record for chicken kills. Such an excellent worker was worth too. She could not let him go. Okay. Jiang Xi agreed decisively. Money or not, it didn't matter. The main thing was that the experience points he had earned today had given him a taste of the sweetness. Level: normal, 26100. Experience points: 55. 55 experience points were enough for him to pass the Marshall Science College entrance examination. However, he was not satisfied with just this. The slaughterhouse only provided lunch. Although Jiang Xi worked overtime for more than 2 hours, the fat lady did not care about his dinner. Jiang Xi went home hungry and climbed up to the 23rd floor. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy. When he opened the door, he found Jiang Du curled up on the sofa and watching television. There was still food on the table. Jiang Xi, you're too much. Look at the time. Jiang Du was very angry. Didn't I leave a note? Jiang Xi laughed dryly. Jiang Du took out the note and put it in front of Jiang Xi. It said, something came up. Come back later. Come back later? That means it's past 10 o'clock. It's so chaotic outside. What if something happens? Jiang Du said with a glare. Just this once. I promise I'll be back before 9 o'clock next time. Jiang Xi smiled apologetically and patted his chest. He was indeed wrong in this matter. He had never come home after 10 o'clock in the past. This era was not like the old era. At night, it was not so peaceful outside. Jiang Du returned to normal after scolding him. She put a smile on her face again and got up to heat up the food. Vegetables, shredded potatoes, and rice were the most common dishes on their table. During dinner, the two of them smiled happily again. You smell like chicken poop. Where did you go? Jiang Du asked. I want to work part-time at the slaughterhouse. 80 yuan a day. Part-time? You're not selling vegetables anymore? I'm not selling anymore. I'm preparing to take the martial sciences exam and become a martial artist. Okay, I'll take out my savings and buy more meat to nourish your body. Hearing Jiang Dudu's words, Jiang Xi smiled softly. Jiang Du had never doubted him. No one believed that he could pass the martial sciences exam except for Jiang Du. I'll keep the savings to buy a house. I won't withdraw it, Jiang Xi said. Are you stupid? When you become a martial artist, the government will give you a big house. Do you still need to buy one? Jiang Du giggled. Jiang Xi was silent. Aren't you afraid that I won't become a martial artist? Jiang Xi shuddered when he thought of Jiang Du exploding in anger. Martial artist. I must become a martial artist. The next morning, Jiang Xi went to the Shun slaughterhouse again. After yesterday's experience, he was even faster at killing chickens today, from morning to 8 o'clock at night. Although it took more than an hour less than yesterday, he killed almost 300 chickens and gained another 80 experience points. With that, his experience points reached 135 points. Little Lou, I've told the boss that if you're willing to work here long-term, he'll give you 4,000 yuan a month. I'll take care of you too, the fat lady said with a strange look in her eyes as she handed Jiang Xi his daily salary. That strange look sent chills down Jiang Xi's spine. Big sister, I'm still in school. Jiang Xi rejected her with a straight face. After Jiang Xi left, the fat lady sighed softly. What a nice young man. After a while, the boss of the slaughterhouse, Shun Quan, came. He checked the number of live chickens killed in the past 2 days. Then, he frowned and said, It's too slow. Hire more workers tomorrow. We must get rid of all these live chickens within 2 months. Before returning home, Jiang Xi bought 100 braised pork knuckles and 20 caddies of fresh lamb from Shilu Market. He had almost spent all the money Jiang Dudu gave him in the morning. Fortunately, he had increased his martial arts talent by 5 points last time. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring back so many things by the time he reached home. He could barely get up. Jiang Dudu was drooling when she saw so many pork knuckles and lamb. Brother, you've spent so much. If you can't become a martial artist, you'll be letting me down, Jiang Dudu said as she gnawed on the pork knuckles. Just wait and see. When I become a martial artist, we'll be able to live in a big house and eat big meals every day. Jiang Xi also grabbed the pork knuckles and gnawed on them. Late at night, 2 bright moons shone in the sky, making the night of this era even brighter. Jiang Xi got up from his bed and opened the experience panel. Level, normal, 26100, experience, 135. Then he focused and silently allocated 5 experience points to his level. To be safe, he did not increase too much at once. The last time he increased 5 points, he was already starving. If he increased it too much, he might starve to death. Sure enough, in the next moment, a familiar feeling appeared. A strange energy spread throughout his body. His muscles tightened, and his breathing became longer. He clenched his fist lightly, and his strength increased significantly. With a martial arts talent of 31 points, he finally became a normal person. He was not weak anymore. Soon, a strong sense of hunger appeared. Jiang Xi was so hungry that his eyes turned green. However, he was prepared this time. He quickly grabbed the pork knuckles that he had prepared and wolfed them down. After eating a total of 30 pork knuckles, his hunger finally disappeared. Although the system can directly increase my physique, it consumes my own energy. It just so happens that high-calorie meat can provide sufficient energy. After 2 upgrades, Jiang Xi had a preliminary understanding of how the experience panel worked. There's another way. Rich kids usually use gene medicine to increase their physique because gene medicine contains a lot of active energy. If I have gene medicine, maybe I can increase it more at once. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi shook his head and gave up on this idea. If I increase it too much in a short period of time, it will arouse suspicion. It was fine to use a month to increase it slowly. Although the speed was scary, no one would think too much this was because there was a student in Beishan number 1 who increased his martial arts talent from 30 points to 60 points in just 2 months and successfully got into the College of Martial Arts. Chapter 4. New Moon Year 92, May 4th. The weather was sunny and windy. Since the Gaokao was around the corner, the third-year students of Beishan number 1 High School were all tensed up, trying their best to improve themselves before the Gaokao. Early in the morning, many people were training in the field. Most of them were students who had signed up for the Gaokao. No matter what era it was, the problem of the gap between the rich and the poor was inevitable. Students who came from rich families not only had gene medicine to nourish their bodies, but they also trained in martial arts centers with specialized martial artists to guide them. In comparison, normal students could only improve their physical fitness through primitive methods like running in the field. Jiang Xi changed his clothes in the changing room and joined the running team. He had a habit of doing things. He would either not do it or do it to the best of his ability. Although he had the experience points panel, he could not relax if he wanted to walk the path of a martial artist. He had to make full use of his time. Among the students who were running and training, many of them were Jiangxi's classmates. When they saw Jiangxi running, they were all very surprised. However, some of them looked at him with disdain and ridicule. Even a toad has dreams. Can he run 1 round with such a weak body? Jiang Xi ignored them. It was beneath him to argue with them. The final result was the best proof. Half an hour later, Jiang Xi finished 10 rounds. The students who had just finished were silent. 1 round of the track was 400 meters. Students who had the confidence to take part in the Gaokao had better physical fitness than normal people. 10 rounds, even 100 rounds would not be a problem. What about Jiang Ci, though? He was a weakling who could not even finish 2 rounds in PE class. If it were not for his good grades, he would have been hammered 800 times by the PE teacher. Now, he ran 10 rounds without stopping. Although this was the standard of a normal person, it was obviously abnormal for Riverward. Many people could not believe it. Jiang Ci left the track calmly. He took a quick shower in the changing room, changed his clothes, and walked to the classroom. In the classroom, the students who were only taking part in the Gaokao were all working hard. Jiang Ci walked back to his seat, took out his textbook, and studied quietly. His desk mate, Zhang Wei, looked at Jiang Ci from head to toe and said in surprise, "Jiang Ci, I haven't seen you for 2 days. Why do I feel that your complexion has become better? You seem to have grown taller than before." "Really? Maybe I'm growing taller, and I've been exercising more recently, so it's normal for me to look good." Jiang Ci smiled. His EXP panel had leveled up, and his physical fitness had been enhanced. He was definitely taller than before. She heard from Jiang Ci that he had strengthened his training recently. Zhang Wei's expression changed as he said, "Jiang Ci, don't be in a hurry to leave after school. Let's go to Jinten Budokan for training." "To Jinten Budokan?" Jiang Ci shook his head. "I don't have that kind of money. The most basic membership in Jinten Budokan costs at least 100,000 yuan a year." "Haha, don't worry. I have an uncle who is a martial artist in Jinten Budokan. He is qualified to train people in the dojo. I mentioned this to him 2 days ago, and he agreed." Zhang Wei smiled. "Your uncle is a martial artist? Kid, you really hit it well." Jiang Ci was really surprised this time. In this era, martial artists and ordinary people belonged to 2 completely different worlds. Many ordinary people could only see what martial artists looked like on the news for their entire lives. They had no contact with them at all. After being desk mates for 3 years, Jiang Ci only now knew that Zhang Wei's uncle was a martial artist. No wonder Zhang Wei's physical fitness was so good. His martial arts talent had long surpassed the admission threshold of the College of Martial Arts. In the last test, he scored 82 points. He could be ranked in the top 3 among the third-year students in Beishan No. 1. With the guidance of a martial artist, as long as one was not too bad, his martial arts talent would not be too bad. "He's not my uncle. He's my dad's high school classmate. We're very close," Zhang Wei explained. "All right, I won't stand on ceremony." Jiang Ci did not hesitate and agreed immediately. If he continued to decline, it would seem too pretentious. Moreover, he really wanted to receive professional guidance and training. Time flew by in the midst of intense revision. The bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. None of the students who were preparing for the Gaokao stayed for the evening self-study session. They all went to train. Jiang Ci and Zhang Wei took the train together and rushed toward Jinten Budokan. Jinten Budokan was very famous in this era because it was the largest martial arts school on Earth. It was founded by the strongest person on Earth, Xian Tian. Jinten Budokan had branches in all the major cities of the 5 Great Nations Alliance and other small forces. Jinten Budokan in Paksun Province was located at the edge of the city center. After getting off the train, 3 huge buildings appeared in front of them. Those were the landmarks of Jinten Budokan. Jiang Ci and Zhang Wei checked their identities at the entrance and walked into Jinten Budokan through the 8-lane gate. First, there was a big square, then there was the martial artist community, the commercial center, the park, and so on. The real martial arts school was the 3 huge buildings. If one looked down from the sky, the entire Jinten Budokan was like a small town. It covered a very large area. In this era where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, such a large area also showed how powerful Jinten Budokan was. Building 1 is the office of Jinten Budokan in Paksun Province. Building 2 is where the martial artists usually train and gather. Let's go to Building 3. That's the training center for aspiring martial artists, Zhang Wei said. He led Jiangxi to one of the giant buildings with ease. At first glance, it was obvious that he came here often. Jiang Ci nodded slightly and carefully observed the huge building in front of him. It was not tall, only 3 stories high. However, when he got closer, He could feel a sense of heaviness, as if a giant beast was crawling on the ground. They walked into the first floor of Building 3. Jiang Xi saw more than 10 young men and women in training uniforms chatting and laughing. There was also a counter in the distance with self-service drinks, fruits, snacks, and other energy-replenishing food on it. The first floor is where everyone rests. The second floor is the normal training center. The third floor is the professional training center for martial artists. Let's go to the third floor, Zhang Wei explained. Zhang Wei, come and have a few drinks. Someone familiar greeted Zhang Wei. No, I'm in a hurry to train. The Gaokao is coming soon. Zhang Wei said with a smile. Good luck. Good luck. I saw teacher Jiang go up just now. Hurry up and go. The young men were all encouraging Zhang Wei. Jiang Xi smiled lightly. It seemed that Zhang Wei was popular no matter where he went. This was also the reason why he and Zhang Wei could become friends in the third year of high school. They could talk and get along well. When they passed by the second floor, the sound of heavy punches made Jiang Xi's heart tremble. He saw a young man training, punching the strength tester repeatedly. The numbers were all around 800 kilograms. 800 kilograms! I remember that Tai, the boxing champion of the old era, only had this much strength in one punch. This young man is obviously not a martial artist. If he was, how heavy would his punches be? Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. He looked forward to becoming a martial artist even more. Chapter 5. On the third floor of the third building in Genten Budokan, there was a more professional training center. On one side was professional training equipment, and on the other side was the training hall. At this time, many people were training. Xiao Wei, is this the classmate you were talking about? A middle-aged man asked as he walked over. Yes, Uncle Jiang. This is Jiang Xi, Zhang Wei introduced. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xi quickly greeted him. On the way here, Zhang Wei had already told him that the middle-aged man in front of him was called Jiang Sheng. He was an old martial artist who had been around for more than 10 years. This was the first time Jiang Xi had been in close contact with a martial artist. His first impression of Jiang Sheng was that he was steady. He looked ordinary, but there was a hidden explosive force. It was a very contradictory feeling. This was a martial artist? He was indeed unfathomable. Jiang Sheng nodded. He frowned slightly when he saw how thin and weak Jiang Xi's body was. However, he quickly returned to normal and said to Zhang Wei, Go train by yourself. Today is still the strength training. Your strength is a little weak. Try to break through 900 kilograms as soon as possible. Then you can participate in the martial artist assessment. What about Jiang Xi? Zhang Wei quickly asked. Brat, don't worry about your uncle. Just leave it to me. Jiang Sheng pretended to kick him. Zhang Wei quickly ran away. He waved at Jiang Xi and walked towards the equipment training area. After that, Jiang Sheng did not speak. He carefully looked at Jiang Xi and fell into deep thought. Jiang Xi was very calm. When he saw the change in Jiang Sheng's expression just now, he understood. With his current physical fitness, it was possible that any martial artist would look down on him. However, he was already mentally prepared. He just had to be indifferent. Not bad. Your temperament is not bad. No wonder your grades are so good. If you have a good body, you will be very suitable to walk the path of a martial artist, Jiang Sheng said. I also want to have a good body. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. Don't worry, there's still a chance. Since you've decided to take the martial sciences exam, if you can't do it this year, you can try again next year. As long as you're not over 30 years old, there's still hope for you to become a martial artist. Jiang Sheng laughed. 30 years old. Jiang Xi shook his head inwardly. He couldn't wait. Obviously, the earlier he became a martial artist, the better. Come here. Let's test your physical fitness first. Jiang Sheng took Jiang Xi to the equipment training area. At this moment, Zhang Wei was testing his strength in front of a dynamometer. His feet were slightly apart, and then he suddenly punched out. A loud bang was heard. It was as if a sledgehammer had smashed onto the dynamometer. 765 kg. The eye-catching red numbers surprised Jiang Xi. He didn't expect Zhang Wei's strength to be so high. He actually had a desk mate who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Zhang Wei winked at Jiang Ci smugly. What's there to be smug about? Your strength potential should be around 820 kilograms. That's 55 kilograms less. You're so proud of yourself. Hurry up and train. Jiang Sheng said with a glare. Zhang Wei chuckled. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for Jiang Ci to test himself. Little Jiang, go up and punch 3 times with all your strength. Jiang Ci nodded. He stood in front of the dynamometer and took a deep breath. After relaxing his body, he suddenly clenched his right fist and punched the dynamometer 3 times with all his strength. 121 kg, 135 kg, 119 kg. Jiang Ci shook his head. It was a huge blow. The difference was so huge. Next, speed test. Run at full speed on the dynamometer. Jiang Sheng's expression didn't change. It was obvious that he had expected this. On the dynamometer that was similar to a treadmill, Jiang Ci started running. He gradually increased his speed and only stopped when he reached his limit. 1 ms. It was equivalent to 14 seconds for 100 meters. It was also the most ordinary speed that anyone could achieve. Last, martial arts talent test. The martial arts talent tester was like an upright hibernation chamber. After standing in it, it could scan the body's basic information, including blood, muscles, bones, and so on. With a beep, the tester showed the results. Martial arts talent. 31 points, 31 points. Jiang Ci, your martial arts talent has increased by so much. This time, it was Zhang Wei's turn to be shocked. I told you, I've been training more recently. Jiang Ci smiled. What's the situation? Little Wei, tell me. Jiang Sheng was curious. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said, last month, in our school's martial arts talent test, Jiang Ci scored 21 points. In 1 month, Jiang Ci only used 1 month, and his martial arts talent increased by 10 points. Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, looks like little Jiang still has potential. Train hard. You won't make it this year. The Gaokao is less than a month away. Stay for 1 more year and try again next year. You'll definitely pass. Wait for 1 more year? Jiang Ci smiled. With the experience points panel, why would he need 1 more year? After the physical fitness test, Jiang Sheng analyzed Jiang Ci. Martial arts talent is the comprehensive performance of the body's data before becoming a martial artist. The most direct data are strength and speed. For example, someone with 80 points in martial arts talent has a strength potential of 800 kilograms and speed potential of 20 meters per second. However, most people's actual strength and speed are different from their potential. Take Little Wei, for example. His martial arts talent is 82 points. Logically speaking, his strength should be 820 kilograms, but his strength is 765 kilograms, which is only 95% of his potential. As for you, you're even worse. Your average strength is 125 kilograms, not even half of 310 kilograms. Do you know why? Jiang Sheng asked in the end. Jiang Ci thought for a while and said, it's because of my strength. The strength of my punches is very scattered. Not bad. You have good comprehension skills. Jiang Sheng nodded with a smile. He continued, the strength you mentioned is actually the main data of your body's control. For example, your strength test just now was 121 kilograms, 135 kilograms, and 119 kilograms. The range of fluctuations is very large. This is because the way you punch is very irregular. This shows that your control over your body is very poor. The strength you unleashed is only 40%. Jiang Ci glanced at Zhang Wei, who was training. This guy had unleashed 95% of his strength. The difference was quite big. Jiang Sheng understood Jiang Ci's feelings. He smiled and said, don't compare yourself with him. He has received professional training since he was young. It's normal for his strength to be good. Of course, his comprehension skills in this area are quite good. A normal person's strength is around 60%. Martial artists have undergone training in actual combat, so it's slightly higher. However, there are still very few who can reach 90% and above. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that martial arts talent and physical fitness are one thing, but the ability to exert force and combat ability are another. In the following training, you need to improve not only your physical fitness, but also your ability to exert force. Body control, strength, actual combat, I understand. Jiang Xi understood immediately. After listening to Jiang Sheng's analysis, Jiang Xi felt that coming to the martial arts school to train was the right thing to do. If he only relied on the experience panel to improve his martial arts talent, it would be like he was blind. In the end, he might become a martial artist who had a mountain of gold. Now, I'll teach you a set of basic fist techniques. It can improve your current body control and solve your strength problem. I'll let the martial arts school know later. You can come train at any time in the future. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xi quickly thanked him. In the training hall, Jiang Xi changed into his training clothes and watched Jiang Sheng practice the basic fist technique 3 times. After he had a general impression of it, he began to practice under Jiang Sheng's guidance. This set of basic fist technique is the result of a combination of many advanced fist techniques from the Martial Artists Association. It's very suitable for beginners to practice. It looks simple, but it's the foundation of various advanced fist techniques. Jiang Sheng said. Jiang Xi nodded. After practicing a few times, he could already go through the basic fist technique once. However, some of the movements were still not standard. One taught, the other practiced. Jiang Xi learned quickly. Jiang Sheng kept nodding his head as he watched. At the same time, he was surprised by Jiang Xi's comprehension. About an hour passed like this. Jiang Xi started from the first move and practiced again. He thought about the essence of the basic fist technique. This set of basic fist technique was divided into 5 forms and 20 forms. Tiger form, train bones. Leopard form, train strength. Snake form, train chi. Crane form, trained essence. Dragon form, trained spirit. Gradually, Riverward had a feeling, and his moves were extremely smooth. Although his body was thin and weak, there was more charm between each move. Jiang Sheng widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time he saw someone practicing the basic fist technique. He got started in an hour. Back then, even he had taken more than a week to reach this step. Was he a genius? For the first time, Jiang Sheng had expectations for Jiang Xi. Maybe he really found a treasure. On the other side, after Jiang Xi entered the state, he practiced a set of fist techniques more smoothly than before. After a round of practice, Jiang Xi revealed a smile. Just as he was about to speak to Jiang Sheng, he suddenly froze. You have learned basic fist technique. Experience points +5. Experience points panel updated. Please check it. Jiang Xi's smile became wider. This was an unexpected surprise. It turned out that killing monsters was not the only way to gain experience points. However, what was the panel updated? Chapter 6. Jiang Xi trained in the dojo for 2 hours and left at 8 at night. He had promised Jiang Dudu that he would be home before 9 in the future. He had to keep his word and do what he said. On the crowded train, Jiang Xi closed his eyes to rest and opened the experience panel. Level: Normal 31100. Martial technique. Basic fist technique. Lesser mastery 1/10. Force exertion. 40% experience. 135. After the update, there were 2 more columns. Martial technique, force exertion. The difference was that there was only a percentage behind force exertion. There was no experience value that could be increased. It seemed that it was only used to show the status. As for martial technique, Jiang Xi had expectations. He could use experience to increase it directly. With that, there was no need to worry about force exertion. When he was training, Jiang Sheng had told him about the difference between the Martial Science College entrance examination and the Martial Artist examination. He emphasized the importance of force exertion again. The Martial Science College entrance examination was a selection test. It only tested martial arts talent and targeted students. The Martial Artist examination was much stricter. After passing the Martial Artist examination, one could become a martial artist and have the right to go out of the city to train in the wilderness, fight monsters, and see the vast world. Therefore, martial arts talent became secondary. The main test was strength and speed, as well as actual combat in the end. Force exertion is very important. Even if your martial arts talent meets the requirements, if your force exertion is not enough, then the strength and speed you can actually use will not meet the requirements of the martial artist examination. You will not be a martial artist and will have no combat ability. Martial arts talent was the foundation, force exertion was the technique, and martial technique was the way to improve the technique. Jiang Xi understood all this and smiled. The train had just arrived at the station, so he got off and rushed home. "Brother, I think there was a burglar in our house," Jiang Dudu said with a straight face when she got home. "A burglar? How is that possible? Who doesn't know that Apricot Flower Garden is the slum of Looming District? Burglars come with a smile and leave with tears in their eyes." "Then why did you buy less pork knuckles yesterday?" Maybe the rats ate them. There are a lot of rats in this district. It's not like you don't know." "Ha, it ate 30 pork knuckles in one go. Unless it was a 300 catty rat." Jiang Xi fell silent. He couldn't possibly say that he ate it himself. At that time, Jiang Dudu would definitely laugh at him and say that he was possessed by a hungry ghost. Whenever he thought of ghosts, a faint voice would appear in his mind. He might not be able to sleep at night. Damn it, in the dead of night. Although Jiang Xi was used to the 2 moons in the sky, he still subconsciously looked at the night sky outside the window when he got out of bed. Then, he began to improve his martial arts talent. According to yesterday's experience, he prepared 30 pork knuckles this time. However, the result was a little unexpected. This time, after eating 30 pork knuckles, he still wasn't full and was still a little hungry. "I can't sleep when I'm hungry." After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi sneaked into the kitchen. Without turning on the lights, he took out the leftover pork knuckles and began to eat them. After eating another 10, he patted his stomach in satisfaction. He was full. With a click, the lights suddenly turned on. "Jiang Xi, I knew it. You're not possessed by a hungry ghost. You're possessed by a 300 catty rat." Jiang Dudu was wearing pajamas and hugging a doll as she stood at the kitchen door. "Aha!" Jiang Xi laughed dryly. "Next time, don't eat secretly. Don't make it seem like I can't afford to feed you." Jiang Dudu pulled a long face and turned to leave. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He also returned to his room. "Let's try to improve the basic fist technique again." In Jinten Budokan, in front of Jiang Sheng, Jiang Xi was cautious and did not try the new function of the panel. The experience panel, like his identity as a reincarnated person, was his biggest secret. He could not let anyone know about it. Increase basic fist technique experience by 5. Jiang Xi said in his heart. In an instant, Jiang Xi felt a strong sense of dizziness. His head felt like it was hit by a stick. A lot of information was stuffed into his head after a while. Jiang Xi felt that he had returned to normal. The dizziness disappeared. "Do you have to be so violent? Can't you be gentler?" Jiang Xi cursed in his heart. Leveling up was the same. He was so hungry that he panicked. Level, normal, 36,100, martial arts, basic fist technique, small success 6/10, force exertion, 52% experience, 125. Jiang Xi found that after the 5 experience points increase, the force exertion increased from 40% to 52%. He confirmed that martial arts could increase the force exertion ability. After that, Jiang Xi stood up and practiced the basic fist technique once. Tiger form, leopard form, snake form, crane form, dragon form. After practicing the whole set, he could clearly feel that the fist technique had become alive. Sure enough, the information just now was my understanding of the basic fist technique. You have practiced basic fist technique 100 times. Experience +1, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind, causing Riverward to be stunned. Practicing for 100 times gave him experience. That works too? That's right. After practicing the basic fist technique for 100 times, there should be some understanding, right? The only thing was that the experience points were a little low. The next day after school, Jiang Xi and Zhang Wei went to Jinten Budokan again. When Jiang Sheng found that Jiang Si's fist technique had improved significantly, he was very shocked. Jiang Si lied and said that he went back last night to practice his fist technique. This made Jiang Sheng even more convinced that he had found a treasure. If he gave Jiang Si another physical fitness test, he would be even more shocked. Of course, Jiang Si would not take the initiative to reveal his true physical fitness. It was important to keep a low profile. When he returned home at night, Jiang Si saw a scene that made him feel touched. The table was filled with braised pork knuckles, beef, lamb chops, roast duck, and other meat dishes that made people drool. Added together, it definitely cost a few thousand yuan. They were all just bought by Jiang Dudu. With her stingy personality, spending so much money at once must have taken a lot of effort, right? Brother, don't worry and eat. There's enough for you. You eat too. Take good care of your body and become a martial artist in the future. Of course, I will become a martial artist in the future, and I will be better than you. Someone as strong as Li Bai. If you want to be stronger than me, you have to eat more. It was another morning. Jiang Si saw the sunlight shining through the window and was in a good mood. It was another day full of hope. After breakfast with Jiang Dudu, he carried his school bag and went to school. Before he left the neighborhood, he found a black law enforcement vehicle parked in the neighborhood. Many people in the neighborhood were gathered around the law enforcement vehicle, discussing something. This made Jiang Si very confused. The law enforcement team was a special department that was responsible for cases related to martial artists. They were all made up of martial artists. Why were they here? As he got closer, he heard the discussion around him. It's too tragic. 7 people died in one night. Old Mr. Wang from Block 2 and Li Matzi from Block 9 are both dead. I heard that the family in Block 15 is the most miserable. 5 people, and only 1 survived. Jiang Si was shocked. Old Mr. Wang? Li Matzi? He was very familiar with these 2 people. They were both famous for being greedy. A few days ago, they seemed to have received free old hens from the Shun family's meat wholesale at Shilu Market. 2 people died at the same time. Was it because of the mutated chicken? Chapter 7. Jiang Si was scared. Luckily, his experience panel was activated after he killed the mutated chicken, which allowed him to discover the problem with the mutated chicken. Otherwise, he and Jiang Daodu would have ended up like these people. At this moment, he saw a few enforcers in black walking over from afar. Each of them was carrying a black bag. Looking at the shape of the bag, it should be filled with human corpses. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Si realized that one of the enforcers was Jiang Sheng. Oh, it's Xiao Jiang. Why are you here? Jiang Sheng saw Jiang Si and put the bag of corpses into the enforcer's car. Then he walked over. I live in this district. Uncle Jiang, are you an enforcer? Jiang Si asked. I forgot to tell you. This is my official profession. Jiang Sheng laughed. Then, have you found out the cause of death of these people? Jiang Si asked. Looking at the symptoms of the deceased, many of their blood vessels have burst. They should have taken illegal body-strengthening drugs, something similar to genetic medicine. Jiang Sheng did not hide anything. Jiang Si nodded. It seemed that body-strengthening drugs were prohibited drugs. After thinking for a while, Jiang Si said, Uncle Jiang, I remember that 2 of these people had received free chickens from the Shun's meat wholesalers in Shilu Market. Oh, Jiang Sheng's expression immediately became serious. He said to Jiang Si, wait a moment. I'll call my captain over. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked over. This man had a determined face. Vaguely, one could see a hideous scar behind his earlobe. Moreover, his gaze made Jiang Si feel pressured. This was a gaze that could only be possessed by someone who had gone through countless life and death battles. A very powerful martial artist. Jiang Sheng smiled encouragingly at Jiang Si. I'm the captain of Pak Sun Province's first enforcer team, Lu Shan. Explain the situation in detail to me. Lu Shan said in a deep voice. As soon as he opened his mouth, the pressure immediately disappeared. Jiang Si took a deep breath and told him about how Li Matzi and the others had received free chickens, including the general situation of the Shun family's meat wholesale and the Shun family slaughterhouse. He did not hide anything. "Thank you, but from now on, don't tell anyone about this, not even your family," Lu Shan said. "There won't be any danger, right?" Jiang Xi's heart trembled. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so nosy. "Why are you getting involved in this?" "Don't worry, Paksun province is still very safe." Lu Shan nodded. Jiang Xi fell silent. 7 people had died in the neighborhood. Safe my ass. After the law enforcement team left, the neighborhood became even more lively. Everyone was discussing this matter. There were all kinds of speculations, and there were even rumors of ghosts. But no one thought that it was caused by the mutant chicken. Jiang Xi understood that this was caused by habitual thinking. The news had already spread that the poultry in the city would not mutate, so no one thought in this direction. If it was not for the experience panel, he might have ended up like these people. "I originally wanted to go to the Shun family slaughterhouse on the weekend to harvest a wave of experience, but it seems like I can't go anymore." Jiang Xi shook his head. He suddenly remembered that when he saw Shun Quan that day, the feeling Shun Quan gave him was very similar to Jiang Shang's. Maybe Shun Quan was also a martial artist. "I have to quickly become a martial artist, or else I won't even have the ability to protect myself." Jiang Xi suddenly felt a sense of urgency, and he had to move out of this neighborhood as soon as possible because the people in the slums had no sense of existence in this era. It was easy for some criminals to target this place. Jiang Xi turned around. He originally wanted to comfort Jiang Daodu, but he found that Jiang Daodu was calmer than him. She was looking at the corpses placed by the law enforcement team with great interest. What a carefree little girl. For the next few days, Jiang Xi was on tenterhooks. He was worried that someone would harm him because of the mutated chicken incident. When no one talked about the deaths of Imatsi and the others, only then did Jiang Xi relax a little. It seemed like he was overthinking things. Soon, 10 days passed. It was Saturday. There was no class or stall to sell vegetables. Jiang Xi arrived at Jinten Budokan early in the morning. At this time, there were very few people in the martial arts center. When he arrived at the 3rd building, other than the ordinary training ground on the 2nd floor, where a few people were torturing themselves, there was no one on the 1st and 3rd floors. Jiang Xi was the first to arrive just in time. "Since there's no one around, I can test my current physical fitness." Jiang Xi walked in front of the strength tester and jumped a few times excitedly to relax his body. Then, his whole body suddenly exploded. He exerted force in his legs and moved his waist. The powerful force was transmitted to his spine. His right shoulder jerked forward and finally, his right fist fiercely hit the strength tester. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches. Very good. The strength is more concentrated than last time. Let's see how much. 678 kg, 680 kg, 682 kg, an average of 680 kilograms. A series of red numbers made Jiang Xi's eyes brighten up. He was in high spirits. Haha, only a little more than a week, and my strength has increased from 125 kilograms to 680 kilograms. Let's see how much my speed has increased. Jiang Xi walked to the front of the speed tester. After adjusting his breathing, his upper body leaned forward slightly, and he ran with all his strength. His speed became faster and faster, and his hands and feet exerted strength. 22.8 ms. That was equivalent to 4.38 seconds for 100 meters. This kind of speed was unimaginable in the old era. In comparison, because of my body size, my speed is slightly better. This was because Jiang Xi's body had never been fat. He had always been skinny. During this period of time, he had worked hard to eat meat to make up for it and looked slightly stronger. Although his figure still looked a little lean, his nearly perfect streamlined body shape and his exposed muscles looked very explosive. In addition, his height had also grown from 1.7 meters to 1.8 meters. Standing there, he was like an upright leopard. Finally, Jiang Xi did not test his martial arts talent. With the experience points panel, there was no need to test at all. Level: Normal, 81,100 martial arts, Basic fist technique, Unity 1/150, force exertion, 84% experience points. 51. These days, he would use the panel every night to increase his level in martial arts. 81 points of martial arts talent had already far exceeded the admission threshold of the College of Martial Arts in the past. Basic fist technique had also reached the Unity realm. At the same time, the improvement of his fist technique had also allowed his force exertion ability to improve greatly. 84% force exertion could be considered excellent. Martial arts can be divided into small success, intricate, and unity. My basic fist technique has just reached the threshold of unity. If my fist technique is perfected, maybe my force exertion can reach 100%. However, the experience points are being consumed too quickly. I have to think of a way to get more experience points. Now, practicing the fist technique had become a stable source of experience points. However, practicing the basic fist technique 100 times would only give him 1 experience point. The speed was too slow. Jiang Xi was a little worried. He definitely could not go to Shun's slaughterhouse anymore. Although no one talked about the mutated chicken incident anymore. Ever since Jiang Sheng and the other law enforcers went to Apricot Flower Garden to take away the corpses of Matsi and the others, Jiang Sheng had not come to the dojo. This was also the only thing that Jiang Xi was worried about. To be able to make Jiang Sheng, a martial artist, so busy that he did not even have time to come to the dojo, it meant that the problem of the mutated chicken was very serious. Chapter 8. Just as he was thinking, he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Jiang Xi looked over, thinking that it was Zhang Wei, but he realized that it was not him. 2 young men were walking up, talking and laughing. The handsome young man walking in front made Jiang Xi feel that he was familiar. He should have seen him somewhere before. Soon, Jiang Xi remembered that he had seen this person in school. Qiao Wei, known as Beishan No. 1, a martial arts genius that only appears once every 10 years. The last time Beishan No. 1 organized a martial arts talent census, Qiao Wei's martial arts talent score was 91 points. In addition, Qiao Wei was the successor of Deer District's Qiao's biological group, which was a famous large enterprise. A martial arts genius, rich, and handsome, Qiao Wei became Beishan No. 1's most famous student. Although Jiang Xi did not pay attention to such gossip, he could not resist Qiao Wei's fame. He had seen it in the school newspaper a few times, so he had an impression of him. This kind of person should have a specialized training ground at home, right? Jiang Xi was a little confused. Then he shook his head. It had nothing to do with him whether others came to the dojo or not. He just had to be himself. In the training hall, Jiang Xi cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and focused on practicing the basic fist technique. Previously, he would only come to the dojo to train for 2 hours after school. Now that it was the weekend, he had plenty of time to practice his fist technique and increase his experience. However, in public, Jiang Xi deliberately slowed down the speed and strength of his fist technique to prevent others from seeing his fist technique realm. Otherwise, it would be another troublesome matter to explain. In just 10 days, his basic fist technique had reached the Unity realm. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Jiang Xi was practicing when he noticed that someone had walked into the training hall. He looked up and saw that it was Qiao Wei and his companion. Assistant Zhou, this is the sparring partner you found for me? His basic fist technique is not even as good as yours. I asked for a sparring partner on the internet. The internet said that his basic fist technique had reached the nuance realm. I didn't expect it to be so trashy. His strength is weak. Qiao Wei looked unhappy. Recently, the martial artist and his family had gone out for business. There was no one to guide him in his training, so he came to Jinten Budokan. He also asked Assistant Zhou to find him a sparring partner. Sparring partner? You are mistaken. I'm not a sparring partner. Jiang Xi frowned. These 2 people were very rude. You're not Liu Debao? Assistant Zhou asked. No. Jiang Xi threw down these 2 words and turned to walk away. Don't you know that wasting other people's time is a crime? Young Master Qiao, let's wait a little longer. I just remembered that the appointment time is 9 o'clock. It's only 8 o'clock now. Zhou Zhu smiled apologetically. Another hour? Tell that person just now to be my sparring partner. I'll give him 1,000 yuan per hour. Xiao Wei said with a playful expression. His strength is very weak. Zhou Zhu was puzzled. It's good that he's weak. It's fun to fight him. Isn't a sparring partner used as a punching bag? Xiao Wei stared at Jiang Xi in the distance. He suddenly remembered that he had met Jiang Xi before. In Beishan No. 1 senior year, he was a martial arts genius while Jiang Xi was a liberal arts genius. Moreover, Xiao Wei remembered that Jiang Xi and Zhang Wei were very close. On the other hand, he and Zhang Wei had always been in conflict and had competed many times. Using a liberal arts genius as a sparring partner. It should be very interesting. Hurry up, Xiao Wei urged. Assistant Zhou also laughed. He knew Xiao Wei's temper. He did often beat up his sparring partners. However, the life and death of his sparring partner had nothing to do with him. It was fine as long as young Master Qiao was happy. In the distance, Jiang Xi saw Assistant Zhou walking over. He frowned slightly. Is this person done yet? Hey, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Practice with our young Master Qiao for an hour. Assistant Zhou's bossy tone made Jiang Xi laugh. He laughed and said, Who are you? The time that these two people wasted was enough for him to practice the basic fist technique once. That was 0.01 experience points. What's with your attitude? Do you know the Qiao's biological group? Our young Master Qiao is the only son of the CEO of the Qiao's group. He's also a martial arts genius in Beishan No. 1. It won't be long before he becomes a powerful martial artist. With your strength, your fist technique is a novice, and your strength is weak. I'm giving you face by asking you to be young Master Qiao's sparring partner. I'm warning you, don't be shameless. Assistant Zhou pointed at Jiang Xi and said, I'm warning you, don't point at me. Jiang Xi's face darkened. 10,000 yuan. Jiang Xi, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Be my sparring partner for an hour. I heard that you used to be a street kid who begged for food. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Is that enough? Xiao Wei walked over and smiled playfully. Is there something wrong with your brains? Jiang Xi sneered. Stupid beggar, you're asking for it. Before Xiao Wei could get angry, Zhou Zhu scolded and directly attacked, waving his fist at Jiang Xi. Umph. Jiang Xi snorted coldly. His body naturally exerted force and used the leopard form of the fundamental fist technique. His whole body was like a leopard, crouching slightly and then suddenly leaping out. Similarly, he threw out a punch that was filled with anger. Bang! Jiang Xi's speed was even faster. His punch landed on Assistant Zhou's abdomen. At the same time, he tilted his body slightly to avoid the other party's fist. Assistant Zhou screamed as he was sent flying a few meters by Jiang Xi and landed on the ground. Fundamental fist technique of the Unity Realm. Xiao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Assistant Zhou's martial arts talent was 72 points, and his fundamental fist technique was close to the minute subtlety realm. To be able to send Assistant Zhou flying with a punch, either his martial arts talent was stronger or his fist technique had reached the Unity Realm. In Xiao Wei's view, Jiang Xi was obviously the latter. This is more interesting. Xiao Wei was eager to give a try. Jiang Xi's expression became serious. He knew that it would be difficult to win against Xiao Wei, who had a martial arts talent of 91 points. But the other party was already riding on his face. Would he admit defeat now? Impossible. Even if he was injured, he had to bite off a piece of flesh from the other party. Although Riverward was usually easygoing, he could let it be with a smile on many things. However, only his life and face could not be laughed off. He could not let it go. His life was in front of his face. Unless his life was threatened, he would never lower his head. You don't want to take the money and force me to do it. Xiao Wei laughed as he twisted his neck. You can try. Jiang Xi clenched his fists. Huh. Xiao Wei shouted loudly and stomped on the ground. The explosive force made the high-strength alloy floorboards give off a muffled sound. His speed was very fast. The wind from his fist whistled and arrived in front of Jiang Xi in an instant. It was also a fundamental fist technique of the Unity realm. He was indeed the Beishan #1 martial arts genius that appeared once in a decade. What arrogance! Jiang Ci sneered. Like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, he threw out both fists and pounced. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged more than 10 punches. Then, they used the force to separate. Jiang Ci only felt his arm go numb from the shock. There was a sharp pain in his right shoulder from Qiao Wei's heavy punch. As a result, the strength in his right arm was reduced by half. If they continued to fight, the situation would become more passive. Although Qiao Wei had the upper hand, he was still shocked. Other than Zhang Wei, there was someone in the third year of Beishan #1 who could withstand his full force attack. However, Qiao Wei did not show his shock. Instead, he laughed and said, "You're something. Since you don't want face, I'll let you lie at home until the end of the Gaokao." He was prepared to break one of Jiang Ci's legs so that Jiang Ci would not be able to take the Gaokao this year. There was no grudge between them. It was just for fun. "You're the only one who can do it," Jiang Ci sneered. "Qiao Wei." At this moment, an angry shout came from outside the martial arts hall. Zhang Wei had arrived. "Come find me if you want to fight. What's the point of bullying my brother?" Zhang Wei took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Qiao Wei smiled and said to Jiang Ci, "You're lucky." After that, he turned and left. He had sparred with Zhang Wei many times. He was confident that he could beat Zhang Wei, but he was not confident that he could withstand the joint attack of Jiang Ci and Zhang Wei behind him. Zhou Zhu saw that the situation was not right. He quickly got up from the ground and left with a sour expression. Chapter 9. Two Shameless Things. Zhang Wei cursed at Qiao Wei's back as they left. Jiang Ci grimaced in pain as he clutched his right shoulder. Both his arms were bruised, and he could barely feel them. He would remember what happened today. Fortunately, Zhang Wei did not witness his fight with Qiao Wei, saving him the trouble of explaining. Jinten Budokan had taken into account that their members might get injured during training. They had specially prepared special healing medicine that was very effective. After applying the medicine, most of the bruises on Jiang Ci's arms were gone in an hour. However, the injury on his right shoulder had shaken his bones. It would take some time for it to heal. It was still throbbing, and his movements were stiff when he lifted his shoulder. "Qiao Wei, that bastard. I'll avenge you the next time we meet." Zhang Wei said. "No need. You can't beat him anyway," Jiang Ci said with a smile. "Fuck, do you have to be so direct? Ha, just you wait. I'll do it myself. You're acting like you're better than me." Jiang Ci remained silent. He would be better than Qiao Wei in a few days. His strength was measured at 680 kilograms. It would take him 2 days to surpass Zhang Wei's 800 kilogram strength. During the weekend, Riverward practiced martial arts at the Xintian Martial Arts School. He was unlike Zhang Wei, who had been training his strength all this time. From Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng's point of view, Jiang Ci needed to improve his strength through training. The improvement of his martial arts talent was secondary now. Neither Zhang Wei nor Jiang Sheng expected Jiang Ci to pass the Gaokao this year. They had also suggested many times for Jiang Ci to study for 1 more year in grade 12 and take the Gaokao next year. With 1 more year and Jiang Sheng's guidance, Jiang Ci had a high chance of improving his martial arts talent. Jiang Ci always gave vague answers and brushed them off. Everything would be settled when the Gaokao started this year. In addition, Jiang Ci couldn't think of any good way to increase his EXP. He could only practice his fists. With his current speed, he could practice the basic fist technique 500 times a day at full strength, which was 5 EXP usually. There was a limit to the amount of time he had to train. Every day, he could only earn 1 EXP. Maybe it'll be fine after I become a martial artist. However, Jiang Ci understood that what he needed to deal with now was the college entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. New Moon 92, June 1st, Saturday. The Gaokao was finally here. When they were having breakfast at home in the morning, Jiang Didu specially prepared a deep-fried dough stick and 2 eggs for Jiang Ci. which meant 100 points. Brother, I heard that the maximum score for the Gaokao is 100 points. If you eat these, you'll get full marks. You're talking about martial arts talent. In the 70 years of history, the person with the highest score was only 99 points. Be confident. I'm going to get 200 points in the future. If you don't get 100 points this time, how can I face people in the future? Jiang Ci smiled and shook his head. The girl was more confident than he was. Unlike last night in Jinten Budokan, when Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng were worried that he would be troubled by the Gaokao and comforted him. Zhang Wei, don't be afraid. I don't mind waiting for you in the College of Martial Arts for a year. By then, I'll be a senior, huh? Jiang Sheng, don't be discouraged if you don't do well. Just treat it as an experience for next year. As expected, Jiang Dudu is the one who trusts me the most. She's overconfident. However, this time, he could really get 100 points. Level, normal, 100100. Martial technique, basic fist technique, combined 50-50, force exertion, 100% EXP. 24. In terms of martial arts talent, Jiang Ci had reached 100 points last week. It was worth mentioning that when his martial arts talent reached 100 points that day, Jiang Ci noticed that the skin on his hands had a faint bronze color when he used all his strength. It was hard to see if one did not look closely. Jiang Ci guessed that if this bronze color could cover his entire body, he might be a martial artist. However, he was stuck at this point. He could not level up, nor could he increase his level or experience. It was as if he had hit a bottleneck that troubled him for a long time. He could only ask Jiang Sheng when he had the chance in the future. As for the basic fist technique, he had maxed it out a few days ago. The combination of the basic fist technique allowed his strength to reach 100%. It could be said that with his current physical fitness, the Gaokao was nothing. Beishan No. 1 High School was the best high school in Paksun Province. There were about 10,000 third-year students there. The number of students who signed up for the Gaokao was also the highest. There were more than 1,000 students. On average, there were 10 students in each class. In other high schools, there were at most a few hundred martial science examinees, while at the very least, there were only a handful of them. 8 a.m. More than 1,000 students gathered at the Beishan No. 1 field. The principal of Guangming Peak was giving a speech on the spectator stand. Although his speech was impassioned, not many students listened. Listening to his speech would not increase their martial arts talent. Below the stage, most of the students were chatting. A few of them were silent. I wonder which college of martial arts young Master Chiao is going to? How am I going to live if I can't see young Master Chiao in the future? A girl said with an infatuated expression. With your looks, do you think young Master Chiao will like you? If he wants to, he'll like me. Another girl sneered. Bitch, I dare you to say that again. Who are you calling a bitch? I'm calling you a bitch. The two girls wrestled with each other. They twisted each other's ears, pulled each other's hair, and tore at each other's clothes. The boys nearby watched with bated breaths. After all, there were too few girls among the students. There were a lot of boys nearby, but these two girls were the only ones. Jiang Ci watched with great interest. Although the two girls looked average, their bodies were not bad. After all, they were students who took the martial sciences entrance examination and had trained a lot. Soon, their homeroom teacher, Lu Hui, came to separate them. The melodramatic scene ended. Student, you're just watching the show. Don't you know how to stop the fight? Lu Hui suddenly lectured Jiang Ci. I'm not their father. Jiang Ci smiled. If you're being unreasonable, I won't be reasonable either. How can you say that? Who's your homeroom teacher? What kind of students are you teaching? At that moment, Meng Shanjun walked over. I'm his homeroom teacher. Old Lu, don't cause trouble at this time. Meng Shanjun said with a straight face. He was strict with his students, but he was very protective of them. Lu Hui's expression darkened. Both of them were Beishan No. 1 celebrity homeroom teachers. They had taught many good students. For example, in this year's senior year, the martial arts genius Xiao Wei was Lu Hui's student. The martial arts genius Zhang Wei, who was second only to Xiao Wei, was Meng Shanjun's student. Therefore, the two of them competed with each other a lot, and did not treat each other well. I was wondering who it was. Old Meng, do you want to bet on the results of the Gaokao? Let's see whose class has the highest martial arts talent. The loser will enroll students in the second half of the year and give the loser 3 good martial arts seedlings. How about that? Lu Hui suddenly said with a smile. Boring. Not interested. Meng Shanjun shook his head. He was not stupid. It was a losing game. 2 months ago, Xiao Wei's martial arts talent was already 91 points. It must be higher now. Zhang Wei, who had the highest martial arts talent in his class, only scored 84 points in the test a few days ago. Teacher Meng, don't be a coward. Bet with him, Zhang Ci suddenly said. Chapter 10. Meng Shanjun was speechless. Was this his student? If not for the fact that Zhang Ci was a liberal arts genius, he would have punched him. Old Meng, look at how confident the students in your class are. You should learn from them. Lu Hui smiled and looked at Zhang Ci with praise. Riverward ignored him. Using the method of praising others to ridicule others, this kind of person was a slut. Don't kick up a fuss. Meng Shanjun glared at Zhang Ci. Zhang Ci laughed and pulled Meng Shanjun to the side. Under his puzzled gaze, Zhang Ci quietly reached out and clenched his fist. In an instant, a faint bronze color appeared. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to see. However, Meng Shanjun saw it clearly. His eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. Ultimate Perspective Martial Artist. It meant that the body of an aspiring martial artist had shown signs of a martial artist. This kind of person could participate in the martial artist assessment at any time and become a martial artist. A person with martial arts talent who met the requirements would not necessarily become a martial artist. However, an ultimate perspective martial artist could definitely become a martial artist. When did Zhang Ci become so powerful? He remembered very clearly that 2 months ago, Zhang Ci's martial arts talent was 21 points. An ultimate perspective martial artist's martial arts talent was at least 95 points. Could it be? Meng Shanjun thought of something in surprise. A few years ago, there was a student in Beishan No. 1. In just 2 months, his martial arts talent increased from 30 points to 60 points and was successfully admitted to the College of Martial Arts. Zhang Ci's situation was similar, but the increase was greater. However, it was not impossible. It's similar to the awakening of a mutated creature. Meng Shanjun's breathing became rapid. He was too excited. Teacher Meng, calm down. You still have to make a bet with others. Zhang Ci gave him a look. Meng Shanjun quickly nodded. After he calmed down, he walked with Zhang Ci to Lu Hui. Old Lu, there are no cowards among the teachers and students of Beishan No. 1. I'll bet with you, but the conditions have to be changed. The loser will have to give the loser 10 martial science students in the second half of the year. Meng Shanjun said. Lu Hui was surprised at first. He glanced at Zhang Wei, who was not far away. Could it be that Zhang Wei's martial arts talent had suddenly improved greatly? However, he immediately thought of Xiao Wei's martial arts talent test a few days ago and smiled confidently. So be it. I'll win in the end anyway. Let's wait and see. Meng Shanjun didn't even look at Zhang Ci. He turned around and went back to the front of the line. Zhang Ci snickered. Elder Meng was not that old-fashioned. Zhang Wei leaned over and whispered, "What did you say to old Meng?" He actually dared to bet with Xiao Wei's form teacher. You'll know when the Gaokao starts. Stop being so mysterious. Zhang Ci smiled and changed the topic. Are you sure you want to apply for Sunshin Budo Academy? Isn't Hokuzen Budo Academy good? We'll still be classmates then. What classmate? When you get into the College of Martial Arts, I'll be your senior. Zhang Wei smiled proudly. Ha! Zhang Ci laughed coldly. Zhang Wei was silent for a while. Then he said, Hokuzen Budo Academy is too close to home. I like freedom. Also, Sunshin Budo Academy is located in Shuntian Prefecture, the capital of the Xia Kingdom. There are many more martial arts powerhouses there than in Paksun Province. Only by being in the company of powerhouses can I become stronger. Zhang Ci remained silent. He understood the hidden meaning in Zhang Wei's words. Zhang Wei wanted to persuade him to go to Sunshin Budo Academy. The 7 prefectural cities of the Xia Kingdom: Shuntian Prefecture, Luoqing Prefecture, Shushan Prefecture, Pax Sun Province, Chang, and Prefecture, Jianghai Prefecture, and Southern Green Prefecture. The 4 College of Martial Arts: Sunshin Budo Academy, Shushan College of Martial Arts, Hokuzen Budo Academy, and Luoqing College of Martial Arts. Other than Chang, in Prefecture, Jianghai Prefecture, and Southern Green Prefecture, which did not have a College of Martial Arts, the other 4 prefectural cities all had one. However, no matter how strong or weak the other prefectural cities and College of Martial Arts were, Jiangxi had chosen Hokuzen Budo Academy a long time ago. Because in this world, wherever Jing Dudu was, that was where his home was. The 2 of them had depended on each other for 6 years and were already used to each other's existence. Jiangxi found it hard to imagine how Jiang Daodu would continue living if he wasn't here. Therefore, he could not run to Shuntian or other prefectural cities like Zhongwei. After a while, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The principal of Guangming Peak finally finished his speech. On the field, the martial science candidates were already complaining. After that, more than 1,000 martial science candidates and their leading teachers took the train to Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. The Gaokao would be held there. Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association was under the Xia Kingdom's Martial Artists Association. It was responsible for managing and supervising all matters related to martial artists in Paksun Province. It had a lot of power. It took less than an hour to get there from Beishan No. 1 by train. 10 o'clock in the morning. More than 10,000 martial science candidates from various high schools in Paksun Province stood neatly in the big square in front of the Martial Artists Association. 3 middle-aged men in black martial artist combat uniforms walked up to the high platform in front of the square. Jiang Xi's eyes moved slightly. He saw Lu Shan, the leader of Paksun Province's first law enforcement team. Lu Shan was the one who led the team to deal with the death of Limatzi and the others. At that time, Lu Shan gave him the impression that he was very strong, as if he had gone through countless battles. Now, however, Lu Shan was standing behind the square-faced middle-aged man. It was obvious that the square-faced middle-aged man was stronger. The square-faced man is the president of Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association, He Changxing. He's the only grade A martial artist in Paksun Province. Zhang Wei said in a low voice. Jiang Xi was shocked. Grade A martial artist. During this period of time, he had been training with Jiang Sheng in Jenten Budokan. He had a general understanding of the division of martial artist strength. Official martial artists were divided into Grade A, Grade B, Grade C, Grade D, Grade E, and Grade F. Grade A martial artists were the strongest. It was said that they could withstand the power of a nuclear explosion. The one on the left is the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Chen Yuan. He's also the head of the Jintan Budokan, Paksun Province. His strength is unknown. The one on the right is the leader of the first law enforcement team, Lu Shan. He's a Grade C martial artist. He's also from Jintan Budokan. However, he's the deputy head. I've seen him a few times. Zhang Wei smiled. Why are they all from Jintan Budokan? Jiang Xi realized the problem, the result of a power struggle. Zhang Wei only said one sentence and did not dare to continue. Jiang Xi thought about it and understood the meaning of this sentence. Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association had 3 powerful departments: the Martial Artists Law Enforcement Bureau, the Martial Artists Supervision Bureau, and the Martial Arts Affairs Bureau. Whoever was in charge would be able to obtain more martial artist resources. The martial artist forces in Paksun Province were led by Jintan Budokan and Tsukishin Budokan. Since the Martial Artists Law Enforcement Bureau was under the control of Jintan Budokan, one of the remaining Martial Artists Supervision Bureau and Martial Arts Affairs Bureau must belong to Tsukishin Budokan. This way, the 2 could keep each other in check. However, the Martial Arts Affairs Bureau was very complicated. It had the nature of running errands and did not have as much power as the Martial Artists Supervision Bureau. Therefore, Sukishin Budokan, was most likely in charge of the Martial Artists Supervision Bureau. As for the remaining Martial Arts Affairs Bureau, it must be under the control of the other martial artist forces. Jiang Ci shook his head and smiled. He thought, if I'm not wrong, He Chongqing, who is in charge of the Martial Artists Association, must be from the Xia Kingdom. He controls 3 departments: balance, restraint, the wisdom of the ancestors for thousands of years. It was not outdated in any era. Chapter 11. The plaza in front of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. More than 10,000 martial science candidates were unusually excited. They talked nonstop, making the entire plaza noisy. Silence. He Chongqing, whose face was cold and dignified, shouted loudly. His thunderous voice drowned out the discussion of the 10,000 martial science candidates. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. I'm He Chongqing. I've looked at your application forms and information. You're just like the previous candidates. You're terrible. People like you, once you're on the battlefield or in the wilderness, you'll just be throwing your lives away. The only bright spot is that someone from Beishan number 1 has a martial arts talent of more than 90 points. On the path of martial arts, success lies in striving to be first, but perseverance is also important. I only hope that those with good talent will not be arrogant, and those with average talent will not give up. One day, you'll become martial artists and become a force to protect humanity. He Chongqing's words were standard. Coupled with his status as a powerhouse, he stirred up the emotions of all the martial science candidates. Everyone's eyes shone with yearning. Lastly, I have good news for all of you. From this year onwards, the 4 College of Martial Arts will be recruiting. It used to be 4,000, but this year it'll be double. We'll be recruiting 8,000, so don't give up. Even if you don't get into the College of Martial Arts this year, you'll still have a chance next year. Now, I announce that the New Moon 92 Martial Science College entrance examination begins. He Chongqing's words made everyone even more excited. Recruiting. In the past, the minimum requirement for admission was martial arts talent of more than 60 points and liberal arts scores of more than 450 points. From this year onwards, the standard would be lowered. Most of the martial science candidates present had martial arts talents of more than 50 points. A small number of them had martial arts talents of more than 40 points. Most of them were here to experience the atmosphere of the College of Martial Science College entrance examination to prepare for next year. They did not have much confidence in the beginning, but now they were looking forward to it. After the expansion, how much would the number of martial sciences examiners drop? 50 points? 40 points? 30 points? Perhaps they would not have to wait until next year. They could get into the College of Martial Arts this year. On the path of martial arts, success lies in striving to be first. Entering the College of Martial Arts a year earlier meant that he would be able to obtain more resources. Zhang Wei glanced at Jiang Ci. His meaning was obvious. Your chance is here. Previously, he and Jiang Sheng did not think that Jiang Ci would be able to pass the Gaokao this year. That was why they never tested Jiang Ci's martial arts talent. However, Zhang Wei knew that Jiang Ci's martial arts talent had increased by 10 points last month. Now that another month had passed, he might have already reached 40 points. There was a great chance. Jiang Ci, on the other hand, was very calm. Can I take the path of expansion? It was too degrading. On the square, there were 10 martial path talent testing devices that were similar to hibernation chambers, lined up in a row. More than 10,000 martial science examinees were divided into 10 teams and tested one after another. Beishan number 1 martial sciences examinees formed a separate team because there were more than 1,000 of them. A black-clothed enforcer was sitting in front of the testing machine. It was impossible to cheat in this kind of test. Under the test of the martial path talent testing device, one score would be exactly what it should be. Moreover, the enforcers were all martial artists. With a martial artist as the invigilator, who would dare to cheat? The boss of the martial artists in Paksun province was watching from above. Unless they had a death wish. Zhang Ermao, martial path talent, 57 points. The enforcer entered the score into Zhang Ermao's personal file expressionlessly. If there was no expansion, the examinees who received this score would definitely feel uneasy and dejected. But now, yay! Zhang Ermao shouted excitedly. Silence. Don't delay the next examinee. The enforcer in black frowned and shouted. Zhang Ermao's face paled. He quickly left the testing machine and returned to the gathering point of Beishan number 1. The testing went on very quickly. 1 person per minute. 2 hours later, about 150 examinees from Beishan number 1 had been tested. Jiang Xi realized that there were very few people whose martial arts talent exceeded 60 points. Out of 100 people, there were only about 5, according to the admission standards of the College of Martial Arts in the past. Only those with martial arts talent above 60 points would have a higher chance of becoming a martial artist. Now that they're expanding and lowering the standards, could something have happened? Since he had nothing to do, Jiang Xi started to let his imagination run wild. At this rate, it would take about a day and a night to test until tomorrow morning. There would be no food in between. However, those who had the ability to take the martial sciences exam were all in good health. They could endure it. Moreover, if they could not even endure this little hardship, how could they become a martial artist? Soon, 2 bright moons shone in the sky. The double moonlight was like 60-watt light bulbs, shining brightly on the ground. Jiang Xi took out a pig's knuckle from his bag and started munching on it. It was not because he was hungry, but because he was used to it. In the past month, he had to eat pig's knuckle every day at this time because he needed to replenish a large amount of energy to increase his martial arts talent. Although his martial arts talent was maxed out, it had become a habit. At this point, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not eat at least 1 or 2 pig's knuckles. The sound of people swallowing their saliva rose and fell. Longing gazes gathered on Jiang Xi. Everyone's thoughts were, fuck, this examinee is out of this world. He actually brought food. Didn't the teacher forbid it? The teacher said before that the college entrance examination is not only about martial arts talent, but also about perseverance and willpower. I didn't believe him. It smells so good. I want to eat it. Jiang Xi chewed on it calmly. It's your fault for not preparing to eat. Jiang Xi will go through thick and thin together. Zhang Wei walked closer. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Jiang Xi took out a packaged pig's knuckle from his bag. Good brother. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, and he started chewing as well. On the high platform of the square, He Changxing found that there was a commotion in the North Mountain First High School's queue and frowned. Lu Shan saw it too. He chuckled. This kid is interesting. In his impression, Jiang Xi was obviously someone who was afraid of death. He did not expect him to take the college entrance examination. It had been many years since someone dared to bring food in the college entrance examination. Therefore, he whispered something to He Changxing and Chen Yuan. He Changxing nodded. He knew about the mutated chicken incident, but he would not pay too much attention to it since the Enforcer Bureau could handle it. Chen Yuan smiled too. Since he was his friend, he would turn a blind eye to it. Dawn. Jiang Xi finally saw the martial arts talent testing machine clearly. It was his class turn soon. Lu Hui's class was taking the test. Lu Hui stood beside the invigilator with his head held high. He was very confident and proud. He Changxing, the president of the Martial Arts Association, had praised his student in front of everyone. It was Qiao Wei's turn next. Qiao Wei walked forward with a faint smile on his face. Many girls nearby looked at him with admiration and admiration. Qiao Wei, 93 points in martial arts talent. Even the enforcer raised his voice. It was a loud boom. Everyone could not stay calm. Although they had heard that Qiao Wei's martial arts talent was over 90 points, it was even more shocking to see it with their own eyes. Qiao Wei finally showed a proud expression. When he passed by Jiang Xi and Zhang Wei, he snorted disdainfully. You two trash can only see my back. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. After saying that, he walked away. The girls were infatuated again. So cool, so handsome. Fuck, what's with the pretense? Zhang Wei was furious. He felt that even his pork knuckles were tasteless. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, was calm. He smiled. If a dog bites you, can you bite it back? Chapter 12. When a golden arc rose from the horizon, the sun was about to rise. Meng Shanjun led his students to the testing machine. They bumped into Lu Hui, who was about to leave. Old Meng, I'll be waiting for your 10 martial science students, Lu Hui said with a proud smile. Xiao Wei's high score made him proud. Meng Shanjun walked past him expressionlessly, ignoring him. I'll kick you in the face when the results are out. Next, the enforcer shouted without even raising his head. Zhang Wei hurriedly walked into the martial arts testing apparatus. Soon, with a soft beep, the test was over. Zhang Wei, 84 points in martial arts talent. The enforcer looked at Zhang Wei in surprise. This was the second highest score in the history of the Gaokao. Zhang Wei walked down calmly. He did not go to the gathering point of Beishan number 1 immediately. Instead, he waited for Jiang Xi to take his test. In the distance, Lu Hui did not leave either. He wanted to wait for Meng Shanjuan's students to finish their tests. When he saw that Zhang Wei only scored 84 points, he smiled. He knew that this was the best student in Meng Shanjuan's class. He won again. Next, Jiang Xi walked into the testing machine with steady steps. Beside him, Meng Shanjun could not help but feel nervous even though he knew that Jiang Xi was a potential martial artist. He clenched his fists. The machine's scanning light scanned Jiang Xi's body and the final result was revealed. Beep, 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 beep. Different from all the previous prompts, a series of rapid sounds accompanied by a flashing red light sounded on the martial arts testing apparatus. The enforcer's eyes widened. His breathing was as rapid as the beeps coming from the testing machine. His voice trembled as he spoke. Jiang Xi, Jiang Xi, 100 points in martial arts talent. In the end, he could not help but turn up the volume to the maximum. With his strength, his voice could be heard in the entire square. Silence. There was only the sound of breathing left in the noisy square of the Warrior Association. A figure, like lightning, left behind an afterimage on the spot and suddenly appeared in front of Riverward, who had yet to walk out of the testing apparatus, He Chongqing. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed over 100 meters. So fast, Jiang Xi was shocked. If this kind of person wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Only then did everyone recover from their shock and exclaim in surprise. 100 points. Did I hear wrongly? There must be something wrong with the tester. In the 70 years of history of the Martial Science College entrance examination, there's never been a martial arts talent with 100 points. The highest was 99 points. That student is so skinny, and his thighs are not even as thick as my arms. His martial arts talent is definitely not that high. There's something wrong with that testing machine. The square was in an uproar. Silence. He Chongqing shouted, stunning everyone. His gaze was extremely sharp, like an eagle searching for food. He glanced around and then locked his gaze on Jiang Xi, as if he could see through Jiang Xi's body. Test again, He Chongqing said. The enforcer was stunned for a moment and quickly started the test. Half a minute later, the tester flashed red again. Beep, beep, beep. Test again. Beep, 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 beep. Test again. Beep, 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 beep. Jiang Xi suddenly realized that he was like a lab rat being watched by everyone. Test again. Beep, 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 beep. In the end, he tested 10 times in a row. He Chongqing was silent, and no one in the square dared to speak. Jiang Xi felt uneasy and did not dare to come out of the tester. Did he overdo it? Did he attract too much attention? Was he really going to become a lab rat and be dissected? Damn it. If he had known earlier, he would have saved his strength and increased his martial arts talent to 80 points. The rising sun symbolized beauty, but Jiang Xi was very nervous. It was not beautiful at all. He Chongqing suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was like rolling thunder, resounding throughout Sun province. The heavens are helping Great Xia. The heavens are helping mankind. Ha ha ha. Everyone was shocked by this voice, and they were extremely shocked. It was as if they were witnessing something. Could a martial arts talent of 100 points make a Class A expert so excited? Jiang Xi blinked. From the sound of it, it was not a bad thing, but a good thing. You're Jiang Ci? Yi Changxing had a kind smile on his face as he looked at Jiang Ci. Yes. Good. I'll remember you. After Yi Changxing finished speaking, his body flashed and the wind whistled. The next moment, he disappeared. What did that mean? Remember me? It felt like a declaration of an enemy. Jiang Ci immediately felt the pressure double as it pounced on him from all directions. It was very heavy. He regretted it. He should not have increased his martial arts talent to 100 points. Jiang Ci regretted it, but the others did not think so. They all stared at Jiang Ci as if they were looking at a gorilla in a zoo. Jiang Ci, did you eat an elixir? Zhang Wei walked around Jiang Ci 3 times, touching him up and down. Finally, he grabbed Jiang Ci's arm and bit it. Are you a fucking dog? Jiang Ci quickly dodged. Let me try to see if it's the flesh of Tripitaka. Zhang Wei laughed. Although he did not know how Jiang Ci did it, he was sincerely happy for Jiang Ci. The enforcer in charge of the test did not rush Jiang Ci and Zhang Wei when he saw them fighting. Yi Changxing's actions just now. Jiang Ci in front of him was a master. After a while, he said that, Jiang Ci, the test is still going on. Jiang Ci quickly apologized and walked to the side with Zhang Wei. He saw their homeroom teacher, Meng Shanjun, standing next to them. He was still in a daze. Teacher Meng? Jiang Ci called out softly. Meng Shanjun came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, Jiang Ci, Zhang Wei, thank you. I'm proud of you. He felt that his face was especially bright now. You're too kind, teacher. We should be the ones thanking you. Jiang Ci and Zhang Wei looked at each other and smiled in the distance. Qiao Wei and Lu Hui had the same ugly expression. They could not believe what had just happened. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Especially Qiao Wei. He clearly remembered that he had completely suppressed Jiang Ci during their fight half a month ago. What had happened in just half a month? Due to the commotion caused by Jiang Ci, the Martial Science College entrance examination was paused for a while before it resumed. However, the beeping sound was still echoing in everyone's minds. Jiang Ci's 100 points were destined to be imprinted in their minds forever. The Martial Science College entrance examination only ended at 10 in the morning the next day. It had been exactly 24 hours since 10 in the morning the day before. Everyone was hungry and a little dispirited. Only a small number of people with martial arts talent over 50 points were still in good spirits. Since the 4 College of Martial Arts had doubled the enrollment, they only needed to score 450 points in the Arts College entrance examination a week later to enter the College of Martial Arts. Then, they would become martial artists under the training of the College of Martial Arts. The total score for the Arts College entrance examination was 750 points. 450 points was a piece of cake. Many people were looking forward to it. They looked at the sun with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, the aroma of braised meat wafted through the air. Everyone's gazes gathered. Jiang Ci took out 2 pork knuckles from his bag. He stuffed one into his mouth and tossed the other to Zhang Wei. Fuck, how many pork knuckles did he bring? He's not done yet. Chapter 13. After returning to Beishan No. 1, more than 1,000 examinees were dismissed on the spot. Before Jiang Ci went home, he made an appointment with Zhang Wei to meet him in Jinten Budokan in the afternoon. Although the Gaokao had ended, the path of martial arts was still long. He could not relax for even a moment. Luming District's apricot garden had been renovated many times over the past 100 years. Jiang Ci stood at the bottom of the building and looked at the dilapidated tube-shaped buildings. They were arranged closely together, and the distance between the buildings was small. Some of the lower floors could not see the sun all year round. This was the largest slum in Luming District. Instinct told Jiang Ci that he might not be able to stay here for long. When he thought of this, Jiang Ci laughed heartily and attracted a lot of attention. Then, he went upstairs quickly. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. Soon, he reached the 23rd floor. Unlike before, it took at least 10 minutes to go upstairs. When he reached the door, He could only walk with his hands on his waist. Little Jiang, it's been a long time. You're not selling vegetables anymore? He bumped into old Yang at the top of the stairs. I'm not selling anymore. I'll focus on preparing for the Gaokao next week. Jiang Ci said with a smile. Then you have to work hard. When the time comes, our apricot garden will have a university student. Let's bask in the glory. Wash away the bad luck of apricot garden. Old Yang sighed. Thanks, Uncle Yang. I'll take your blessings. But from what you said, did something happen in apricot garden recently? Sai, it's nothing. Ever since Matsi and the others died, our apricot garden has not been peaceful. More than 60 people died. I'm afraid it's haunted. Jiang Ci was shocked. So many people died again? Why did he not hear about it? Was it because of the mutated chicken? After so long, the enforcement team should have dealt with it, right? Uncle Yang, why didn't I hear about it? Those men in black came in the middle of the night and took them away. They made their family members sign confidentiality agreements. Don't tell anyone. It was still the mutated chicken. Jiang Ci confirmed his guess and said to old Yang, Uncle Yang, don't eat chicken for a while. Chicken? Why would I eat chicken? My family has never liked it. That's good. Old Yang went downstairs with his men on his back. Before he left, he said, be careful outside. Tell Daodu to be careful too. It's not easy. Jiang Ci's heart was heavy. For the past half a month, he had been busy training and practicing martial arts. He had even thrown the mutated chicken to the North Pole. When he was training in Jinten Budokan, Jiang Sheng had never mentioned this to him. He was too careless. It seemed like he would have to be more cautious in the future. If even the law enforcers were unable to resolve this matter after such a long time, there was bound to be something huge behind it. He was a piece of trash who wasn't even a martial artist. He might have been killed by mistake. After all, he was the one who told the law enforcement team about the mutant chicken. When he got home, Jiang Ci was still thinking about this problem. He was so distracted that he almost bumped into Jiang Dudu. Brother, don't be discouraged if you didn't do well. I won't blame you. We'll come again next time. Jiang Dudu patted Jiang Ci's shoulder. Jiang Ci came back to his senses and smiled. How do you know that I didn't do well? 100 points is good enough. You've been shocked silly. Jiang Dudu sighed. Look, what's this? Jiang Ci took out the Martial Sciences College entrance examination report card given by the Martial Arts Association. It was a piece of paper the size of a palm. On it was written, name, Jiang Ci, age, 18 school, Beishan number 1 martial arts talent. 100 points. It was stamped with the red stamp of the Martial Arts Association. It was officially certified. Jiang Dudu snatched it away and stared at it for a long time. It's really 100 points. It's the real deal. Roar. I knew it. I, Jiang Dudu, am such an excellent person. How can my brother be a piece of trash? Jiang Ci was silent. He was already used to Jiang Dudu's way of speaking. Then, when she saw Jiang Daoda's elated appearance, she revealed a happy smile in the past month. Jiang Dudu was not as skinny as before because of the improvement in her diet. She finally looked a little cuter, unlike before when she was like a soybean sprout. When he thought of the mutated chicken hidden in apricot garden, Jiang Ci's desire to move out of the neighborhood grew stronger. It was too unsafe here. There wasn't even a guard. With his current strength, he was naturally not afraid of these things. However, Jiang Dudu was different. It would be troublesome if they really met a criminal. When he arrived at Jinten Budokan in the afternoon, Jiang Ci put this matter aside for the time being. He still prioritized improving his strength. When he became a martial artist, the government would give him houses. These problems would be solved easily. In addition, he had already mastered the basic fist technique. He needed to look for Jiang Sheng to learn some martial arts techniques with strong attack power. He was lucky today. When he arrived at the 3rd floor of the 3rd building in Jinten Budokan, he saw Jiang Sheng's figure. Not only Jiang Sheng, but what surprised Jiang Ci was that Lu Shan was also there. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, stood aside obediently and stopped training. Haha, Xiao Jiang, our great genius, you're finally here. Jiang Sheng's eyes were as bright as lamps as he laughed loudly. Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized something. When Jiang Ci came closer, Jiang Sheng smiled at Lu Shan and said, "Deputy Dojo Master, I've told you before. This kid is not ordinary. Full marks for martial arts talent. Even in my dreams, I never thought that I would personally guide and train such a genius." Lu Shan also smiled and said, "Jiang Ci, on behalf of Jinten Budokan, I would like to invite you to join us. Our Jinten Budokan has many martial artists and abundant cultivation resources. It is the world's largest martial arts dojo. The dojo master, Xin Tian, is the world's #1 martial artist. Joining us is definitely the best choice. What do you think?" Jiang Ci was stunned. Join Jinten Budokan? Aren't only martial artists allowed to join Jinten Budokan? Haha, that's for ordinary martial artists. With your martial arts talent, becoming a martial artist is only a matter of time. Lu Shan laughed loudly. Then he asked, "Oh right, speaking of martial artists, since your martial arts talent is 100 points, as long as your strength is more than 90%, your physical fitness will meet the requirements of the martial artist assessment. What is your current strength?" 100%. Oh, 100%. Then your strength is 1,000 kilograms enough. What? How much? Lu Shan was so shocked that he sat up straight. Beside him, Jiang Sheng and Zhang Wei were also so shocked that their mouths were wide open. 100%. Jiang Ci repeated calmly. Hiss! 3 gasps of cold air could be heard. "Quick, Jiang Sheng, let little Jiang test his strength," Lu Shan said hurriedly. In contrast, Jiang Ci was not so excited. He stood in front of the strength tester and took a deep breath. His back was slightly arched, and then he suddenly clenched his fist. Like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, he threw out 3 consecutive punches. 999 kg, 1,001 kg, 1,000 kg, an average of 1,000 kilograms. The limit of a martial arts talent with full marks. After throwing out 3 punches, Jiang Ci seemed to be very relaxed. 100% strength, he felt good, and his strength followed his heart. Seeing the test results, Lu Shan looked serious and asked, "Jiang Sheng, when little Jiang wasn't here just now, you said that little Jiang had just started learning martial arts, right?" "Exactly 1 month. I learned the foundation fist technique at that time." Jiang Sheng suppressed his excitement. Not many people in the world could master the foundation fist technique in a month. This time, he had really found a treasure, and a big one at that. For martial artists, a strong body was the foundation of their strength, and martial arts techniques were the sublimation of their strength. Therefore, in terms of martial arts techniques, understanding was as important as martial arts talent. No wonder, Vice President, he gave you such a high evaluation during the Martial Science College entrance examination. Vice President, he really has sharp eyes. Limit perspective martial artist. 100% strength. Phew, looks like this contract needs to be changed. Lu Shan let out a long breath and calmed his shock. A prospective martial artist was a normal person with a strength of 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Jiang Ci had already reached the limit of a normal person with a strength of 1,000 kilograms. Although he did not test his speed, Lu Shan believed that Jiang Ci's speed would not be too bad then. He made a call and asked someone to send a new contract over. A contract? Jiang Ci noticed that there was a folder on the table beside Lu Shan. "We, Jinten Budokan, never mistreat our own people. Our initial conditions for you were to reward you with a townhouse and a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. However, the talent you've shown is worthy of better conditions. Then we'll reward you with a standalone house and a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Lu Shan said with a smile. Jiang Ci's breath caught. He was just thinking about the house at home. Was it solved just like that? Not long after, a staff member of the Xintian Martial House ran over to deliver the new contract. "Sign it, little Jiang," Jiang Sheng said with a smile. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Jinten Budokan was the world's #1 martial arts school. He would not lose out if he joined. After training here for a month, the atmosphere was good. He got to know many people and developed feelings for this place. Moreover, this was where his martial arts journey began. He was indebted to Jiang Sheng for teaching him and was his first teacher on the path of martial arts. Not to mention his good friend Zhang Wei. He would definitely join Jinten Budokan in the future. Therefore, what was there to hesitate about? Sign it. Jiang Ci did not dawdle. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Shan, Jiang Sheng, and Zhang Wei, he picked up the pen and signed his name. Chapter 14. Thump, thump, thump. Hurried footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs. 3 people in martial artist combat uniforms appeared. When they saw Jiang Ci, their eyes lit up. They walked up to Jiang Ci and the others. Jiang Ci, I'm the vice principal of Tsukishin Budokan, Jiang Xinyue. We're from the same family. Come to Tsukishin Budokan. We'll definitely treat you well. The one who spoke was a charming middle-aged woman. She stared at Jiang Ci with a burning gaze. So what if we're from the same family? Jiang Ci, I'm the vice principal of Longxiang Martial Arts School, Yin Gang. If you're a real man, you should come to Longxiang Martial Arts School. A bald man with well-developed muscles grinned. Jiang Ci, I'm the principal of Yinshan Martial Arts School, Songhai. The last person didn't finish his sentence. Lu Shan interrupted him and smiled proudly. Sorry, everyone. Jiang Ci has already signed a contract with Jinten Budokan. Seniors, I'm very sorry. I've already joined Jinten Budokan. Jiang Ci put down his pen. Jiang Xinyue and the other 2 looked at each other. Lu Shan, you're too shameless. Jiang Xinyue said angrily. Shameless people are invincible. Lu Shan chuckled. Lu Shan, I want to duel with you. Whoever wins will get Jiang Ci. Yin Gang waved his fist. Only kids play with duels. Lu Shan shook his head. Principal Lu, Yinshan Martial Arts School's principal, Songhai, said with a smile. Yinshan Martial Arts School wants to fight with us. Lu Shan smiled coldly. Jinten Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan, and Longxiang Martial Arts School were all world-class martial arts schools. Yinshan Martial Arts School was only a local school in Paksun Province. I wouldn't dare. Songhai shook his head with an ugly expression. Lu Shan coldly snorted, and then said, on the road of martial arts, victory is to strive to be the first. You are 1 step behind, so don't pester me endlessly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After he finished speaking, an aura that contained a little bit of qi and blood erupted from his body, but quickly disappeared. The faces of Jiang Xinyue and the other 2 changed greatly. Be class. No, he was about to break through to be class. And the 3 of them were still C class. Lu Shan, Tsukishin Budokan will not give up. Although the path of martial arts is about being the first, it is also about perseverance. Jiang Xinyue smiled at Jiang Ci, then turned and left Dragon Elephant Dojo 2. Yin Gang swung his fist again. As for Songhai, he didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly left. Senior Lu is so domineering. Jiang Ci watched with great interest. 1 against 3, he suppressed and beat them up. He didn't lose out at all. That's for sure. The reason why Jinten Budokan can suppress other martial artists in Paksun Province is because of their fists. Jiang Sheng laughed. Strength reigns supreme. These 4 words appeared in Jiang Ci's mind. This is what a martial artist should be like. Lu Shan elegantly turned around, looked at Jiang Ci, and said, Little Jiang, next time you see people from Tsukishin Budokan, be careful. They're a bunch of lunatics. Don't worry, Senior Lu. Lu Shan laughed again. Also, since you are already an ultimate potential martial artist, Paksun Province will have a martial artist assessment at the beginning of July. You should participate and become an official martial artist first. Martial artist assessment. Jiang Ci was stunned. The beginning of July, wasn't that next month? He could become a martial artist next month? After becoming a martial artist, there are many benefits. Most importantly, you can practice the art of drawing qi. Lu Shan's eyes flashed. Art of drawing qi? Why did it sound so fantastical? Jiang Ci was a little confused. However, after thinking about it, this was the era of spiritual energy recovery. It was normal for something as fantastical as the art of drawing qi to appear. Hence, he nodded and said, "Senior Liu, I am willing to participate in the martial artist assessment. However, what is this art of drawing qi?" Liu Shan smiled gently and signaled to Jiang Sheng that it was his turn to explain. Then, he slowly sat down and picked up a cup of tea. Jiang Sheng explained, "Little Jiang, you and Little Wei will become martial artists very soon. It's okay to tell you in advance." Jiang Xi and Zhang Wei looked at Jiang Sheng with eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Sheng continued, "After the spirit qi revival, the spirit qi that fills the world is constantly nourishing everything in the world. The same goes for the human body. Under the nourishment of the spirit qi, it has become stronger than in the old era. However, this is a passive evolution. Later on, someone accidentally discovered that when the body reached a certain level of strength, practicing the art of drawing qi from ancient martial arts could actually take the initiative to absorb the spiritual energy of the world and become stronger. It could even break through the limits of the human body. For example, a speed faster than the speed of sound, a strength heavier than 10,000 caddies, and a physical strength that could withstand a rain of bullets. This discovery allowed martial artists to have a clear path of improvement. They were no longer blindly and passively evolving like before. In the end, the 6 realms of martial artists were formed: skin toughening, flesh toughening, bone toughening, marrow changing, blood changing, and meridian opening. It just so happened to correspond to the 6 levels of F, E, D, C, B, and A. For example, the copper color on Little Zhang's hand is the characteristic of an F-level martial artist in the skin toughening realm, copper skin. Once completed, the body will be covered in a layer of purple copper color when attacking at full strength. This is the ultimate realm that only people with high martial arts talent can reach. Therefore, it is also called the ultimate potential martial artist. Ordinary potential martial artists can only show the characteristics of an F-level martial artist after practicing the art of drawing qi. After listening to all this, Jiang Xi finally understood why he had hit a bottleneck when he maxed out his martial arts talent last time. Even the experience points panel could not raise his level. So this was the problem. He still lacked the art of drawing qi. In the past, he was passively receiving the nourishment of the spiritual energy of the world. This level was not enough for him to raise his level to a higher level. Without the art of drawing qi, he might not be able to break through in 100 years. "Uncle Jiang, after completing the F level, won't the whole body be covered in copper skin? Isn't that the same as the Shaolin 18 copper men?" Zhang Wei asked in surprise. "That's right. In the old era, the Shaolin copper men were in the skin toughening realm. They are equivalent to our current F-level martial artists." Jiang Sheng laughed. At this time, Liu Shan stood up and said to Jiang Sheng, "Jiang Sheng, your introduction is good. It's very detailed. Later, find a basic mental cultivation method for little Jiang. With his physical strength, he can practice it first. When he passes the martial artist assessment, I'll give him the official art of drawing qi." Basic mental cultivation method. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. After knowing the problem of the bottleneck, he urgently needed the art of drawing qi. Whether it was the basic or the official art, as long as it was the art of drawing qi, it would be fine. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Little Jiang, regarding the martial artist assessment, you can directly look for Jiang Sheng. He will help you solve it." After saying this, Liu Shan held the contract and left in a good mood. Jiang Sheng was not a procrastinator. Very quickly, he brought a USB drive from the office. He laughed and said, "I've saved the basic mental cultivation method in here. You can go back and study it properly. Just like the deputy head said, there are many benefits." Jiang Xi put away the USB drive and asked tentatively, "Uncle Jiang, you don't have a mission today? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me." Jiang Sheng knew that Jiang Xi was asking about the mutated chicken. Then, his tone became more relaxed, and he said, "Didn't I just give you a villa? I suggest that you move here in the next few days." In the near future, your place might not be too peaceful. Okay, I understand. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. Uncle, Jiang Xi, what are you talking about? What's not peaceful? Zhang Wei was confused as he listened. Train well. If by the end of the year, your body still can't meet the requirements of a prospective martial artist, you don't have to go to the College of Martial Arts. I'll tell your dad to send you to the army. Jiang Sheng reprimanded. Zhang Wei left with his head drooped. Jiang Xi laughed secretly. Sending Zhang Wei, who was always free and undisciplined, to the army was definitely a good idea. Chapter 15. Jiang Xi did not forget his purpose for coming to Jinten Budokan this afternoon. He immediately asked Jiang Sheng if he wanted to learn swordsmanship. Learn swordsmanship? That's true. Your basic fist technique has already reached the unity realm. You should consider learning a weapon-type technique with strong attack power. Jiang Sheng nodded. Then he shook his head. But my weapon is a saber. I'm not very proficient with swords. Jiang Xi was a little disappointed. He could only find another opportunity to learn in the future. In terms of weapon preferences, he was more inclined towards swords. The sword was the king of all weapons. It was extremely dangerous and was born to kill. It was the king of all killing weapons. Most importantly, it was cool. Of course, teaching you basic swordsmanship is not a problem. I also learned swordsmanship in my early years. If you don't mind, we can start now. Jiang Sheng suddenly smiled. How could Jiang Xi mind? Any advanced martial technique had to start from the basics. Let's go to the armory first and choose a sword you like. Jiang Xi and Jiang Sheng arrived at the armory on the third floor of the training center. As soon as they entered, Jiang Xi's gaze was attracted by the cold weapons in the room. Most of them were sabers and swords. There were also rods, clubs, hammers, axes, and so on. Some of the weapons were further divided into several types. For example, there are long swords, short swords, broad-bladed greatswords, and so on. These weapons are all F-grade. They're suitable for beginners and F-grade martial artists, Jiang Sheng said. Jiang Xi nodded. The people training in the third building were all aspiring martial artists. The martial arts center could not provide weapons of higher grades. He walked to the weapon rack where sword-type weapons were placed and grabbed a long sword. The style of this sword was very similar to the Dragon Spring sword in his previous life. It was just more exquisite and suited the aesthetic standards of this era. The sword was 3 feet long with 2 blades. It had a straight body and a sharp head. It could hurt people in any direction and pierce through armor. It felt good to swing it twice. This is it. You have good taste. This is an F-grade longsword from the Slayer Shadow series. It's very suitable for fighting. Many martial artists who use swords choose the Slayer Shadow series. Jiang Sheng smiled. He went to the training hall again. Jiang Sheng also held a Slayer Shadow longsword and said, the sword is harder to practice than the fist because the fist is a part of the body while the sword is an external object. Therefore, the purpose of practicing basic sword skills is to familiarize oneself with the sword and finally achieve one with the sword, one with the sword, one with the sword. Only then can one learn more profound sword skills. Jiang Xi listened attentively. Jiang Sheng was a very good teacher. The basic sword technique consists of 13 moves: stab, hack, lift, hang, point, wipe, support, sweep, intercept, stab, push, and transform. Now watch my movements. As Jiang Sheng spoke, he suddenly raised his sword and stabbed forward. This is a thorn. This is a chop. This is flirting. The last move, transform. Jiang Sheng's figure flickered as he performed all 13 moves of the basic sword technique. Did you see it clearly? Yes. Good. Now follow me. After you practice a few times, I'll teach you the moves one by one. Jiang Xi nodded and practiced seriously. It was different from the basic fist technique. The moves of the basic sword technique were harder to practice. Although he remembered all the moves of the basic sword technique after a few times. However, after he made a move, the move of the sword was different from what he imagined. There would always be a deviation. For example, when he stabbed out, he clearly wanted to stab straight, but in the end, the stab was crooked. Indeed, it was different from the fist technique. Practice. Jiang Xi knew that there was no other way to learn the basics from the beginning. Under Jiang Sheng's guidance, he began to practice the moves one by one. Gradually, as he became more familiar with the moves, Jiang Xi began to feel it. With the 13 basic sword techniques, the deviation of each move became smaller and smaller. Although he was mentally prepared, Jiang Sheng was still very shocked when he saw this scene. How long had it been? Only 4 hours. He recalled that when he first learned the basic sword technique, it took him a whole month to master the basic 13 moves. Jiang Xi was very serious. He swept his long sword and drew an arc. With his strength of 1,000 kilograms, when he waved the sword, there was a whistling sound. You have learned basic sword technique. Experience points plus 10. Jiang Xi was delighted. As expected, the experience points panel did not disappoint him. Level: Normal 100,100, Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Unity 50-50, Basic Sword Technique, Small Success 130, Force Exertion, 100% Experience Points, 34. From the experience points required to level up, it could be seen that the difficulty of the basic sword technique was high. To reach the small success stage, 30 experience points were required. The highest level of the basic fist technique, the Unity stage, only required 50 experience points. This way I can go home and slowly level up. However, Jiang Xi planned to practice the basic sword technique 100 times in the dojo before going home. He could not let go of any opportunity to increase his experience points. You have practiced basic sword technique 100 times, experience points plus 3. Jiang Xi was happy. With the difficulty of the martial skill increased, the experience points gained from practicing the martial skill would also increase. Unlike the basic fist technique, which only gave 1 experience point for 100 times. That was the motivation. Following that, Jiang Xi did not relax for a moment. He devoted himself to practicing the sword technique. He did not care about his sweat. He only felt carefree as he practiced the sword moves. Look at Jiang Xi, and then look at you. You only did 1,000 bench presses, and you're already crying. Hurry up and continue practicing. Jiang Sheng reprimanded Zhang Wei, who was slacking off. How can we compare? He's a pervert. I'm a salted fish. Zhang Wei wailed. When it was almost 7 in the evening, Jiang Xi looked at the panel. His total experience points had reached 40 points. Goal accomplished. Time to go home. Uncle Jiang, Zhang Wei, I'll go back first. Jiang Xi put the killer's shadow sword back where it was. He took a shower, changed his clothes, and waved his hand to leave. Wait for me. Zhang Wei also took to his heels. You brat, you still have 500 bench presses to finish. Come back. Jiang Sheng shouted from behind. Zhang Wei's speed was even faster. He went down the stairs like a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Sigh, when will people stop worrying and be like Jiang Xi, who doesn't need to be forced? Jiang Sheng shook his head helplessly. Outside Jinten Budokan, Zhang Wei caught up with Jiang Xi. We're not going the same way. Why are you leaving so early? Jiang Xi laughed. The martial sciences exam results are out this year. Have you seen it? Zhang Wei asked. So fast. Jiang Xi was surprised. The results were out in the afternoon, after the test in the morning. On second thought, it made sense. There was only one score for the martial sciences exam, and it was directly recorded into the computer. The data would be out in no time. How many points? The cutoff score for Paksun Province is 49 points. This is also the lowest score for Hokuzen Budo Academy. The remaining ones are 51 points for Luochen College of Martial Arts, 52 points for Shushan College of Martial Arts, and 59 points for Sunshin Budo Academy. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. The Hokuzen Budo Academy was located in Paksun Province, so the admission score was definitely lower. It was 14 points lower than last year's 63 points. Sunshin Budo Academy was still as crazy as ever. 59 points, as expected of the top 4 college of martial arts. They had harvested a batch of good seedlings. Jiang Xi, have you thought about it? Let's go to Shuntian together. Let's go there and turn the world upside down. Zhang Wei said with anticipation. He was also quite reluctant to leave Jiang Ci as a friend. Jiang Ci shook his head and smiled. You know my situation. I can't leave Jiang Dudu alone. Zhang Wei was a little disappointed. Don't worry about not having friends in the future. Who in the world doesn't know you? Besides, your house is in North Hill. We can still see each other during the holidays. Brothers for life. Jiang Ci said with a smile. Yes, brothers for life. Zhang Wei grinned and patted Jiang Ci's shoulder. I'll look for you when you move to the martial artist neighborhood. I'll leave first. Jiang Ci looked at his back and shook his head with a smile. On the train home, Jiang Ci closed his eyes and rested. This was one of the few breaks he had. The train was filled with all kinds of smells. It was very crowded and uncomfortable. However, Jiang Ci was already used to it. The following is an urgent message. Near the market at the west foot of the Deer Cry district, a special case of poultry mutation has occurred. Residents nearby, please pay attention to your safety and do not go out. The broadcast in the train woke Jiang Ci up. The shorter the news, the bigger the matter. Chapter 16. Shilu Market? Since it was a mutation of poultry, the source must be the Shun slaughterhouse. Ever since the first wave of experience points there, Jiang Ci had never been there again. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Jiang Ci shook his head and got off the car at the stop, as if it had nothing to do with him. When he got home, he had to remind Jiang Dudu to be careful. From Jiang Shang's attitude in the afternoon, he could tell that the area around Shilu Market was not safe. Tomorrow, I'll move to the warrior community in Jinten Budokan, Jiang Ci thought. When he got home, Jiang Ci planned to tell Jiang Dudu about the surprise of moving to a bigger house. But what surprised Jiang Ci was that he did not smell any food. Jiang Dudu did not cook. Dado, I'm back, Jiang Ci shouted. The door of the room was open, but no one came out. She's not here. Jiang Ci was stunned. Jiang Daodu never left the house after 7 in the evening. Right now it was almost 8. At this moment, he saw a note on the table. Brother, I went to Shilu Market to buy braised meat. If you're back early, you can cook first. I'll come back to cook. Braised meat. Jiang Ci's expression changed. During lunch, they finished the rest of the pork knuckles. Shilu Market. Jiang Ci rushed out of the door. He forgot to close the door and ran downstairs. In the apricot flower garden district, Jiang Ci ignored the shocked looks of the neighbors and ran at full speed. The speed limit of a prospective warrior, 100 meters in 4 seconds. Like a gust of wind, he rolled up the fallen leaves on the roadside and almost knocked down many people. Did I see wrongly? Is that Xiao Jiang? What a fast speed. Xiao Jiang is a warrior. It was about 4 kilometers from Apricot Flower Garden District to Shilu Market. It would take about 10 minutes by rail. However, Jiang Ci was burning with impatience. How could he wait? For kilometers. I'll be there in 3 minutes at most. Jiang Ci looked anxious, but he kept calm. Based on Jiang Dudu's habits, she must have stayed at Shilu Market for some reason. If she hadn't returned at this late hour, it has been less than 10 minutes since the rail car broadcast the poultry mutation incident. But considering the lag of news in this era, it could have happened half an hour ago, or even an hour ago. In other words, the West Foothill Market was in danger. Jiang Dudu, nothing must happen to you. After running for a little over 2 kilometers, Jiang Ci felt a slight muscle soreness in his brain, and his speed instantly dropped a little. Is this the limit of my body at full speed? Hold on. Jiang Ci roared in his heart and sped up again. The passers-by on the road only saw a figure dashing past, and they were all shocked. A minute later, they were close to Shilu Market. However, there was not a single person on the nearby streets. It was completely empty. They must have heard the news and were hiding at home. Where is Jiang Dudu? At this time, Jiang Ci regretted believing Jiang Dudu's words. To save money, he didn't buy a mobile phone for both of them. A low growl suddenly came from behind. Riverward hurriedly turned around and saw a wolfhound that was clearly larger in size. It has red eyes and fangs. The fur on its back is also red. It's a mutated German shepherd. Jiang Ci narrowed his eyes. This was different from the mutated chicken. The mutated chicken had no fighting power, but this mutated German Shepherd was obviously very strong. It's the one guarding Shun's slaughterhouse. Jiang Xi noticed a familiar collar around the mutated German Shepherd's neck. There were 2 German Shepherds guarding Shun's slaughterhouse. He saw them when he was working part-time. The mutated German Shepherd suddenly bared its fangs and spat saliva as it pounced on Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's strength was different from before. He quickly moved to the side and dodged the attack. At the same time, he used the strength of his feet to punch the mutated German Shepherd's waist. This was the weakest part of the mutated German Shepherd's body. With 100% strength, the mutated German Shepherd was sent flying with a force of 1,000 kilograms. Then, Jiang Xi caught up with it in 2 steps. He stepped on the mutated German Shepherd's neck and punched the mutated German Shepherd's head under the great force. The mutated German Shepherd stopped breathing. You killed a mutated German Shepherd. Experience +5. Jiang Xi didn't have time to complain. Why did killing a mutated German Shepherd give the same amount of experience as killing a mutated chicken? He quickly walked towards Shilu Market. Jiang Dudu was most likely there. However, just as he walked in, Jiang Xi stopped in his tracks. With the help of the bright moonlight, he could clearly see that there were many pairs of red eyes in Shilu Market looking at him. There were chickens, ducks, and geese. This place had been taken over by mutated poultry. Jiang Dudu, Jiang Xi shouted. No one answered. Jiang Xi turned around and walked away. Although these mutated poultry gave him experience, he didn't care. In his eyes, Jiang Dudu was the most important. Don't come here. Don't come here. Someone save me. Suddenly, a scream came from inside. Jiang Xi frowned. He didn't have time to care about these things. Seeing the boning knife on the pork stall, Jiang Xi grabbed it and rushed towards the mutated poultry. The mutated chickens, ducks, and geese were obviously braver. They were very fierce and didn't run away. Instead, they screamed and rushed towards Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi swung the sharp boning knife and attacked continuously. He quickly ran out from the other door of Shilu Market. Behind him were the corpses of chickens, ducks, and geese. You killed a mutated big rooster. Experience +5. You killed a mutated big white goose. Experience +5. You killed a mutated big yellow duck. Experience +5. A series of notifications rang in Jiang Xi's mind. Although the experience points were increasing rapidly, Jiang Xi wasn't happy at all. Where is Jiang Dudu? After a quick search, the vicinity of Shilu Market had been cleared. Could it be that Jiang Dudu wasn't here? That was possible. Jiang Xi decided to search the area again. Boom! A violent explosion came from afar. Flames shot up to the sky. It's from the direction of Shun's slaughterhouse. Jiang Xi turned around then. He saw a black-robed law enforcer stumbling over from afar. There were still flames on his clothes that could not be extinguished in time. It was obvious that he was injured in the explosion. Behind him, a man with a sharp knife was chasing after him. It was the boss of Shun's slaughterhouse, Shun Quan. Shun Quan. He is indeed a martial artist. How daring! He actually dared to kill an enforcer. Jiang Xi was shocked. Don't run towards me. Jiang Xi suddenly realized that the black-clothed enforcer was running towards him. Jiang Xi turned around and ran. What an unexpected disaster. Haha, since I've been exposed, let's kill to our heart's content. Shun Quan's expression was ferocious. The enforcer was injured, so his speed was slower. Shun Quan quickly caught up with him, and the two of them started fighting again. Saber light and sword shadows. Many parts of their bodies lit up with a layer of copper color. They were both level F skin, refining realm martial artists. Where are the rest of the enforcers? Jiang Xi was puzzled. However, the battle between the two martial artists was not something he could participate in. He had to quickly hide. At this moment, Shun Quan's saber slashed the enforcer's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Just as he was about to follow up with another slash, the enforcer on the ground stabbed Shun Quan's thigh with his saber. You're courting death. Shen Quan was furious. He raised his saber and ended the enforcer's life. Then, he looked around and frowned. That kid in front of me actually ran away. He's just a small fry. It's fine if he ran away. Anyway, I can't stay in Pak Sun Province any longer. I have to take advantage of the chaos and leave. Before he could take a few steps, the sound of a wolf dog barking could be heard from the street corner. Found you. Trying to run? Shen Quan rushed over. Chapter 17. At a street corner far away, Jiangxi's face darkened as he finished off the remaining mutated wolfhound with a few kicks and punches. You killed a mutated wolfhound. Experience points +5. The notification of the experience points did not make him happy at all. Run. Jiangxi saw Shen Quan chasing after him and started running. Seeing Jiangxi's speed, Shen Quan was slightly stunned. Martial artist? No, he's a bit short. A potential martial artist. Trying to run? Shen Quan sneered. Although one of his legs was injured, his speed was still faster than Jiangxi's. He was getting closer. Jiangxi turned around to take a look. He was anxious. He couldn't escape. What should he do? Stop and fight Shen Quan with his fists? Impossible. He would definitely be killed by him in one strike. Right? Sword technique. Jiangxi clenched the boning knife in his hand. Although it was only a short knife, it was still better than fighting with his bare hands. While running, he opened the experience points panel and took a quick look. Level. Normal, 100,100. Martial arts. Basic fist technique, combined 50-50. Basic sword technique, small mastery 130. Force exertion, 100% experience points. 145. Those mutated poultry gave him more than 100 experience points. That's enough. On the panel, other than the experience points, the only thing he could improve was the basic sword technique he learned in the afternoon. Increase basic sword technique experience points by 10. Suddenly, his head felt like it was hit by a stick, and there was a lot of comprehension of basic sword technique. A wave of dizziness made Jiangxi stagger, but he quickly regained control of himself. Sure enough, with the improvement of my physical fitness, I can add more experience points at once. Basic sword technique at small mastery is definitely not a match for a martial artist. Increase it by 10 more points. An even stronger wave of dizziness came from his brain. I can still hold on. Give me 10 more points. Jiangxi gritted his teeth this time. He felt that he was almost at his limit. He felt a little lightheaded. Basic sword technique, refinement 150. In a short period of time, the amount of comprehension of basic sword technique given to him in the experience points panel had reached his limit. It might seem like he had used a lot of time to improve his basic swordsmanship, but in reality, Jiangxi had completed all of it in less than 10 seconds. Behind him, Shen Quan appeared to be very relaxed. When he saw Jiangxi stumble twice, he laughed. The small fry's foundation is not stable. It seems that he has only recently reached the level of a prospective martial artist. The distance between the two of them was less than 10 meters. With the speed of a martial artist, they could cover the distance in 1 or 2 steps. However, Jiangxi, who was running in front, suddenly stopped and turned around. He held the boning knife in one hand and stabbed out. You're courting death? Shen Quan sneered as he casually swung his saber. Clang! The two retreated at the same time, but Jiangxi retreated even more. He blocked it? How is that possible? Shen Quan was stunned. His attack just now had seemed casual, but his subtle realm saber techniques had allowed him to calculate all of Jiangxi's attack paths. In addition, his strength and speed were far superior to Jiangxi's. He was confident that he could definitely hit Jiangxi, but the results shocked him. He's actually a martial arts genius. He must die. Shen Quan put away his playful attitude and became serious. As a veteran martial artist, he naturally knew the consequences of offending a martial arts genius. Once the other party matured, he would end up in a miserable state. Thus, he could only kill the other party when he offended him. Jiangxi shook his head vigorously. His head felt heavy. The after effects of rapidly increasing the level of his basic sword techniques were starting to show. His right hand, which was holding the boning knife, was trembling slightly. The attack just now had caused the webbing between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Martial artists were too strong. Shen Quan's strength completely suppressed him. Swoosh! A strong gust of wind blew. Shen Quan's saber carried a cold aura as it slashed towards him. Dodge. Jiang Ci sidestepped and lifted the boning knife at the same time. Clang! He blocked Shen Quan's attack once again. It's a basic sword technique, not a saber technique. Shen Quan was even more shocked. The killing intent in his heart intensified. Using a short boning knife to execute a basic sword technique, he was actually able to block his attacks twice in a row. Such a genius must be killed. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Quan saber chased after Jiang Ci and slashed down continuously. Jiang Ci kept retreating. At the same time, he used basic sword techniques to block these fatal attacks. The dizziness in his head was getting stronger and stronger. He felt very bitter. The intense battle between the two of them on the street attracted the attention of the residents in the neighborhood upstairs. Look, it's two martial artists fighting. So powerful. That young man is going to lose. A small head popped out from one of the residential buildings. It was Jiang Dudu. After the poultry mutation incident broke out, she hid in her classmate's house at Shilu Market. She was very worried about Jiang Ci. However, because she did not have a phone, she could not contact Jiang Ci. She could only wait for the incident to end. When Jiang Dudu saw the situation downstairs, her expression changed drastically. Brother. She turned and ran out of the door. Hey, Dudu, where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Behind her, Jiang Dudu's classmate hurriedly shouted. However, Jiang Dudu did not listen to him. She quickly went downstairs and ran to the street. Slash! A knife into the flesh. It was so painful that Jiang Ci grimaced. His stomach was slashed again. The multiple wounds on his body caused him to lose too much blood. This made his consciousness even more blurry. However, the pain from this cut made him a little more clear-headed. Am I going to die? No. How can I die? I haven't found Jiang Dudu yet. I can't die. Jiang Ci bit the tip of his tongue and instantly became more clear-headed, increased basic sword techniques by 50 experience points. Jiang Ci roared in his heart. In an instant, a large amount of basic sword techniques understanding flowed into his mind. It was as if someone had stuck a stick in his head and was stirring it crazily. It was as if it would explode in the next second. His consciousness began to become even more blurry. However, at the same time, a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. It was as if the boning knife in his hand had become a part of his body. The two of them exchanged blows for only a short minute. However, Shen Quan became anxious and angry at the same time. As an F-grade martial artist, he actually needed a minute to kill a prospective martial artist. Disgrace. It has been 3 minutes since the explosion. The law enforcement team should be here soon. I have to end this battle and leave. Die. Shen Quan shouted and stabbed his knife towards Jiang Ci's chest with all his strength. Poochie. Poochie. 2 sounds of the knife piercing into flesh were heard almost at the same time. I won. Jiang Ci's eyes were bloodshot and his 7 orifices were bleeding. This made his faint smile look somewhat sinister. Shen Quan lowered his head in disbelief and saw a boning knife stabbed into his heart. As for his knife, it was grabbed by Jiang Ci's other hand. It did not stab into Jiang Ci's chest and only pierced through his shoulder. An ultimate perspective martial artist. Shen Quan's eyes widened. He finally noticed that both of Jiang Ci's hands were copper in color. His consciousness began to blur. The moment he fell to the ground, another thought flashed through his mind. No, there is still the Unity Realm basic sword techniques. Only when the body and sword are united can one wield it like an arm. At the critical moment, he was able to block my full force attack. To die in the hands of such a genius. Shen Quan's face was filled with a blank expression and he did not make a sound. Am I going to die too? Hateful. I still haven't found Dudu. Jiang Ci relied on his last bit of consciousness and did not fall. A one-time increase of 50 experience points for the basic sword techniques was far beyond the limit of what his brain could bear now. His brain felt as if it had been stirred up countless times with a stick. It was a mess. You killed a grade F martial artist. Experience points plus 10. Jiang Ci did not hear the notification on the panel clearly. Brother. Jiang Ci heard the shouts from afar and was about to lose consciousness. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing his last smile. Jiang Daodu was still alive. Very good. With a bang, he fell to the ground and could not get up. Jiang Daodu ran over without a care for her own safety. Because her body was weak, she fell after running a few steps. Her palms and knees were bleeding from the friction. Ignoring the pain, she got up and ran to Jiang Ci's side in a panic. But Jiang Ci was already unconscious. Brother, Jiang Ci, don't scare me. Someone come quickly. Someone come and save my brother. I beg of you. Jiang Daodu sat on the ground paralyzed. She hugged Jiang Ci's head and cried. Jiang Ci, you can't die. I haven't allowed you to die. You can't die. Jiang Daodu roared. We still need to move to a bigger house, travel to Jianghai, and climb the highest mountain in the world in Qingnan. You still haven't caught a ghost for me to be a pet. You can't die. Jiang Daodu sobbed softly. I won't let you die. Chapter 18. The residents on both sides of the street stood by the windows and watched Jididu's sorrowful cries. Their hearts were moved, but no one dared to go downstairs. They saw with their own eyes that a mutated wolfhound had savagely bitten a few people to death. At this moment, a small group of enforcers in black rushed over from afar. The person in the lead was Jiang Sheng. Shen Quan is dead? Where's Uzi? Jiang Sheng saw Shen Quan's corpse in the distance, but he did not see the enforcer who was secretly monitoring Shen Quan. Search. Find Uzi and send another person to check the explosion point. Jiang Sheng shouted. A few enforcers quickly dispersed. That is... Jiang Sheng's expression changed. He saw a little girl crying while hugging a person. However, he did not pay much attention to it, as the mission was important. At this moment, he saw the person the little girl was hugging. Jiang Ci. Why was Jiang Ci here? Could it be that Shen Quan killed Jiang Ci? Jiang Sheng's heart sank, and he rushed over immediately. Please, save my brother. Jiang Du raised her head and murmured with tears all over her face. Jiang Sheng's heart ached. He quickly checked Jiang Ci's body. He's still alive. Jiang Sheng was shocked. He could feel Jiang Ci's weak pulse. Quick, Xiao Lu. Bring this little girl back to the dojo. Jiang Sheng shouted. As for himself, he carried Jiang Ci and rushed towards Jinten Budokan. With the speed of a Class C fighter, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Dudu was stunned when she heard Jiang Sheng say that he was still alive. Suddenly, hope rose in her heart. Before she could react, a law enforcer appeared in front of her and led her in the direction of the Xintian Martial Dojo. In Jinten Budokan, Jiang Sheng was out of breath. He carried Jiang Ci and ran directly to the Martial Artist Medical Center in Block 2. His actions piqued the curiosity of many martial artists in the dojo. Wasn't Jiang Sheng on a mission with the law enforcement team? Why did he come back to the dojo? Who was he hugging? Who was injured? Everyone followed Jiang Sheng and chased after him at this time. On the top floor of Jinten Budokan Building No. 1, Lu Shan was sitting cross-legged in a practice room by the window, meditating. B-class. His hand touched the door sill, but his foot couldn't reach it. Looks like I still need to fight. Someday, I'll go to the wilderness and find 2 B-class monsters to chop up. Lu Shan thought to himself. From marrow changing to blood changing, he had stopped many C-class martial artists. At this moment, the commotion outside displeased him. Soon, someone knocked on the door and came in. Come in. A martial artist walked in and said with a serious expression, Deputy Dojo Master, Jiang Ci is seriously injured. His life index is very low. The situation is very serious. Lu Shan's expression immediately darkened. He did not get angry and picked up his phone. When he was cultivating, he did not turn it on. After turning it on, he directly called the medical center. Give Jiang Ci an E-Class life medicine. E-Class? Deputy Dojo Master, Jiang Ci is still an ordinary person. His body can't take it, right? He's an extreme, quasi-martial artist. The other side stopped talking. Lu Shan hung up the phone and looked at the martial artist who came to report. He asked in a deep voice who did it. Jiang Sheng brought it back. It said that it's Shun Quan from the Shun family slaughterhouse, the one with mutated poultry. It seems that I haven't made a move for many years. Some old bastards in Deer Cry District want to rebel. Do they think we Jintan Budokan people are easy to bully? Lu Shan stood up immediately and grabbed a machete from the knife rack beside him. Call Dojo Master Chun and tell him that I'm going to kill someone. Asked him to hold guild leader he back. After saying that, Lu Shan directly broke through the glass of the training room and jumped down from the 10-meter-high building. With a strong leap, he covered a distance of hundreds of meters and disappeared quickly. The martial artist who was left behind smiled bitterly. I hope the dojo master won't scold me. In the afternoon, Qiao Wei's family was holding a celebratory banquet. In the previous Martial Science College entrance examination, although Qiao Wei's martial arts talent score was overshadowed by Jiang Ci in the end, it still could not cover up his talent with a martial arts talent score at 93 points. He was definitely a martial arts genius. Therefore, Qiao Wei's father, Qiao Wanxiang, the founder of Qiao's biological group, specially invited some relatives and friends to celebrate with Qiao Wei at home. Chairman Qiao, looks like your son's achievements in martial arts will be higher than yours in the future. Like father, like son. Chairman Qiao is a C-class martial artist. I think Qiao Wei will definitely become an A-class martial artist in the future and enter the global martial arts expert ranking. Young Master Qiao Wei is the hope of our Pak-Sun province's martial arts world. Many people congratulated Qiao Wanxiang and praised him. Qiao Wanxiang was grinning from ear to ear. On the other hand, Qiao Wei looked obedient. He only smiled slightly in the face of the elder's praises. The banquet went smoothly. When the explosion occurred in Shilu Market, Qiao Wanxiang, with his C-class ability, could vaguely hear the explosion even though he was far away. He found an excuse to announce the end of the banquet. Qiao Wanxiang felt vaguely uneasy. He had heard that the Enforcement Bureau had been investigating something recently. HM, this is Jiang Ci. Qiao Wei was browsing through videos on his phone when he suddenly saw the latest trending video. It was posted by a resident near Shilu Market. The video showed two martial artists fighting fiercely on the street. However, the distance was a little far, so the faces of the people could not be seen clearly. However, Qiao Wei had fought with Jiang Ci before. He recognized one of them as Jiang Ci at first glance. Jiang Ci is dead? Qiao Wei was stunned when he saw that both parties had perished together in the end. Who is Jiang Ci? Qiao Wanxiang asked casually. He was thinking about something else. The one who got full marks for martial arts talent in the Martial Science College entrance examination today. That's a pity. What's there to pity? It's good that he died. That guy was crazy. It's good that he died. Qiao Wei laughed coldly. Jiang Ci did not give him face back then. Today, he stole all the limelight in the Martial Science College entrance examination. Therefore, he replayed the video again and watched how Jiang Ci died. It was satisfying. Yeah, I think I've seen the other guy somewhere before. Right, Dad. What's the name of the martial artist who came to our house to give us the antique? Qiao Wei remembered. Shun Quan, Qiao Wanxiang said casually. He was distracted and worried about something. When he saw the video, his expression changed. He knew something was wrong and stood up immediately. Then boom, there was a sonic boom. One of them attacked at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Qiao Wanxiang, come on and die. Qiao Wanxiang's expression changed drastically. He quickly took out his weapon. Dad, Qiao Wei called out worriedly. No matter what happens, don't come out. Qiao Wanxiang shouted. Outside the door, Lu Shan leaned on his saber with both hands and waited quietly. Qiao Wanxiang walked out with a gloomy face and said, Lu Shan, You shouldn't harm family members. I don't kill normal people. I'm not as shameless as you, experimenting on normal people. You have no evidence. Evidence? You dare say that Shun Quan isn't your man? I'll find out everything in 2 days at most. I'll punish you, but I don't want to wait anymore. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Fight me here. 2. Fight me outside the city. Beat me, and you won't die. Qiao Wanxiang took a deep breath and ran out of Pak Sun province. If they fought here, with their strength, all the normal people nearby would be killed. Even Qiao Wei wouldn't be spared. Lu Shan sneered. At least you're a martial artist. After the 2 of them left, Qiao Wei ran out a while later with a worried look on his face. At the same time, Sukishin Budokan's deputy principal Jiang Xinyue, Longxiang Martial Arts School's deputy principal Yin Gang, and Yinshan Martial Arts School's principal Song Hai had heard about the battle near Shilu Market. They had just arrived at Jinten Budokan in the afternoon and invited Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci is dead? What a pity for a genius. Jiang Xinyue frowned. She had just seen him in Jinten Budokan in the afternoon. She didn't expect him to die in just a few hours. Even a genius can't avoid the dangers of martial arts. What a pity he died before he could grow. Yin Gang sighed and shook his head. Song Hai, who was training in Yinshan Martial Arts School, laughed when he heard about the incident. Haha, it's good that he died. If Yinshan Martial Arts School can't get him, Jinten Budokan can't either. Damn Lu Shan. Chapter 19. Jiang Ci was not dead. After the doctor at Jinten Budokan Medical Center gave Jiang Ci an E-grade life potion, the injuries on Jiang Ci's body stabilized. However, Jiang Ci did not wake up. He was still unconscious. Doctor, what's the problem? Why hasn't Jiang Ci woken up yet? Zhang Wei asked anxiously. He had rushed over as soon as he saw the video. It should be a problem with his brain. I found that his consciousness had suffered a strong impact before, so it's very chaotic now. It's this confusion that caused him to be unconscious. However, I can't find out what exactly caused the impact. As you all know, the human brain is very mysterious, the doctor said apologetically. Doctor, when will my brother wake up? Jiang Daodu hurriedly asked. She was not in a good state of mind. Knowing that Jiang Ci was still alive, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very worried. Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng also stared at the doctor nervously. It's hard to say. He might wake up immediately, or in a day or 2. He might not wake up for the rest of his life. The doctor shook his head. Jiang Daodu's face suddenly turned pale. Looking at Jiang Ci, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, her eyes turned red again. She was very regretful and blamed herself. If it weren't for her, Jiang Ci would not have gone to Shilu Market, and the subsequent events would not have happened. Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy. Uncle, are you sure that Jiang Ci killed that warrior called Shun Quan? Zhang Wei asked. I also saw the video. It was indeed little Jiang. Jiang Sheng nodded. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said, Uncle, increase my training schedule. I want to become a warrior as soon as possible. He had been provoked by Jiang Ci. At the same time, he wanted to fulfill Jiang Ci's wish to become a warrior. Days passed. Jiang Dudu had been guarding Jiang Ci. She did not go anywhere, and no one could pull her away. When she was tired, she lay beside Jiang Ci's bed and fell asleep with tears on her face. When he was hungry, he would eat the food that Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng brought over. Jiang Dudu became even thinner. Similarly, Zhang Wei had also become slightly thinner. After the intensive training, his physical fitness had improved a little, and his ability to exert strength had also improved significantly, but in the face of these improvements, he could not bring himself to be happy. Because Jiang Ci had not woken up yet. A week later, Zhang Wei stood beside Jiang Ci's bed and said softly, Jiang Ci, today is the day of the college entrance examination. If you don't wake up soon, you won't be able to enter the College of Martial Arts. At that time, I'll really be your senior. Jiang Ci had maintained a slight smile on his face before he fainted. At this time, there was no change at all. Beside him, Jing Dudu sat quietly by the bed. Her hand supported her chin as she stared at Jiang Xi's face, motionless. Zhang Wei sighed to himself and turned to leave. The storm caused by the poultry mutation in Shilu Market gradually subsided. The video that had once been a trending topic was gradually forgotten. Naturally, no one would remember the two warriors who had fought at that time. Only those who knew and interacted with Jiang Xi felt sorry for Jiang Xi. After being unconscious for so many days, he still had not woken up. It seemed that he was really crippled. He Changxing, the president of the Warrior Association, had originally wanted to punish Lu Shan because Lu Shan had killed the C-class warrior, Qiao Wanxiang, without authorization. C-class warriors were already the upper echelons of human warriors. Even if such people were guilty, they should have died fighting monsters. It was too much of a pity to die in the hands of humans. However, when He Changxing found out that Qiao Wanxiang was the mastermind behind Jiang Xi's coma and the poultry mutation, he did not pursue Lu Shan's matter. Qiao Wanxiang deserved to die. Even if Qiao Wanxiang was still alive, He Changxing wanted to kill him with one slap. Since the Spirit Qi revival, Jiang Xi was the first person to score full marks in martial arts talent. In the eyes of many people, a full mark in martial arts talent was only a surprise. That was because there were many people who scored more than 90 points in martial arts talent in the Xia country's 7 major prefectural cities every year. 90 points was not much different from full marks. However, He Changxing was an A-class warrior, a powerhouse who stood at the top of human warriors. He knew very well what this meant. Before Jiang Xi, the number one genius in martial arts was Li Baibai, who scored 99 points in martial arts talent. He was now the second strongest person in the world. One could imagine that if Jiang Xi could grow up, he might become a stronger martial artist than Li Baibai. He might be able to turn the tide and change the predicament of humans being besieged by monsters. What a pity. Damn it. At that moment, He Changxing's phone rang. He answered the call. President, Jiang Xi is awake. A voice came from the other side of the phone. He Changxing was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Jiang Xi ate 50 pork knuckles and drank 3 big bowls of millet porridge before he was satisfied. After being unconscious for half a month, he was starving. Brother, you must have been possessed by a hungry ghost. No, maybe you were a hungry ghost in your previous life. Jiang Daoda giggled. A smile finally appeared on her face. Jiang Xi chuckled. No, I was your ancestor in my previous life. Jiang Xi, you're so mean. You're taking advantage of us. As soon as you wake up, Zhang Wei walked into the ward. I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. Jiang Xi shook his head. He was reborn before the recovery of spiritual power. If he wasn't an ancestor, what was he? Jiang Xi smiled and asked Zhang Wei, what happened when I was unconscious? Tell me about it. He had just talked to Jiang Daodu. Jiang Dao hadn't left the ward for so many days, so she didn't know what happened outside. Listen to me one by one. Zhang Wei smiled. Jiang Xi chuckled. First, you missed the college entrance examination for liberal arts and missed the admission to the College of Martial Arts this year. So, I'm really a senior, junior Jiang Xi. Zhang Wei coughed. Second, Senior Lu went straight to Qiao Wei's house for you. He pulled Qiao Wei's father, the C-class warrior Qiao Wanxiang, out of the city and cut him down with one slash. Senior Lu is really powerful. All right, Qiao Wei left Pak Sun province on the day the college entrance examination ended. If you want to get back at him, you might not have the chance. Third, the largest company in Deer Cry District, Qiao's biological group, collapsed overnight because of Qiao Wanxiang's death. You might not know, but the mutation of poultry in the Shilu market caused nearly 1,000 casualties. The law enforcement team also lost an F-class warrior. The mastermind behind this was Qiao's biological group, who was conducting illegal gene medicine experiments. Fourth, finally, it's worth mentioning that when you were unconscious, President He of the Warrior Association, a powerful A-class warrior, personally came to see you, Zhang Wei said with a face full of envy. Jiang Xi nodded calmly. His mind was in a mess. It was a pity that he missed the college entrance examination for liberal arts. It seemed that he would have to waste another year. He would have to take the exam again next year. However, he did not expect that because of his coma, it would cause so many things, especially Lushan. For him, he directly killed a C-class warrior. The upper echelons of human warriors had repeatedly ordered that high-level warriors were prohibited from killing each other. Lushan must have taken a huge risk to kill Xiao Wanxiang. If I have the chance, I have to thank Senior Lu properly, Jiang Ci thought in his heart. Of course, Jiang Ci knew that the person he should thank the most was the person in front of him, Jiang Dudu. For half a month, Jiang Dudu had been guarding him, never leaving his side. Perhaps it was because he was reborn in this era. From a moment he opened his eyes and saw Jiang Dudu. Their fates were connected. No one could leave the other. Jiang Dudu saw Jiang Ci looking at her and smiled. Chapter 20. Even though Jiang Ci was bedridden for half a month, he was still an extreme potential martial artist. His body was in good condition. On the day he woke up, he was discharged from Jinten Budokan Medical Center. The first thing he did when he was discharged was to move. Knowing that Jiang Ci was moving, Jiang Sheng asked Jiang Wei to drive a Jinten Budokan car to help. Apricot Garden District. Little Jiang, come back often. Remember, this is your home too. You are the pride of our Apricot Garden District. We will never forget you. When the neighbors knew that Jiang Ci was moving, they all came to send him off, especially old Yang. He had always treated Jiang Ci as his own child. When he heard that Jiang Ci was leaving, his eyes immediately turned red. Old Yang looked at Jiang Ci and Jiang Daodu and sighed. In the blink of an eye, it's already been 6 years. I still remember the first time I saw you two siblings. A skinny little boy was holding hands with a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Each of you was carrying a bag with a big hole in it as you climbed up the stairs. My God, it's such a tall building. I don't even know how you two skinny brats climbed up. Jiang Ci felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, Yeah, Daodu and I were so tired that we almost fell down the stairs. It was Uncle Yang who caught us from behind. Since then, Old Yang often took care of the siblings, including the sibling school fees. Old Yang was the one who took care of everything. Later on, Jiang Ci set up a stall to sell vegetables. If it wasn't for Old Yang's help, it would have been difficult for him to establish a foothold. He might have been squeezed out by those old stall owners. Jiang Ci remembered all these little things in his heart. He still didn't have the ability to repay Uncle Yang, but he knew how to be grateful. He wouldn't forget these favors. I didn't expect that I would be able to support such excellent people. You and your sister are actually the best in your respective schools. It's a pity that little Jiang missed today's college entrance exam, but don't be discouraged. Come back next year. Old Yang laughed. Uncle Yang, you have to take care of yourself. We will come to see you often in the future. Although Jingdu had a big heart at this time, she was moved to tears. Uncle Yang knows. Look, you're a big girl now. Don't cry. Old Yang's eyes reddened again. Jiang Ci and Jiang Du, it didn't take many things with them. The house in Apricot Garden was rented, so the furniture and electrical appliances were already there. They only took some clothes and some souvenirs. 6 years ago, when the two of them came, they were carrying 2 school bags. Today, 6 years later, when the two of them left, they were still carrying 2 school bags. The difference was that the school bags were new. They had also grown from a weak bean sprout to a strong young man and a delicate girl. Under the farewell of the neighbors, the two of them got into Jintan Budokan's car and waved goodbye. Jiang Ci let out a long sigh, and his eyes became more determined. Life in Apricot Garden was his first stop in this era. The next stop would be even more exciting. The name of Jintan Budokan's martial artist community was very domineering. Jiang Ci had just found out that it was called Tongtian Community. It was built by world-class architects and landscapers. It combined the old era's garden style with the new era's technological style. 3 steps to a scenery, 5 steps to a poem, 10 steps to a painting. Small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, terraces, and towers. The villas were surrounded by various sceneries in the community. Zhang Wei parked the car in front of a gray and white villa. Tongtian Community 92. After getting out of the car, Zhang Daodu was pleasantly surprised. She turned around and said, "Brother, can the two of us live in such a big house? I heard that empty houses attract ghosts easily. Will there be ghosts in this house?" Jiang Daodu did not wait for Jiang Xi to reply. She looked at the villa and nodded. It'll be great if there are ghosts. Then we can catch them as pets." Jiang Xi was silent. "I was just happy, and you're talking about ghosts again? How can we live here in the future?" Jiang Xi had a premonition that he might have to suffer from insomnia more often. "Jiang Xi, I'm so envious of you. You have your own house now." "No, I have to become a martial artist quickly. Then I can have my own house and be free." Zhang Wei sighed. "With your physical fitness, you should be able to take the martial artist assessment, right?" Jiang Xi asked. "It's still early. My strength is fast, and I'm still 50 kilograms away. However, my speed is not good enough. I won't be able to do it this year." Zhang Wei shook his head then. He urged, "Hurry, open the door. Let me go in and take a look. I'll be envious. Then I'll have motivation." Jiang Xi chuckled and looked at Jiang Daodu. Their eyes were filled with surprise and anticipation. They opened the door of the villa and walked in. The first thing they saw was a small garden. There was a lawn, a swimming pool, and a small pavilion beside it. Further in was the main body of the villa. It was 3 stories high, and there was a basement, a large balcony, and so on. After entering, Jiang Xi and Jiang Daoda's eyes were attracted by the exquisite and luxurious decorations. At this moment, Zhang Wei said, "I heard from Uncle Jiang that this villa used to belong to a D-grade martial artist in Genten Budokan. He moved to another city last year, so it was empty. Senior Liu gave this villa to you. Excluding the surrounding facilities, the total area of this villa is close to 1,000 square meters. In the entire Pak Sun province, it's a top-notch mansion." Jiang Xi's throat moved. Looking at it from the outside and living in it were 2 completely different feelings. "Brother, how big is the house in Apricot Garden?" "I think it's 32 square meters. 32 square meters. 1,000 square meters. It was equivalent to 30 houses in Apricot Garden." "Brother, are we really living in a big house?" "Yes, we're living in a huge house." Jiang Daodu immediately threw down her bag and looked around the rooms from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. "Brother, I want the innermost room on the 2nd floor. It has a huge floor-to-ceiling window and balcony. Wow, what a huge TV. It takes up an entire wall and has 360-degree surround sound. It's the best way to watch a horror movie in the middle of the night." Jiang Daodu's loud voice came from the 2nd floor. Jiang Xi fell silent again. "Jiang Daodu, if you mention ghosts again, I'll hit you. I heard that the basement has been transformed into a training room by the D-class fighter. Do you want to take a look?" Zhang Wei smiled. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to the basement. The basement of more than 200 square meters had been completely transformed into a training room with all kinds of specialized training equipment. It looked even more professional than the professional training center on the 3rd floor of Genten Budokan Block 3. "Oh no, after seeing all this, I feel like I ate a ton of lemons today," Zhang Wei lamented. "It's okay, there are plenty of rooms. I don't mind taking you in." "Fuck, I'm straight. Don't try to turn me gay. Get lost." Zhang Wei sat there for a while and felt bitter. He waved his fist and went to Genten Budokan Block 3. He wanted to train. After Zhang Wei left, Jiang Xi let out a long breath and suddenly smiled. Life was indeed unpredictable. 2 months ago, he and Jiang Daodu were still struggling to survive. Now, they were living in a top-notch mansion, and he himself was going to become a martial artist. Life had become extraordinary. At night, no one came to disturb Jiang Xi. It was rare for him to relax. He did not go to training. Instead, he personally cooked to congratulate himself on moving into a new house. During dinner, Jiang Daodu took out 2 new mobile phones and placed them in front of Jiang Ci. Then, she stared at Jiang Ci and said, "Brother, in the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to sleep so long. Otherwise, I will drag you back even if I have to kill my way to the palace of the King of Hell." Okay. Chapter 21. It was late at night. The 2 moons hung in the sky, and the moonlight was perfect. Jiang Ci sat cross-legged on the balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa and began his first attempt at cultivation. Before he fainted, he had already obtained the USB flash drive with the basic mental cultivation method from Jiang Sheng. He had already memorized it after checking it on the computer earlier. The qi drawing technique can draw the qi of heaven and earth into the body to strengthen the body. Although the efficiency of the basic mental cultivation method is the slowest among the qi drawing techniques, I have the experience points panel. As long as it can help me break through the current bottleneck, even the most basic qi drawing technique is fine. Ever since he used the experience points panel to max out his martial arts talent, his level had stagnated. Level: normal, 100,100, martial arts, basic fist technique, combined 50-50, basic sword technique, combined 1/100, force exertion, 100% experience points, 75, success or failure depends on this. Jiang Ci's eyes were burning. He closed his eyes and silently recited the mental cultivation method, thinking about the method of qi drawing technique and trying to sense the qi of heaven and earth. After the qi revival, the qi of heaven and earth was everywhere. Especially after the second qi revival, the density of the qi of heaven and earth was much higher than the first time. To sense the qi of heaven and earth, one must be calm physically and mentally. The first cultivation is the most difficult, but once one senses the qi of heaven and earth, there will be no obstacles later on. According to the introduction of the basic mental cultivation method, those with poor martial arts talent will not be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth for 3 to 5 months or even a year. As for martial arts geniuses, they can usually sense it in 1 or 2 days. How long will it take for me? Calm the body. He slowed his breathing and relaxed his body so that his muscles were no longer tense. Calm the mind. Don't let your imagination run wild. Focus. Fuck. An hour later, Jiang Ci suddenly opened his eyes. His body was calm, but his mind was not. The more he tried not to let his imagination run wild, the more messy things would appear in his mind. I don't believe that a genius with full martial arts talent can be stopped at the first stage. Again, Jiang Ci closed his eyes again and repeated the action just now. With the previous experience, Jiang Ci's heart gradually became calmer. It was like the surface of a lake, without any ripples in the absence of wind. Another hour later, a cool breeze blew by, making the midsummer night a little chilly. A calm heart will naturally cool down? Fuck. Jiang Ci opened his eyes helplessly. His heart was already very calm, but was blown away by a gust of cold wind. Let's try one last time. If it doesn't work, we'll sleep. Jiang Ci reorganized his emotions, and this time, he got into the mood faster than before. After his body calmed down, he became even more relaxed. From his body to his heart, he had no thoughts. His mind was in a state of chaos, as if he was about to fall asleep. The moon was in the middle of the sky. The 2 bright moons were like silver plates. It was as if they had each other's company and were no longer lonely. In the midst of the haze, threads of coolness suddenly entered Jiang Ci's body from all directions. So cool, so comfortable. Jiang Ci's thought process became extremely slow. You have comprehended basic heart cultivation technique. EXP plus 10. The panel has been updated. Please check it in time. The sudden notification sound in his mind woke Jiang Ci up. Success. Following his awakening, the threads of coolness from all directions also disappeared. This is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. Look at the time. It's already midnight. In other words, my last attempt took 2 hours. 3 times added up to a total of 4 hours. I am indeed a genius. Jiang Ci smiled slightly, feeling happy. The feeling just now was not bad. Let's try cultivating again. Jiang Ci recalled the feeling just now. His body and heart were calm. Soon, threads of cool, spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. This feeling was very wonderful. It was as if there were countless small hands gently caressing his body unknowingly. Half an hour had passed. These threads of spiritual energy of heaven and earth had reached a critical point in his body, condensing into a thread of cool spiritual energy. He had completed a cycle of cultivation for the basic heart cultivation technique. You have cultivated basic heart cultivation technique once. EXP plus 3. Jiang Ci opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised. It was an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect that cultivating would also give me EXP. One cycle in half an hour, and I gained 3 EXP. Now I have a new source of EXP. Following that, Jiang Ci carefully sensed that with his current physical strength, he would reach his limit after cultivating for about 3 cycles a day. In this way, cultivating the basic heart cultivation technique every day would give him a maximum of 9 EXP. This should be due to the low efficiency of the basic heart cultivation technique. If I cultivate a higher level chi drawing technique, then the amount of spiritual energy drawn into my body would greatly increase. Presumably, the EXP I would gain would also increase. Jiang Ci guessed. However, the higher level chi drawing technique was something to consider in the future. Right now, the basic heart cultivation technique had already allowed him to break through the bottleneck. He opened the EXP panel. Level, Skin Refining, F12100. Cultivation Technique. Basic Heart Cultivation Technique. Martial Technique. Basic Fist Technique. Combination 50-50. Basic Sword Technique. Combination 1 out of 100. Force Exertion. 99% EXP. 88. After cultivating the Chi drawing technique, my level has finally increased to F level Skin Refining. But with only 1 EXP, it means that I am still the trashiest F level martial artist. There's also an additional martial technique column, but it is the same as Force Exertion. There is no EXP behind the basic heart cultivation technique, which means that it is only used to display my status. And my Force Exertion has actually decreased by 1%. Jiang Ci was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood. That's right. After improving my physical fitness, my strength and speed would increase, but my force exertion would decrease. This is also logical. Perhaps when his level and experience increase, the decrease in force exertion would be even more obvious, but this was only relative. When the time comes, the actual strength he could display would be even stronger. Looks like I have to continue strengthening my martial technique. Only then can I maintain a high force exertion. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci recalled the battle between him and Shen Quan. He was able to rely on his peak potential martial artist strength to kill the F-level martial artist Shen Quan. His 100% force exertion had contributed greatly. Although Shen Quan was an F-level martial artist, his strength and speed were several times higher than mine, but his force exertion was not good enough. That was why I was able to find an opportunity to use the basic sword technique that had reached the combination realm to complete the ultimate counterattack. However, it is better not to do things like this in the future. That day, in order to improve his basic sword technique, he had added 80 EXP to his basic sword technique in a short period of time. In the end, it caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices, and his consciousness became like a lump of paste, causing him to be unconscious for half a month. Jiang Ci even guessed that if he had added another 10 EXP to his basic sword technique that day, perhaps the blood vessels in his head would have exploded. At that time, he would have lost his life. My life is the most important. I can't take risks. Be careful. Be careful. Let's try the effect of leveling up on the interface after the breakthrough. After reflecting for a while, Jiang Ci became excited again. No, I have to prepare food first. He quickly got up and ran downstairs to the kitchen. Chapter 22. Jinten Budokan was very considerate. When he and Jiang Daodu had just moved in, the kitchen had already prepared a lot of dishes. Pork knuckles, there's no pork knuckles. Jiang Ci looked around the kitchen and could only give up in the end. Fortunately, there's braised beef. I'll make do with it. Not knowing how much energy he would need to level up this time, Jiang Ci didn't go anywhere else and just leveled up in the kitchen. Level up by 10 experience points. The next moment, a cool spiritual energy appeared out of thin air in his body and quickly spread throughout his body. With the help of this spiritual energy, his physical fitness became a little stronger than before. Immediately after, hunger appeared in his stomach. But what made Jiang Ci feel strange was that the hunger wasn't too obvious this time. It didn't matter if he ate or not. I haven't reached my limit yet. Give me another 10 points. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. It seemed that as he leveled up, the limit he could bear also increased. Soon, his body was strengthened again and the hunger became obvious, but he could still bear it. Again, this time, before Jiang Ci could carefully feel the spiritual energy that had just appeared, a strong sense of hunger appeared. He was so hungry that his heart was flustered. A one-time increase of 30 experience points was his current body's limit. Eat. Jiang Ci grabbed the braised beef and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious, but the pork knuckles are still the best. 20 minutes later, nearly 10 pounds of braised beef entered Jiang Ci's stomach. It wasn't that his stomach was big, but after the beef entered his stomach, it was quickly digested by his body to replenish the energy consumed by leveling up just now. Oh, so satisfying. After eating, Jiang Ci went to the underground training room and practiced a set of basic fist techniques while he was still full of energy. The wind from his fists whistled and was full of power. I can clearly feel that my strength is a little stronger than before. Although it's not much, it's still an improvement. Jiang Ci clenched his fist hard and saw a faint layer of copper on his fist upon closer inspection. One could see that even his wrist was covered by the copper color. This was the best proof of leveling up. Level F martial artists were in the skin toughening of the 6 martial artist realms. After reaching the upper realm, once they used all their strength, their entire body would be covered with a layer of copper color, which was called copper skin. Level, skin refining, F312100, cultivation method, basic mental cultivation method martial skill, basic fist technique, combined 50-50, basic sword technique, combined 1/100, force output, 98% experience points, 58. I only have 58 EXP left, but I need a total of 2,100 EXP to level up to F class. Compared to the 100 EXP required for normal players, the difficulty is 21 times higher. As expected, the path of martial arts will only become more and more difficult. Although Jiang Ci was worried, he was not discouraged. Since they had come this far, there had to be a solution. Moreover, he now had another stable source of experience points. He could also gain experience points by practicing the chi drawing technique. The next day, Jiang Ci came to Jinten Budokan, intending to ask Jiang Sheng about the warrior assessment. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Sheng hadn't arrived yet. He looked at the time and realized that he had come too early. Now that he lived nearby, he still followed his old schedule and woke up at 6 in the morning. After practicing alone for a while, he saw Jiang Sheng and Lu Shan coming together. This made Jiang Ci very surprised. Was Lu Shan so free? I told you, little Jiang must be at the dojo. Jiang Sheng smiled at Lu Shan, who knew that this kid would be so diligent. It's only 6 or 7 and he's already out. Lu Shan shook his head. Jiang Ci immediately understood. These two people had just gone to his house and didn't see him, so they came to the dojo to look for him. Little Jiang, you sense spiritual energy? After approaching, Lu Shan immediately noticed that Jiang Ci had become a little different. I tried practicing last night and succeeded, Jiang Xi said casually. There was nothing to hide. You succeeded in one night? Lu Shan and Jiang Sheng looked at each other in shock. As expected of a genius, Jiang Xi, on the other hand, was very calm. He wondered what kind of expression Jiang Sheng and the others would have if they knew that he had only used 4 hours. Senior Lu, Uncle Jiang, why are you looking for me? Jiang Xi was curious. Of course, we're here to congratulate you on your move. Let the deputy dojo master tell you. Jiang Sheng looked at Lu Shan. Lu Shan handed the folder in his hand to Jiang Xi and smiled. This is a gift, take a look. Jiang Xi took it and opened it. He was stunned. Jinten Budokan's invitation contract? Didn't he sign it? In view of your current strength and talent, the dojo master and I have discussed and decided to increase your contract benefits. Take a look at the new benefits. Lu Shan explained with a smile. 50 million new moon dollars. After seeing the new benefits, Jiang Xi could no longer stay calm. 50 million. He and Jiang Daodu worked themselves to death, lived frugally, saved up for 6 years, and only managed to save 50,000 yuan. However, in order to replenish the energy used to upgrade his body, he had used all the savings to buy pork knuckles. Now, as long as he signed the contract, he would receive 50 million. Look at the conditions again. The money will only be transferred to your account after you become a martial artist. Lu Shan explained. Jiang Xi took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. Becoming a martial artist was not difficult for him. In other words, Jinten Budokan was giving him money. Senior Lu, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Jiang Xi shook his head. When he signed the contract, the villa inside the contract did not belong to him. It was equivalent to the dormitory assigned to him after he joined Jinten Budokan. That was why he could accept it with a clear conscience. However, this 50 million was different. No pain, no gain. Lu Shan and Jiang Sheng smiled happily. They admired Jiang Xi's temperament. In the face of temptation, he could quickly wake up and reject it. Such a person was hard to find in this era. Lu Shan smiled and explained, Little Jiang, don't think too much. This money is the martial arts club's investment in you. When you grow up in the future, the value you bring to the martial arts club will be more than 50 million. You have to look further. When you become a martial artist, you will know that 50 million is just a small amount of money for many powerful martial artists. It is not enough. Moreover, with your talent, you can definitely afford this treatment. Jiang Sheng also smiled. Lu Shan nodded gently. This was also what he was worried about. As everyone knew, martial arts talent was only potential. Whether one could become a martial artist or how strong one could become after becoming a martial artist, these were all unknown. Potential was only potential. Strength was true ability. And Jiang Xi had already started to transform this potential into strength. He was only a prospective martial artist, but he had already defeated a veteran F-class martial artist. To be honest, when Lu Shan saw the video of Jiang Xi and Shan Quan's battle, he was also shocked. This kind of person could no longer be called a genius, but a monster. He had to increase the treatment and keep Jiang Xi firmly in Jinten Budokan. Otherwise, when some of the major martial artist forces in Tsukishin Budokan reacted, they might kidnap Jiang Xi. Okay, I'll sign it. Jiang Xi did not refuse. He picked up the pen and prepared to sign. Lu Shan and Jiang Sheng had already said it so clearly. If he continued to refuse, it would seem pretentious. Haha, don't worry. There's still one more item. You can finish reading it first. Lu Shan smiled. Chapter 23. There's one more item? Jiang Xi flipped to the last page, and his breath caught in his throat. After becoming a martial artist, Party B can choose an unlimited collection of secret manuals from Jinten Budokan's internal market, including but not limited to methods of drawing chi, martial techniques, and so on. Unlimited collection of secret manuals? In Jiang Xi's opinion, this item was worth more than 50 million. Secret manuals, such as methods of drawing chi and martial techniques, were important factors that affected a martial artist's ability. Secret manuals were divided into basic, beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. For example, advanced secret manuals could not be bought outside, even if one had money. Jiang Ci signed his name without hesitation. Lu Shan chuckled. He was in the bag now. Then he took one of the two contracts, and Jiang Ci kept the other one. After Lu Shan turned and left, Jiang Sheng suddenly said, "Little Jiang, actually the deputy club master specially requested the club master to apply to the headquarters and get it for you. Because the Jintan Budokan of Pak Sun Province is targeted at martial arts geniuses, the most you can get is an intermediate collection of secret manuals. But you can choose an advanced collection of secret manuals." Jiang Ci was stunned. Looking at Lu Shan's back, he felt that the contract in his hand was heavy. There was no need for words to express his gratitude. He would remember this in his heart. The next moment, he laughed again. 50 million for a collection of secret manuals. He just had to wait for the martial artist's identity. "Little Jiang, there's another thing I need to remind you of," Jiang Sheng said solemnly. Jiang Ci was still immersed in the joy of the new contract and looked at him doubtfully. "Some time ago, we found out that Shun Quan, who you killed, had a younger brother who was also a martial artist. He spent most of his time in the wilderness, and his ability is unknown. When you become a martial artist, you have to be careful." Jiang Sheng's words made Riverward raise some vigilance in his heart. "Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Jiang. I'll remember it." It seemed that he had to improve his ability as soon as possible. Thinking about his strength, Jiang Ci smiled and said, "Uncle Jiang, I would like to ask you about the areas that I need to pay attention to in the martial artist assessment. Also, I need to learn movement techniques." Learning movement techniques. Jiang Ci had realized the importance of movement techniques during his last battle with Shun Quan. If he had a movement technique at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have been so miserable. If we can't win, we can still run, can't we? A martial artist must be able to fight and run at the same time. Offensive martial skills and movement martial skills are indispensable. As for Shun Guang, he would consider that in the future. Now that Shun Guang was in the wastelands and in the city, he wouldn't be able to get in touch with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Beishan number 1. Since it was already summer vacation, there were only a few people in the huge campus. On this day, there were suddenly a lot of people in the third-year school building. That was because today was the day the third-year high school graduates filled in their application form and received their graduation certificate. "Hey, ho hot, which university did you apply for? It's none of your business. I don't even like you. Stop pestering me. You've misunderstood. I'm just asking. Otherwise, if I go to the same university as you, my life will be too miserable." The results of the liberal arts college entrance exam were out. The students who had the chance to go to university gathered together and discussed excitedly. The students who didn't get in hid in the corner silently, licking the wounds in their hearts. "Who has seen Jiang Ci?" Suddenly, someone in the class asked. Many people were stunned for a moment, then immediately became lively. "I heard that he didn't take the liberal arts college entrance exam this year. This year, he won't be able to go to university or the College of Martial Arts. He has to repeat for another year." "I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the video that went viral a while ago. Is that young martial artist who died Jiang Ci? I think he looks like Jiang Ci." "Impossible. Jiang Ci may be the first person to get full marks for martial arts in the history of the college entrance exam. But martial arts talent is just potential. It doesn't mean that he will definitely become a martial artist. He hasn't even gone to the College of Martial Arts. How can he be a martial artist? He just looks like one." "That's true. How old is Jiang Ci? Even if he goes to the College of Martial Arts, many people can only become martial artists in their third or fourth year. Some people might not even become martial artists by the time they graduate." The students discussed animatedly. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Meng Shanjun, arrived. The classroom immediately quieted down. "Don't be shy, everyone." Meng Shanjun was surprisingly kind. With a smile on his face, he started handing out graduation certificates to everyone. This year's college entrance exam gave him a lot of face. Because Jiang Xi was a student, he became Pak-Sun Province's #1 celebrity homeroom teacher in one leap. Although Jiang Xi missed the Social Sciences College entrance exam and did not have the chance to go to the College of Martial Arts, it was not a big deal. Teacher Ming, didn't Jiang Xi and Zhang Wei come? The class monitor suddenly asked after the graduation certificates were handed out. Oh, they came early in the morning. They sat in my office for a while and then left, Meng Shanjun said with a smile. Then Jiang Xi will repeat next year. Will he still be in Beishan #1? A student asked. Repeat? He's not going to school anymore. He's about to take the martial artist assessment and become a martial artist. Meng Shanjuan's smile did not change. Martial artist assessment. Becoming a martial artist. 2 heavy punches landed heavily on the students' chests. Everyone fell silent. Jiang Xi's social sciences grades had topped the rankings for 3 consecutive years. He was definitely on the level of a prodigy. Moreover, he suddenly got full marks for martial arts talent. He became a martial arts genius that no one dared to challenge. At that time, many people were guessing which college of martial arts Jiang Xi would go to. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xi missed the Social Sciences College entrance exam and did not have the chance to be admitted to the College of Martial Arts this year. Later, when everyone heard that Jiang Xi had suffered such a setback, many students were secretly delighted. This was because they could already look forward to a better life in college or the College of Martial Arts. Jiang Xi still had to endure another year in his 3rd year of high school. But now, Meng Shanjuan's words pulled them back from their ridiculous dreams. The reality was that Jiang Xi had already jumped out of their circle and was going to become a martial artist. That was another world. It was a world that many of them could only look at but not reach. They might not even be able to touch it for the rest of their lives. Could it be that the young martial artist in the video is really Jiang Xi? Jiang Xi, why do you think it's so hard for me? On the way back to Jintan Budokan, Zhang Wei had a bitter expression on his face. It's your fault for not working hard in the past. Now, you're so close to being able to participate in the martial arts assessment. Jiang Xi chuckled. The martial arts assessment in Pak-Sun Province was the day after tomorrow. In the martial arts assessment, martial arts talent became secondary. The main test was strength and speed, followed by actual combat ability. Zhang Wei's strength was already enough, but his speed was still a little bit lacking. Wait for the martial arts assessment at the end of the year. Jiang Xi laughed. I'll be in Shuntian at the end of the year. At that time, I can only participate in the martial arts assessment at Shuntian Prefecture. Sai, I originally wanted to go with you. At the actual combat assessment, I can still rely on you. Zhang Wei sighed. In the actual combat assessment, one had to fight with monsters. There was a certain degree of danger. Because it was the first time for many people, it was easy for them to get injured or even die. After returning to Jintan Budokan, Zhang Wei plunged into the training area of the 3rd building to increase his speed. He was really stimulated by Jiang Xi. Since the day Jiang Xi fainted, he had not relaxed. Jiang Xi was also happy to see this scene, because with the experience panel, his speed of improvement was destined to be very fast. If the people around him did not work hard, they would easily be left behind by him. If they did not work hard, they would fall behind. Chapter 24. In Jiang Xi's opinion, between friends, if there is no equal status and strength, and if the gap is too big, then after a long time, this kind of friendship will gradually drift apart. He had such an experience in his previous life. After graduating from university, he had a good friend who was promoted very quickly. In just 3 years, he became the vice president of a large company. While he himself was still struggling to survive, he still had to work in the city to earn extra money. The gap in status caused their contact to gradually decrease. In the beginning, they would occasionally chat online, play games, and so on. But gradually, they stopped contacting each other. Because they were no longer in the same circle, they were not on the same level. Therefore, right now, Jiang Xi didn't want to be alone after he became strong. He didn't even have a friend and would feel lonely and empty. Even if Zhang Wei did not work hard, Jiang Xi would still force him to practice. Even Jiang Dudu, Jiang Xi also made plans. After he became a martial artist, he would also let Jiang Du undergo martial arts training to improve her martial arts talent. Jiang Xi's heart became more and more determined. He went to the training hall and began to practice his swordsmanship and movement skills. During this time, he also became a training maniac. In the morning, he practiced the basic mental cultivation method at home. According to his current physical strength, he would reach his limit after practicing 3 cycles a day. Each cycle would give him 3 experience points, a total of 9 points. In the morning, he practiced the basic swordsmanship 300 times in the dojo. Each 100 times would give him 3 experience points, a total of 9 points. In the afternoon, he practiced the basic martial arts 300 times in the dojo. Each 100 times would give him 3 experience points, a total of 9 points. In summary, he could currently gain 27 experience points by practicing every day. It seemed like a lot, but Jiang Xi knew that it was far from enough. To level up an F-class martial artist, he needed a total of 2,100 experience points. In the future, when he learned new martial arts techniques, the required experience points would also increase greatly. After all, the basics were always the simplest. Level, Skin Tempering F-class, 361-2100. Martial Arts, Basic Mental Cultivation Method Martial Arts, Basic Fist Technique, Combined 50-50, Basic Swordsmanship, Combine 100100, Basic Martial Arts, Combine 100100, Force Exertion, 100% Experience Points, 57. In less than half a month, Jiang Xi had raised his newly learned basic movement technique to the perfect unity realm. At the same time, the basic swordsmanship had also reached perfection. If I were to fight with Shun Quan again, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. I'm just waiting for the warrior assessment. Year 92 of the New Moon Era, July 1st. The weather turned from drizzling to sunny with a light breeze. Morning, Jinten Budokan, Tongtian District. Because it was summer vacation, Jiang Dudu had to stay in bed until 10 o'clock almost every day. Today, she woke up early to make breakfast for Jiang Xi. After dinner, when Jiang Xi went out, Jiang Du stared at Jiang Xi and said, "Brother, come back soon." "All right." Jiang Xi waved his hand and set off for the Warrior Association. The first stage of the Warrior Assessment would be held there. He had already understood the rules of the Warrior Assessment in detail from Jiang Sheng. The Warrior Assessment was divided into 2 stages. The first stage, Physical Fitness Assessment, included strength and speed. The second stage, Actual Combat Assessment. Half an hour later, he arrived at the square in front of the Warrior Association. There were already many people there, waiting for the first stage of the assessment to begin. Jiang Xi observed for a while. There were about 2,000 people there, and they were all very old. Some of them were obviously nearing 30 years old. Jiang Xi's arrival made the people in the square take a few more glances. Jiang Xi was too young. Youth was also a kind of talent. "Jiang Xi, why are you here?" A muscular young man walked over from afar. "I'm here for the warrior assessment. I didn't expect Brother Zheng to be here too." Jiang Xi nodded. Zheng Ming was surprised. "I remember that you just took the Martial Science College entrance examination last month. Your physical fitness has already met the requirements for the warrior assessment." Although he heard that Jiang Xi was very talented in martial arts talent was only potential. It did not represent actual strength. Zheng Ming did not believe that Jiang Xi could improve so quickly in just a month. "More or less. I'm more talented," Jiang Xi said with a smile. "Hey, you're really annoying. I've taken the warrior assessment 3 times, and I've been eliminated in the first stage every time." Zheng Ming was a little helpless. "Ha, Brother Zheng, you'll definitely pass this time." "Thank you. If I really pass, I'll treat you to a drink the next time we go to the dojo." Jiang Xi smiled. Zheng Ming was a member of Jinten Budokan. He often trained at Building 3's professional training center. The two of them had met many times and were quite familiar with each other. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men walked out of the Warrior Association. One was muscular, the other was skinny. Jiang Xi knew them. They were Yin Gang, the deputy dojo master of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, and Song Hai, the dojo master of Yinshan Martial Arts Dojo. Last time, these two men and Jiang Xinyue, the deputy dojo master of Tsukishin Budokan, went to Jinten Budokan to invite him. During this period of time, he had learned a lot about the martial arts world in Paksun Province. For example, Yin Gang was the deputy director of Paksun Province's Martial Practitioners Supervision Bureau, and Song Hai was the director of the Martial Arts Affairs Bureau. Of course, the Martial Practitioners Supervision Bureau had a lot of power. Even the deputy director had more power than Song Hai's Martial Arts Affairs Bureau. "Line up properly," Yin Gang shouted. Soon, the people who came to take the warrior assessment lined up neatly. The Martial Artist Inspection Bureau and the Martial Artist Affairs Bureau will be in charge of the martial artist assessment this time. I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, even if you pass the first stage of the assessment, you will be killed by monsters in the second stage due to your lack of strength. At that time, don't blame me for not warning you," Yin Gang said in a low voice. Jiang Xi noticed that, as expected, some people in the crowd looked a little flustered. There would always be people who would take risks because the identity of a warrior would make a qualitative leap in one's life. Ordinary people had to work hard for half their lives to accumulate a certain amount of wealth and climb to a certain level of social status. But it was different for warriors. As long as they had the identity of a warrior, they would immediately be invited by some big forces or work in some big companies in society. They would receive a high salary and change their lives. At the same time, the staff of the Martial Arts Association quickly brought out the equipment used for the assessment: strength testers and speed testers. There were 10 of each, and they were lined up in 2 rows on the square. More than 2,000 people taking the warrior assessment were divided into 10 teams and tested one by one. Jiang Xi was in the middle of the first team. The person in charge of the assessment was a one-armed warrior. He looked very strict. He did not even raise his head as he shouted, "Ma Cheng." First test the strength, then test the speed. Ma Cheng punched the strength tester 3 times with all his strength, then ran at full speed on the speed tester. 2 minutes later, the one-armed warrior said, "Ma Cheng, strength 910 kilograms, speed 25. 1 meter per second pass." Next, Haning Xue, a short-haired girl who was neatly dressed, walked up to take the test. She wore a bell bracelet on her right wrist. When she walked, it jingled and attracted attention. After a while, the one-armed warrior said in surprise, "Haning Xue, strength 1,002 kilograms, speed 25. 9 meters per second pass." This was an extreme quasi-warrior. Quasi-warriors only needed to reach strength 900 kilograms and speed 25 meters per second. But after that, it was very difficult to increase one's strength. Only people with high martial arts talent had the chance to charge towards the limit of 1,000 kilograms. This 100 kilograms difference differentiated the level of talent. Jiang Xi took a few more glances. He did not expect that there would be other extreme quasi-warriors other than himself. Of course, that was in the past. Now, he was already an F-grade warrior. Chapter 25. Which school are you from? The warrior with the broken arm asked. "Teacher, I'm a sophomore from Hokuzen Budo Academy's combat faculty, Haning Xue." Haning Xue said loudly. "Good. You can leave now. Do well in the combat assessment." Yes. Haning Xue left without hesitation. She attracted a lot of attention. After all, there were too few ultimate potential martial artists. Sometimes, there was not even one in a year. The last time an ultimate potential martial artist appeared in Paksun Province was 3 years ago. Jiang Xi blinked. This girl, named Haning Xue, was not someone to be trifled with. A student from Hokuzen Budo Academy? Almost half of the people who took the martial artist assessment were students from the College of Martial Arts. The rest were potential martial artists nurtured by various martial artist factions. There were also a few martial arts enthusiasts among the people, such as Zheng Ming. If I did not miss the college entrance examination, I would have been accepted by Hokuzen Budo Academy, right? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Life was indeed unpredictable. He had always wanted to go to the College of Martial Arts, but he did not manage to do so in the end. Of course, if he wanted to go, he could have stayed in the third year of high school. However, under Jiang Sheng's persuasion, he gave up on that plan. Why did he want to go to the College of Martial Arts? Wasn't it to become a martial artist? You already have the ability of a martial artist. Why waste your time at the College of Martial Arts? You want to compete for resources with those juniors who did not become martial artists? These are the words that Jiang Sheng had advised him at the time. Even if you go to the College of Martial Arts, most of the students can only become martial artists after their third year. Some of them are even ordinary people after graduation. Jiang Xi shook his head. However, this Haning Xue was definitely a genius. The assessment was carried out quickly. One person took 2 minutes. Oof. You're not qualified to take stimulants. You're banned from participating in the warrior assessment for 3 years. The one-armed martial artist said coldly. The young man who had just finished the test had a pale face. In the end, he lowered his head and left quietly 3 years. Many people's hearts trembled. 18 to 30 years old was the best age to become a martial artist. The earlier, the better. 3 years later, he would miss out on a lot of things. At this moment, Jiang Xi noticed that some people were starting to leave quietly. Participation in the warrior assessment was voluntary, and no one would stop them. After a group of people left, the assessment time was shortened. By 3 in the afternoon, there weren't many people left in the square who hadn't taken the test yet. Jiang Xi was in the queue. After the test, it would be his turn. Next, Zheng Ming, the one-armed martial artist, shouted. Zheng Ming immediately became a little excited. If one looked carefully, his hands were trembling. Jiang Xi immediately understood that this guy had a phobia of exams. No wonder he was eliminated 3 times in a row. Good luck, brother Zheng. Yes. Zheng Ming stood in front of the strength tester and punched with all his might. Jiang Xi nodded gently. He could see that Zheng Ming's punches were very powerful. His strength was definitely enough to pass the first stage of the assessment. The next stage was the speed test. One look, and one could tell that Zheng Ming was weak. After he stepped on the speed tester, he was very nervous. Brother Zheng, good luck, Jiang Xi shouted. Zheng Ming took a deep breath and began to run. He kept exerting force on his feet, and in the end, his entire body was thrown out. Zheng Ming, strength 933 kilograms, speed 25 meters per second. Pass. The one-armed martial artist chuckled. He had seen Zheng Ming fail 3 times in a row. Zheng Ming waved his fist and left the testing area excitedly. Congratulations. Jiang Xi smiled. Haha, thanks to your voice. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back. Zheng Ming laughed. Wang Qi, strength 1,000 kilograms, speed 25. 8 meters per second. Pass. At this moment, another group of martial artists in charge of the assessment raised their voices. Their voices traveled very far. It attracted everyone's attention. Another peak potential martial artist. The young man named Wang Qi left the testing area proudly. On the high platform in the square, Yin Gang nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. Yin Gang, is he from your Dragon Elephant Dojo? Song Hai asked curiously. Why? Are you jealous? Song Hai was speechless for a long time. Jiang Xi is here too, Yin Gang suddenly said. Although Song Hai did not want to bother with Yin Gang, he still looked in the direction Yin Gang was pointing at. Next, Jiang Xi, the one-armed martial artist, raised his head and shouted. Recently, Jiang Xi had become a celebrity in Paksun Province's martial arts world. Full marks for martial arts talent. A person that he Chongqing remembered by the A-class elite. Most of the people present had never seen Jiang Xi before. It was their first time seeing him. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Martial arts talent was potential. It did not represent strength. Everyone doubted whether Jiang Xi's strength was compatible with the full marks for martial arts talent. Zheng Ming was the same. He wanted to know how strong Riverward was now. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ci calmly and steadily walked into the testing area. Jiang Ci, please use all your strength to hit the strength tester. The one-armed martial artist also became serious and used the word please. Jiang Ci nodded and stood in front of the strength tester in a relaxed manner. He gently clenched his fist and suddenly threw out a punch. His strength was concentrated in an instant. 10 kg. The eye-catching number on the strength tester shocked everyone. Although the speed had not been measured, this strength was enough to prove that Jiang Ci was also a peak potential martial artist, and he was much stronger than Han Xue and Wang Qi. How old was Jiang Ci? He was only 18 years old. What about Han Xue and Wang Qi? It was obvious that they were slightly older than Jiang Ci, as expected of someone with full marks for martial arts talent. This time, no one doubted him anymore. Soon, Jiang Ci's speed was also tested. 26.2 ms. It was also the speed of a peak potential martial artist. Jiang Ci. Strength 1,010 kilograms. Speed 26. 2 meters per second. Pass. The one-armed martial artist shouted. Jiang Ci smiled and left the testing area. He was very relaxed, because he had only used 30% of his strength. After breaking through to F class, his strength had increased exponentially. Level, Skin Refining, F, 391-2100. His current level gave him a strength of 3,900 kilograms. His speed had also reached 29 meters per second. Only Jiang Daodu, Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and Lu Shan knew about this. If he had listened to the one-armed martial artist and used all his strength, the square would have been in an uproar. It was just a martial artist assessment. There was no benefit in exposing his strength. He had only participated to obtain a martial artist status. There was no need to attract attention. On the stage, Yin Gang suddenly scolded. What the fuck? Such a good seedling was snatched away by those bastards from Jinten Budokan. I heard that Jinten Budokan gave Jiang Ci a new contract. You can also spend a lot of money to sign him. Songhai laughed. You scoundrel, stop fanning the flames. Don't take me for a fool. Yin Gang sneered. Oomph. Songhai snorted and ignored him. After another half an hour, all the participants had completed the first stage of the assessment. 2,351 people signed up for the assessment. 1,427 people passed the first stage. Very good. You all have the strength of a potential martial artist. However, the second stage is the most important part of the assessment. It's the actual combat assessment. The location of the assessment is the North Mountain Army's barracks. Let's go. Yin Gang stood on the stage and waved his hand. The potential martial artists boarded the train to the North Mountain Army's barracks. Chapter 26. This was a special train. More than 1,000 people filled every compartment of the rail car. Those who knew each other would whisper to each other to discuss how to deal with the upcoming combat assessment. However, most of the people were resting with their eyes closed. Jiang Ci was no exception. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, waiting quietly. The rail car of this era was similar to a light rail or a high-speed rail, but it had a higher load capacity and a speed of more than 500 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the sound was very soft. Inside the car, no sound could be heard from the outside. You're Jiang Ci? Accompanied by the crisp sound of a bell, a pleasant voice sounded in front of Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci looked up. It was the female student from Hokuzen Budo Academy, the ultimate potential martial artist Han Xue. Hello, what's the matter? Jiang Ci was very polite. Are you interested in a competition? Let's see whose combat assessment results are better. Han Xue was very direct. Not interested. Jiang Ci shook his head. Are you a man? You're such a coward. Hee hee. Jiang Ci chuckled, lowered his head, and closed his eyes. It seemed that young people were indeed arrogant. No one was willing to give in to the other. Han Xue was so angry that she left. In the distance, a vigorous young man looked at Jiang Ci with a gloomy face. It was the other ultimate potential martial artist, Wang Chi. Full marks for martial arts talent? Oof, I want to see if you're better than me. The little episode in the car made the others feel amused. At the same time, they were also envious. After all, it was a competition between two ultimate potential martial artists. 2 hours later, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the city wall." Suddenly, everyone woke up and quickly looked out the car window. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a city wall that was 100 meters tall stood in front of them. It was endless, and there was no end in sight. Jiang Xi was also a little shocked. 6 years after his rebirth, he had never seen this city wall with his own eyes. It was known as the first miracle of the new era. Before becoming a martial artist, they were not allowed to leave the city. They could only look at pictures and videos on the internet and the news. The 100-meter-high city wall formed a circle along Pak Sun province. Inside the city walls was the home of mankind, the last place of shelter. Outside the city walls was the monsters' playground, the wilderness. Other than the warriors, the only thing that kept the monsters in the wilderness out of the city and protected the safety of humans was this city wall. Of course, it wasn't just Pak Sun province. The 7 prefectural cities of the Xia Kingdom and all the major cities in the world had similar defensive walls. Seeing the city walls meant that they weren't far from the wilderness. After a while, when the rail car passed through the passage under the city wall, it slowly stopped. "We've arrived. Everyone get off the bus." An order came from the broadcast system in the carriage. The prospective martial artists were all excited and curious as they got out of the car and looked around. "That is a monster. Look at the sky. What a huge bird. It's much more realistic than the pictures online. Take a video and post it online. It'll definitely go viral." People kept exclaiming. "I didn't expect that the legendary Northern Mountain Army's barracks would be outside the city and not inside." Zheng Ming was also surprised. Jiang Xi did not say anything. He looked around and saw that it was a large barracks. In the distance, there were groups of soldiers training. What alarmed Riverward was that there were quite a number of soldiers among them. They were all martial artists. The Northern Mountain Army was indeed powerful. In the Xia Kingdom, the most powerful martial artist faction was not the Jinten Budokan faction, but the military martial artists. Outside the military camp, monsters roared under the light of the setting sun. Further away in the sky, there were some flying monsters. They were hovering in the air, constantly letting out sharp whistles. However, none of them dared to approach the barracks. That was because the fortifications in front of the barracks were filled with all kinds of heavy firearms. Moreover, there were many martial artists there, so they were not afraid of those monsters. "Quiet. Everyone line up." Suddenly, a burly man in a military uniform walked up to them and shouted. His face was resolute, and he exuded an iron-blooded aura. He must have gone through many battles to have such an aura. Under such deterrence, the potential martial artists did not dare to say anything and immediately lined up in an orderly manner. "I'm Zhao Yin, the Deputy Commander of the Northern Mountain Army. I'm in charge of your actual combat assessment. Before that, let me say something else." The burly man's voice was like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin said with a serious expression, "When the assessment is over, most of you should be able to become martial artists. I'm sure that by then, martial artists from all over the world will flock to invite you. What I want to say is, if you can, please consider joining the Northern Mountain Army. Become a martial artist in the Army. Soldiers protect our country and our country. When monsters attack, we, the martial artists in the Army, will rush to the front lines and protect our families behind us. Martial artists in the Army will exchange their lives for the best treatment. The Northern Mountain Army belongs to the Xia Kingdom. As long as you join us, we will provide you with the best cultivation resources, secret manuals, life potions, and even precious natural treasures. As long as you want it, you can exchange it for merit points." Many people were tempted by his words. After all, most people were not geniuses. Even if they join a martial artist faction, it would be difficult for them to obtain good cultivation manuals and cultivation resources. However, if they became martial artists in the army, it would be different. They could use merit points to exchange for these things that were important to martial artists. Commander Zhao, I've dreamed of becoming a soldier since I was young. I'm willing to join the Northern Mountain Army. Someone immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Me too. I want to join." Many of the 1,427 potential martial artists raised their hands. After counting, there were more than 500 people. After waiting for a while, when no one else raised their hands, Zhao Yin smiled. Good. Those who are willing to join, report to the barracks after passing the actual combat assessment. 500 people was far more than they had expected. Zhao Yin continued. Now, let's talk about the actual combat assessment requirements. The test will be held in the practice field next to the military camp. We've reared 3,000 F-class monsters there. Each monster has a metal plate that represents 1 point. What you have to do is kill these F-grade monsters. You will be awarded a point iron plate. You will pass the actual combat assessment if you get 3 points or more. The assessment will start at 6 p.m. today and end at 6 a.m. tomorrow. A total of 12 hours. After hearing this, Jiang Ci did a quick calculation. 3,000 monsters meant 3,000 points. There were 1,427 potential martial artists who would take part in the actual combat assessment. They would be given a minimum of 3 points each. In theory, there would be 1,000 people who could pass the assessment. The passing rate would be 70%. However, the actual passing rate would definitely be lower than this. This was because many people would only get 1 or 2 points, which would consume a lot of points. At the same time, there would definitely be people who would exceed 3 points and consume a lot of points. It would be considered good if the passing rate was 60%. It might even be 50%. Chapter 27. Before entering the training grounds, please go to the armory and choose your battle equipment. The crowd came to the armory at the side. It was huge. On one side, there were commonly used cold weapons like knives, swords, staffs, clubs, hammers, axes, etc. On the other side, there were standard black combat uniforms and other supporting equipment. Combat uniforms, weapons, and tactical communications watches. Everyone will have one set. After you have chosen, please register with me. The military martial artist in charge of the armory said loudly at the door. There was no need to choose the combat uniforms and tactical communications watches. They were all the same. They only needed to choose the weapons. Jiang Ci went straight to the sword-type weapons rack. There's actually an E-grade killer shadow sword. Not bad. Jiang Ci was very satisfied. With a suitable weapon, one could better unleash one's strength. The E-grade killer shadow sword was stronger and heavier than the F-grade ones. Correspondingly, its lethality and toughness were also on a higher level. Of course, the requirements to use it were also higher. It was difficult for a normal prospective martial artist to wield it. However, Jiang Ci's strength was already that of an F-grade martial artist. There was no problem at all. He gently waved it a few times. It felt good. He then changed into his combat uniform and went to register with the military martial artist. The military martial artist in the armory said, E-grade killer shadow sword. Little brother, did you get the wrong one? It's so heavy. Can you even wield it? That's right. This is it. Please help me register. Jiang Ci smiled and waved it a few times. The military martial artist widened his eyes. After more than 1,000 people finished choosing their battle equipment, they came to the entrance of the training grounds. At this time, the sun had already set. However, the moon had yet to rise. The sky was a little dark. They could vaguely hear the roars of monsters coming from the distant darkness, rising and falling one after another. Zhao Yin stood at a high place and said loudly, "Last reminder. First, killing each other is prohibited. Everything in the training grounds is monitored by surveillance cameras. If you are discovered, you will never be able to participate in the martial artist assessment. You will also have to bear the corresponding legal responsibilities. Second, During the assessment, if your life is in danger, you can use your tactical communications watch to call for help. However, once you call for help, it means that you have failed the assessment. However, I hope that everyone will not be stubborn. As long as you are alive, there will be a next time. Now, the actual combat assessment begins. I hope that everyone can come back alive. Ka ka ka. The door of the practice field, made of alloy, slowly opened. More than 1,000 prospective martial artists entered the practice field with either excitement, calmness, or fear. Everyone quickly spread out to search for monsters. Brother Zhang, are you sure you don't want to come with me? Zhang Ci asked, the killing shadow sword sheathed on his back. No, this combat assessment is equivalent to a rehearsal for entering the wilderness. The degree of danger is far less than the wilderness. If we need help even for this, then when we enter the wilderness, we will have no one to rely on. We can only wait for death, Zheng Ming said solemnly. Then, with a determined expression, he charged into the darkness ahead. Zheng Ming's words also made Jiang Ci put away his contemptuous attitude and began to treat this assessment seriously. That's right. This was a rehearsal for entering the wastelands. If he held an attitude of disdain now, could he guarantee that he would correct his attitude when he actually entered the wastelands? Jiang Ci gave himself a warning. The recent period of smooth sailing had made him a little careless. He was no longer as cautious as before. His life was the most important. Let's go. Jiang Ci's gaze became resolute again. He exerted force on his feet, and his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. The two moons rose. Under the bright moonlight, the broken walls and dilapidated buildings appeared extremely desolate. This is a dilapidated town. Looking at the architectural style, it should have been left behind from the old era. It was destroyed when monsters invaded. Jiang Ci was not like the others who were busy searching for monsters. He was observing the environment. The urban environment is densely packed with buildings. The space is narrow. When fighting, movement techniques are even more important. Soon, Jiang Ci confirmed the characteristics of the environment. Then, let's test my current strength. Jiang Ci took a few steps and climbed up a low building that only had half of it left. He looked around. There is an F-grade monster there. It is very similar to the mutated wolfhound in Shilu Market. It should be a fully evolved, bloodthirsty wolfhound. Jiang Ci jumped down, and at the same time, he raised his hand and drew his sword. He charged straight at the bloodthirsty wolfhound. The bloodthirsty wolfhound also noticed Jiang Ci. Its red fur stood on end. It had red eyes and fangs. It looked very fierce. The characteristics of F-grade monsters are that they are bloodthirsty and crazy. They only know how to kill and have low intelligence. If a potential martial artist is not strong or has a weak mind, it is very easy for them to be injured or even killed during their first encounter with a monster. Jiang Ci treated it seriously. This was not his first time fighting. There are surveillance cameras. I should control my strength and speed. If someone sees my true strength, it will be troublesome to explain. I only need to use the strength and speed of a potential martial artist. It will be enough. The bloodthirsty wolfhound roared. Its red eyes were even brighter under the moonlight. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced at Jiang Ci in a crazed, bloodthirsty manner. Let's test my movement techniques first. Jiang Ci did not immediately attack. He turned around gently and nimbly dodged the attack. His body moved according to his heart. After he perfected his basic movement techniques, with his current strength and speed, he could easily deal with the bloodthirsty wolfhound's attacks. The bloodthirsty wolfhound's attacks were very simple: pounce, scratch, tear, and bite. After a while, Jiang Ci suddenly took a step forward and stabbed with the killing shadow sword. With a poochie sound, the sword pierced through the head of the bloodthirsty wolfhound. The hardest part, E-grade alloy weapon can easily break through the defense of an F-grade monster. After the monsters were nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their bodies became stronger. It was very difficult for a normal weapon to break through the skin of a monster. Zhang Ci once saw a video. Some powerful monsters could even withstand a rain of bullets and attack humans. You killed an F-grade bloodthirsty wolfhound. Experience points plus 10. The panel notification sounded. Only 10 experience points? That's right. With my current strength, killing these F-grade monsters is too easy. If the difficulty is low, the experience points will naturally be low. Zhang Ci did not mind. He took the iron plate from the bloodthirsty wolfhound and quickly left to look for other monsters. F-grade monster, blood tusk boar. Its skin is thick and it has great strength. Its defense is even higher than the bloodthirsty wolfhound's. Its weakness is that it is not agile, but the E-grade killing shadow sword can break through its defense. And my movement technique just so happens to counter its weakness. Zhang Ci held his sword and faced a 2-meter-tall blood tusk boar in front of him. Soon, the blood tusk boar fell to the ground. Search for the next monster. After a while, F-grade monster, Shadow Cat. Its defense is weak, but it is very agile. My advantage in movement technique is not that obvious. Since I don't have a good choice, then I'll use my strongest attack. At the same time, more than 1,000 prospective martial artists were fighting with all their might in the training field. Some of the people with weaker willpower were quickly injured or killed. Some were even killed by the monsters directly. A well-built woman leaped high into the air. Using the momentum of her descent, she smashed her right fist heavily on the head of a blood-tusk wild boar, causing it to fall to the ground. She then followed up with 2 more punches, directly killing it. It was Han Xue, a second-year student from Hokuzen Budo Academy. She wore alloy gloves on her fists. I must get first place and prove that I am the most outstanding person. Martial arts talent does not mean anything. Hard work is the most important thing. Han Xue grabbed the iron plate and left without stopping for a moment. So what if you have full marks for martial arts talent? Who knows how many talented people have died early because of their weak willpower? I don't believe that a high school graduate like you can have a strong willpower. Maybe you will be so scared that you will pee your pants when you face a monster. I will let you know what it means to be a true ultimate prospective martial artist. Wang Qi pulled the blade out of the bloodthirsty wolfhound's corpse and gently wiped away the blood on the blade. Chapter 28. In a practice hall in the Northern Mountains Army's military camp, the several large screens were divided into many smaller screens. All the prospective martial artists in the training ground were being monitored. Zhao Yan, Yin Gang, and Song Hai stood there and watched carefully. There, put the surveillance video on the main screen. Yin Gang suddenly said. Soon, a young man appeared on the main screen. He was fighting with a blood tusk wild boar. The young man was dodging the blood tusk wild boar's barbaric charge with his nimble movement technique. At the same time, the long sword in his hand accurately landed on the blood tusk wild boar's body. The basic movement technique of the Unity Realm? No, it's the consummation of the Unity Realm. Who is this young man? The Northern Mountains Army wants him. Zhao Yan's eyes flashed. He's the Zhang Ci that President Yi mentioned. However, Commander Zhao, you're too late. He was signed by the Jinten Budokan a month ago. Song Hai said hatefully. I didn't expect Zhang Ci's basic movement technique to have reached the consummation of a Unity Realm. His basic swordsmanship is obviously stronger than last month. The Jinten Budokan really got a good deal. Yin Gang sighed. Zhao Yan fell silent as he thought about something. Although he spent most of his time in the military camp, he had heard of Zhang Ci's name. He even knew that Zhang Ci had killed an F-class martial artist some time ago. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that Zhang Ci was even stronger than the rumors. Just look at how Zhang Ci killed the blood tusk wild boar with ease. At such a young age, his basic movement technique and basic swordsmanship had reached the Unity Realm. Many F-class and E-class martial artists could not do this. Some E-class martial artists even had the minute subtlety realm in their basic movement technique. Moreover, it could be seen that Zhang Ci's battle thinking was very clear. When facing different monsters, he would use different fighting methods. Unlike many people who had been martial artists for many years, they did not have a mature battle thinking. This was what attracted Zhao Yin the most. Compared to martial arts talent, he valued a person's comprehension ability more. It was obvious that Jiang Xi's comprehension ability was very good. Jinten Budokan, with senior Xian Tian's temper, trying to poach someone from his dojo is harder than ascending to the heavens. Zhao Yin shook his head. The young people of this era were already used to having 2 moons. Only Jiang Xi would occasionally raise his head to take a closer look, reminding himself that this was a different era. He had to treat it with caution. Act cautiously. For all the prospective martial artists participating in the actual combat assessment, this would be an unforgettable night. On the horizon, the sun was about to rise. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone's tactical communications devices rang. The test is over. They passed through the practice field and returned to the Northern Mountain Army's barracks. After a night of fighting, many of them had more or less perseverance on their faces, and they were also much less talkative. There were also many people who had to be carried back. Some were already dead, some had minor injuries, and some had lost an arm or a leg. At the entrance of the practice field, 2 military martial artists were calculating everyone's points. Those prospective martial artists with smiles on their faces all took out 3 or more iron tokens and placed them in the baskets in front of the military martial artists. Ma Chung, 3 points, passed the actual combat assessment. On the contrary, many people lowered their heads and left the practice field in low spirits. They did not pass the actual combat assessment. Look, that's the ultimate prospective martial artist, Wang Qi. I wonder how many monsters he killed and how many points he got. At least 10 points. I saw him from afar last night. He killed a bloodthirsty wolfhound with 2 slashes. He's very strong. Wang Qi walked out of the practice field with a proud expression. He took out a stack of iron tokens from the pocket of his combat uniform. When the iron tokens collided with each other, they made a lot of clanking sounds. Wang Qi, 36 points, passed the actual combat assessment. Instantly, it caused a commotion. What a hunting maniac! In comparison, those prospective martial artists who had passed had to spend 12 hours to grind 3 F-class monsters to death. I wonder how many monsters the other 2 ultimate prospective martial artists killed. Many people were curious and did not leave immediately. The one with the long sword is Jiang Xi. Someone saw Jiang Xi walking back from afar. Jiang Xi walked out of the practice field calmly under everyone's gaze. Jiang Xi, seeing how calm you are, you must have accumulated quite a lot of points, right? Zheng Ming squeezed out from the crowd. It's all right. I passed. You should have passed too, right? Jiang Xi smiled. Ha, just nice. 3 points. I realized that after meeting you. My luck has changed. That's because Brother Zheng is strong. It's not because of me. Let's not talk about it. I'll go and tabulate the points. Jiang Xi came to the military martial artist who was in charge of tabulating the points. Beside him, Wang Qi stood there. He looked very serious as he stared at Jiang Xi. He wanted to see how strong Jiang Xi was. When he saw Jiang Xi take out his iron token, he smiled. Not as much as me. Jiang Xi, 26 points, passed the actual combat assessment. The military martial artist in charge of tabulating the results reported. He's still a little young. He's much worse than Wang Qi. 26 points is quite a lot. He's also very strong, as expected of an ultimate prospective martial artist. Everyone was talking about it. Wang Qi's smile widened. As expected, he was still the best. At that moment, a bell rang at the entrance of the training ground. Han Xue came out with 2 alloy boxing gloves. It's Han Xue. She's also an ultimate prospective martial artist, but girls are usually not good at fighting. Her points are definitely not as high as Wang Qi's, someone guessed. Han Xue walked briskly to the military martial artist in charge of tabulating the results and took out her iron token. Han Xue, 39 points, passed the actual combat assessment. Wang Qi's face darkened. He did not expect to be surpassed by a girl from the same school. 39 points. This girl is so strong. She's the most talented person. She's even better than Wang Qi. Everyone exclaimed. Han Ningxue immediately laughed when she heard that. She was first. As expected, hard work was the most important thing. In the distance, Jiang Xi shook his head gently. Last night, he had been focused on fighting against the monsters and trained his fighting mind, which had reduced the speed at which he killed monsters. However, he was not aiming for first place. What was the point of being so high profile? Whoever wanted to be first place could be first. There was no benefit to it. Hello, Jiang Xi. Commander Zhao Yin wants to see you. A military martial artist came to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment, but he followed the man into the depths of the military camp. As soon as he left, the prospective martial artists started to talk among themselves. That was because Zhao Yin was the deputy commander of the Northern Mountain Army. He held a high position and was powerful. He was definitely one of the strongest martial artists in Pak Sun Province. Why would such a powerful person want to talk to Jiang Xi? Everyone knew that being recognized by a powerful person was more important than any achievement. Even Han Ningxue and Wang Qi, who were first and second in the actual combat assessment, did not receive such treatment. Han Ningxue and Wang Qi were also a little stunned. They were not convinced. However, why was Zhao Yin looking for Jiang Xi? Everyone was curious. Chapter 29. Ningxue, I heard someone calling your name just now, so I came over to take a look. It's really you. A young military martial artist ran over from afar. Senior Zhou, long time no see. Han Ningxue smiled. This young military martial artist used to be a student of the Hokuzen Budo Academy and had already graduated. After graduating from the College of Martial Arts as martial artists, almost half of the students would join the army and become military martial artists. I heard from those people that you did well in the assessment and got first place. You're indeed the #1 genius of the Hokuzen Budo Academy. Senior Zhou praised. So what if I got first place? Your commander won't invite me over. Han Ningxue was depressed as she looked at Jiang Xi's back. Ningxue, I'll be honest with you. Don't compare yourself to that freak. You'll be hurt. Senior Zhou said hesitantly. I saw Jiang Xi's combat in the drill hall just now. His basic movement technique and basic sword technique are both at the Unity realm. Our deputy commander even said that we must get Jiang Xi to join the Northern Mountains Army. A person like him can no longer be described as a genius. He's a freak. Senior Zhou smiled bitterly. Han Ningxue was silent for a while. Her basic fist technique was also at the Unity realm. Based on this, she was considered the #1 genius of the Hokuzen Budo Academy. However, compared to sword techniques and movement techniques, fist techniques were much easier to practice. Is talent more important? No, I don't believe it. Hard work is the most important. Han Ningxue regained her confidence. Her gaze was resolute. Wang Qi had been eavesdropping for a long time. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. His expression was getting uglier. He could have accepted Jiang Xi being at the bottom. However, he now realized that Jiang Xi was the best. The contrast between before and after caused a strong sense of jealousy and competitiveness to arise in his heart. In Zhao Yan's office, Jiang Xi, are you willing to join the Northern Mountain Army? I'll give you the best treatment. Of course, it's definitely not as good as Jinten Budokan's treatment. Because we have a lot of people, everything has to be exchanged with merit points. Zhao Yin went straight to the point. Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander Zhao. However, I'm a bit undisciplined and like freedom. I might not be suitable for the military. Jiang Xi had already expected this and had already thought of an excuse bullshit. No matter how undisciplined a person is, I'll train them to be well-behaved when they're here. Zhao Yin glared. Jiang Xi was a little embarrassed. He thought for a moment and said seriously, Commander Zhao, don't worry. I'm a member of the Grand Xia Kingdom. No matter where I am, I'll fight for the Grand Xia Kingdom. It seems that my Northern Mountain Army is not fated with you. Fine. I hope you will remember your words. We will fight for Great Xia. Zhao Yin sighed. He could see Jiang Xi's firm attitude, and at the same time, he admired Jiang Xi for this. A martial artist needed such a firm attitude and belief. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Jing Dudu in the experience panel, he would have joined the Northern Mountain Army without hesitation. After all, the military was the strongest martial artist force in the Grand Xia Kingdom. However, the current situation did not allow it. Without him, how was Jiang Daodu supposed to continue living? At the same time, it was better to use the experience panel as few people as possible. It would be inconvenient if they were in the military. At the entrance of Jinten Budokan, a skinny figure stretched out his head and kept looking in the direction of the Martial Artist Association. There was a faint hint of anxiety on his face. Daodu, don't worry. With Jiang Xi's strength, passing the martial artist assessment is a piece of cake. Zhang Wei said with a smile. Of course I know that. My brother is Jiang Dudu. How can he be a good-for-nothing? However, he doesn't have to wait here. Didn't you buy him a phone? I know. Maybe he forgot to call me? Jiang Dudu did not see the familiar figure and was a little disappointed. At this moment, the phone rang. Jiang Dudu quickly picked it up. I passed the assessment. I'll be home for lunch around noon. Jiang Xi's voice came from the other end. Not bad. You didn't embarrass Jiang Dudu. Brother, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Jingdu finally heaved a sigh of relief. She put her hands behind her back and turned to go home. Her steps were light. After receiving the brand-new martial artist certificate, his identity had changed from today onwards. In the new era, the various countries and alliances treated martial artists very well. There is a certain amount of preferential policies and resources. For example, if the legal representative of a company was a martial artist, he or she would be able to get a certain amount of tax relief. Of course, this kind of thing was only done by martial artists who were idling around. Real martial artists would choose to enter the wilderness to train and hunt monsters to improve their strength. I'll go to the wilderness after I've prepared well. Without full preparation, Jiang Xi would not enter the wilderness rashly. When he returned home, Jing Dudu had already prepared dinner for Jiang Xi to feel the warmth of home. Brother, let me see your martial artist certificate. Jing Dudu extended her hand. Jiang Xi smiled and handed it over. Handsome, nice. I want one too. Jing Dudu looked at it over and over. She was very envious. I was just about to talk to you about this. I'll talk to Uncle Jiang tomorrow. By then, you'll have to undergo martial arts training. You're 13 years old this year. Try to pass your martial arts talent by the time you're 18, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Pass? Brother, you're underestimating me. I, Jing Dudu, want to be a girl with a martial arts talent of 200 points. Wait and see. Jing Dudu grumpily ate in big mouthfuls. Late at night, Jiang Xi was alone in his bedroom. He turned on his computer and prepared to log in to Jinten Budokan's internal website. Jinten Budokan's internal website could only be accessed by Jinten Budokan martial artists. Now that he had the identity of a martial artist, he could naturally log in. Enter Jinten Budokan's internal website. Jiang Xi said softly. An illusory, three-dimensional light screen that looked like a projection appeared in front of Jiang Xi. This is the technology of the new era. In 100 years, after the great changes of the world and the invasion of monsters, although the development of technology has been severely affected, there are still some improvements. In the past, when he lived in Apricot Garden, he did not have access to these things. After living in Tontian District, this single-family villa was filled with the most advanced equipment. Please verify your identity. The intelligent voice prompted. Jiang Xi took a step forward. The light screen enveloped him and scanned his identity information. Verification successful. Martial artist Jiang Xi. Welcome to Jinten Budokan's internal website. The three-dimensional light screen immediately changed. 3 virtual cubes appeared in front of him. The Xiantian Forum, the Xiantian Shopping Mall, and the Personal Hub. These were the 3 sections of Jinten Budokan's internal website. Jiangsheng invites you to join the Xiantian Forum's Iron-Blooded Handsome Men chat group. At this moment, a bubble box appeared at the bottom left of Jiangxi's vision. What iron-blooded handsome men? Uncle Jiang, so you are this kind of person. Jiangxi endured the discomfort and clicked into the Xiantian Forum. After entering, a dialog box popped up. Jiangsheng, welcome to our new friend, Jiangxi. Lushan, I hope that everyone can take care of our little friend. Zhouyan, welcome. Scattering flowers. Wang Dalong, warmly welcome. Li Ergu, warmly welcome. Below was a series of greetings. Jiangxi replied, thank you, everyone. Then, the chat group became lively again. Looking to buy 100-year-old Ganoderma grass. Price will be favorable. Private message if interested. Selling class D blue firewolf fur. Private message if interested. Hunting class C steel rock rhino. Looking to form a team. Coordinates City 056. Jiangxi glanced at them and realized that they were all big shots. He could not chat with them. Pure newbies should go play by themselves. The remaining two were the Xiantian shopping mall and the personal hub. He was now concerned about the personal hub and whether the money from Jinten Budokan had arrived. Chapter 30. Jiangxi opened the personal center expectantly. Suddenly, an information sheet appeared in the hologram. Name, Jiangxi. Gender, male. Age, 18. Level, F. Skin refining stage. Affiliation, Jinten Budokan Branch Library, Pax Sun Province, Xia Kingdom Privilege. You can choose any one of the secret manuals of any level. Account balance, 500,000,000 new moon dollars. Jinten Budokan is really efficient. 50 million I got on the same day. Jiangxi could not help but praise. The scariest thing was to default on the payment. What would he do with the money? Of course, he would spend it. Jiangxi quickly opened the Xiantian store. The Xiantian city was also a place only internal members could use. The categories were very detailed. Secret manuals, weapons, defensive equipment, spiritual herbs, medicine, special, etc. Clicking on the secret manuals, it was further divided into several categories. Qi gathering technique, attack technique, movement technique, special. I can choose any secret manual of any kind. Were they? Jiangxi tried to open the attack technique, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Xiantian battle technique. Collection, advanced sword technique, created by the world's strongest person, Xiantian. Comes with an advanced Qi gathering technique, 100 billion new moon dollars. Jiyuan sword technique. Collection, advanced sword technique, created by the world's second strongest person, Li Bai. Comes with an advanced Qi gathering technique, 100 billion new moon dollars. Shadowless. Collection, advanced staff technique, created by the world's fifth strongest person, Lei Ming. Comes with an advanced Qi gathering technique, 70 billion new moon dollars. Celestial pole. Oh my god, even the world's top 5 strongest persons martial arts are available. Jinten Budokan is really powerful. Jiangxi immediately decided on the Jiyuan sword technique. When he entered the cart, a notification popped up. The Jiyuan sword technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Other than Li Bai, very few people can cultivate it to the highest level. Please choose carefully. Jiangxi did not hesitate or waver. If he wanted to practice, he would practice the best. He used a sword, so the sword technique that was most suitable for him was naturally the sword technique of the world's second strongest. So what if the training difficulty is high? I'll just use the experience panel to level up. Let's take a look at the movement technique. Now, his basic sword technique and basic movement technique had all been merged into one, and they needed to be improved. Jiangxi had also looked at movement techniques from his collection, but the price was equally shocking. Graceful Grace, Collection, Advanced Movement Skill. When the movement skill is mastered, the user will be as graceful as a swan. Price, 80 billion new moon coins. Silent, Collectible, Advanced Movement Skill. It means that when one moves, one will be silent. Price, 60 billion new moon coins. Lost tracks. Jiang Ci smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Without the free access, his 50 million yuan would not be enough. Now, he finally understood why Lu Shan had said that 50 million was nothing at all. Just as he was about to scroll down to the intermediate and elementary body movement techniques, Jiang Ci's hand paused. A new movement technique suddenly appeared in the light and shadow in front of him. He was sure that when he was browsing earlier, he did not see this movement technique. Jiang Ci did not think too much about it. He clicked on it with the mentality of taking a look. Wind Shadow Step, Collection, Advanced Movement Technique. It is known for its speed. It is suitable for tracking and escaping. Price, 30 million new moon coins. Reminder, a powerhouse obtained it from the ancient mystery land. It is known as the most difficult martial technique to master. Only 3 people have mastered it. After reading the introduction, Jiang Ci was stunned. The price is so low, only 30 million. But in the end, Riverward suddenly realized that it was a useless movement technique. It was similar to the Jiyuan sword technique. Although it was an advanced movement technique, it was difficult to master. In this case, it was not even comparable to an intermediate movement technique. That was why the price was so low. But this is tailor-made for me. Jiang Ci was very excited and confident. Since someone could master it, so could he. As long as he could master it, he could use the experience panel to increase it. 1 difficulty was still difficult. 2 difficulties were still difficult. Since he had already chosen the extremely difficult Jiyuan sword technique, he was not afraid of adding Wind Shadow Step. Jiang Ci did not like to be picky. If he could buy it, he would buy it. The Jiyuan sword technique also came with an advanced qi drawing technique. He did not need to consider buying another qi drawing technique. This way, he had a complete set of qi drawing technique, offensive movement technique, and movement technique. After buying the Wind Shadow Step, I still have 20 million new moon coins left. Now, I still lack a set of combat equipment. The combat assessment made him realize the importance of combat equipment. High-grade equipment could allow a martial artist to unleash their strength better. It could even increase their strength. I need a martial artist combat uniform, killer shadow sword, backpack, and tactical communications watch. The martial artist combat uniform was a defensive equipment. It included a top, bottom, boots, and multi-purpose belt. It was made of special materials and could defend against a certain amount of monster attacks. The killer shadow sword was a weapon. The backpack and tactical communications watch were auxiliary equipment. The standard F-grade martial artist combat uniform has been selected for you. The AI's voice prompted. Before Jiang Ci could go to the store to buy the equipment, a row of equipment appeared in front of his eyes. F-grade martial artist combat uniform. Price 1 million new moon coins. F-grade killer shadow sword. Price 3 million new moon coins. Iron-armored rhinoceros leather backpack. Price 350,000 new moon coins. Tactical communications watch. Price 200,000 new moon coins. This store is smart, but the equipment's grade is too low. With the speed of my strength increasing, it won't be long before I become an E-grade or even D-grade martial artist. At that time, I will need to change my equipment. So, I need to buy something of a higher grade. Let's take a look at the D-grade martial artist combat uniform and the D-grade killer shadow sword. The items in front of him changed. D-grade martial artist combat uniform. Price 30 million new moon coins. D-grade killer shadow sword. Price 50 million new moon coins. Jiang Ci remembered that he was still a pauper among the martial artists. He only had 20 million new moon coins in his account. He opened the E-grade equipment's information. E-grade martial artist combat uniform. Price 5 million new moon coins. E-grade killer shadow sword. Price 10 million new moon coins. Phew, I'll just put up with it. Jiang Ci shook his head. Order. 9 elemental swordsmanship. Wind shadow steps. E-grade martial artist combat uniform. E-grade killer shadow sword. Tactical communications watch. Iron-armored rhinoceros leather backpack. The items you ordered will be delivered to your current address within 24 hours. Please check. The AI voice reminded him. Usually, after a person bought something, they would just wait for the delivery. As for how much they spent, they would not even think about it. However, Jiang Ci sat there in a daze. Account balance, 445,000 new moon coins. I just spent 55 million. If Jiang Daoda knew about this, would she chop me up? With Jiang Daoda's personality, she would usually hesitate for half a day if she wanted to spend a single dollar. In order to not upset Jiang Daoda, Jiang Ci decided not to say anything for the time being. However, spending money like this was really satisfying. After that, Jiang Ci gained another 30 experience points before he fell asleep. To him, the actual combat assessment this time was not a small consumption. Of course, the rewards were not small either. Level, Skin Refining, F421-2100, Cultivation Technique, Basic Heart Technique, Martial Technique, Basic Fist Technique, Combined 50-50, Basic Sword Technique, Combined 100100, Basic Body Technique, Combined 100100, Force Exertion, 100% experience points, 284 after killing 26 F-grade monsters. He gained a total of 260 experience points. This made Jiang Ci look forward to his future training in the wilderness. Killing monsters to gain experience points was obviously faster. Chapter 31. The next day, in order to wait for the delivery, Jiang Ci did not go anywhere. At 10 o'clock in the morning, someone rang the doorbell of the villa. When Jiang Ci heard it, he quickly rushed to the door. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Ci. This is your delivery." The delivery boy was very polite as he handed a silver-white alloy box to Jiang Ci. The people who lived in Tongtian district were all martial artists, so the delivery boy did not dare to be negligent. Moreover, he knew that this box contained very valuable goods. "Okay, thank you." Jiang Ci took the box and rushed to the training room in the basement. Also, the delivery boy's smile froze as he held the list of goods in his hand. "You haven't signed it yet, brother." At this time, Jiang Daoda walked over from the garden. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Jiang Daoda asked. Mr. Jiang Ci received the delivery just now, but he didn't sign it. The delivery boy smiled bitterly. "Let me sign it for him. I'm his sister. I'm very sorry, but you have to sign it in person." There could not be any problems during the signing process for high-value goods. "I'll go call him." Jiang Daodu was about to turn around when she suddenly saw the list of goods in the delivery boy's hand. An eye-catching 55 million. Jiang Daodu's eyes widened. She only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the world was spinning. "Jiang Ci," Jiang Daoda shouted. He only had a few good days, and he was already spending money recklessly. 55 million. How many pork knuckles could he buy with that? However, when she saw the details of goods, she fell silent. A moment later, in the living room, Jiang Ci was a little embarrassed as he sat across from Jiang Daodu. "Jiang Ci, you're too much. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spent money recklessly." "No, you must have bought martial artist combat equipment to go to the wilderness, so you didn't spend money recklessly. However, you shouldn't have hidden your plans to go to the wilderness from me. I'm your sister, and we're family. I don't want any secrets between us. This won't happen again. Your punishment is to cook lunch." "Understood." Jiang Ci resisted the urge to open the package and cooked lunch. However, in the end, he did not eat, nor did he open the package. Jiang Sheng gave him a call and called him to the dojo. When he arrived at the dojo, he didn't expect Lu Shan to be there as well. There was also another young man who looked less than 30 years old. "Little Jiang, let me introduce you. A very strong martial artist. You could just call him Brother Yang." Jiang Sheng introduced with a smile. "Uncle Jiang, don't mock me. The vice dojo master is here. Who dares to claim to be strong? Hello. Brothers is to you. SSSSS. SSSSS. To SSSSS to meet use meet. SSSSS. SSS. This snot. SSSSS, SUs. Before becoming a martial artist, you were able to kill a trashy martial artist like Shun Quan and rid the world of evil. All right, let's cut the pleasantries and get down to business. Lu Shan spoke. Jiang Ci looked over, not knowing what was going on. Little Jiang, you've already obtained yours martial artists, and your strength is rank F. Jinten Budokan doesn't keep idle martial artists. According to the Martial Arts Center's rules, you'll have to go to the wilderness to train. Therefore, I've arranged a martial artists team for you. This way, when you enter the wilderness, it'll be safer and easier for you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Zhou Yang is the dragon's vice captain. He'll bring you to the Martial Artists Association for registration later. Lu Shan said. Vice captain, don't worry. I'll take good care of our little brother. Zhou Yang patted his chest and said. Then he said to Jiang Ci, Jiang Ci, let's get this straight. The wilderness isn't a place for relationships. Strength is everything. We'll bring you for a period of time. If you can't get used to the wilderness quickly, the captain and I will definitely kick you out. Don't blame us then. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. This was a matter of course. In a dangerous environment, even he would not want to bring a burden. We'll go to the Martial Artists Association now. The captain and the others are already waiting there. We can have a meal there and get to know each other. Zhou Yang smiled. The Xia Kingdom was different from other countries and alliances in the world. They had strict control over martial artists' identities and information. To establish or join a martial artist team, one had to register at the Martial Artists Association. He arrived at the Martial Artists Association with Zhou Yang. Jiang Ci, you haven't entered the building of the Martial Artists Association, right? Zhou Yang asked with a smile. No, I've stood in the square for 20 to 30 hours during the Martial Science College entrance examination and the Martial Artist examination, Jiang Ci said honestly. He had observed Zhou Yang on the way here. Zhou Yang should be about the same as Jiang Shang. They were both E-class martial artists. Haha, now that you mention it, it reminds me of when I was in high school. However, the Martial Artists Association only allows martial artists to enter. Even if I wanted to enter before, I couldn't. Zhou Yang laughed. Jiang Ci did not know that. As expected, there was a device to check one's identity at the entrance of the association's first-floor hall. It was similar to a security check, but the device was more advanced. It was a three-dimensional hologram. Zhou Yang walked in front and passed through the security check. E-class martial artist Zhou Yang. Welcome to Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. An elegant voice came from the hologram. Jiang Ci followed behind and walked over. F-class martial artist Jiang Ci. Welcome to Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. Riverward chuckled. After the combat assessment had ended yesterday, the Northern Mountain Army had recorded the identity information of all the new martial artists. The association has 99 floors. The lower 33 floors belong to the Martial Arts Affairs Bureau, the middle 33 floors belong to the Martial Artists Supervision Bureau, and the top 33 floors belong to the Martial Artists Enforcement Bureau. We'll go to the Martial Artists Team Management Center on the 25th floor to register your identity. Then, we'll go to the Enforcement Bureau's cafeteria on the 88th floor. The captain and the others are waiting there, Zhou Yang said. Jiang Ci nodded. He wanted to meet the legendary captain too. The name of the martial artist team was Mad Dragon Team. With such a domineering name, the captain must be very domineering too. They took the elevator to the 25th floor. There was no office. It was a huge office hall. Many martial artists in martial artist combat uniforms came and went. So many martial artists. Jiang Ci's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not see through many of them. They were very strong. Little Yang, long time no see. Old Zhou, is your Mad Dragon Team interested in working with us to kill a C-class monster? Many martial artists greeted Zhou Yang, but they ignored Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was obviously a new martial artist. He looked around the moment he came in. There was no need to pay attention to him. If you want to work with us, look for our captain. Don't look for me. Zhou Yang waved his hand and brought Jiang Ci to the Martial Artist Team Registration Center. Jiang Ci took out his martial artist identification card and registered himself. He was officially a member of the Mad Dragon team. D-Class Martial Artist Team? The captain is a D-Class martial artist? Jiang Ci was surprised. The ranking of a martial artist team was based on the strength of the captain. When the two of them were about to leave, 3 people came over and stopped them. One of them looked unfriendly. Chapter 32. Bloodthirst Squad, what do you want? Zhou was unhappy. What do we want? Oomph. One of the brawny men in his 30s sneered. He turned to Jiang Ci and said coldly, "Are you Jiang Ci?" Jiang Ci frowned. The brawny man had a scar on his forehead. He sneered and looked ferocious. But he had never seen this person before. He took another look and realized that this person looked familiar. "I'm Jiang Ci." There was nothing to hide. No matter what, the other party had come looking for him. They must know his identity. "Remember, I'm Shunguang. I'll kill you." The brawny man grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. "Shunguang?" "Shunquan." Jiang Ci realized that Shunguang and Shunquan looked similar. Some time ago, when he was signing a new contract with the Xintian Martial House, Jiang Sheng had reminded him. Shunquan had a younger brother who was also a martial artist. He spent most of his time in the wilderness. His strength was unknown, but so many days had passed that he had almost forgotten about it. He thought that the chances of meeting him were low. He did not expect to meet him here. "Oh, then I'll wait. Also, your brother deserves to die." As a martial artist, he ignored the lives of ordinary people and lost the bottom line of a martial artist. "Even if he's still alive, I'll kill him again." Jiang Ci was not afraid at all. He was talking tough. Who didn't know how to do that? If he really met him in the wilderness, he could just run. Anyway, he could not be afraid now. "You've got guts. Let's see if your bones are as tough as your mouth." Shunguang sneered. "Shunguang, are you looking for trouble?" Jiang Ci is a member of the Berserk Dragon Squad. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to ask us first." Zhou could not stand it anymore. At this moment, a tall and skinny middle-aged man walked over from afar. He laughed disdainfully. "Berserk Dragon Squad? In the eyes of the Bloodthirst Squad, you're just a caterpillar squad." Zhou Yang's face turned ugly as he clenched his fists. The person who spoke was the captain of the Bloodthirst Squad, Yishuo. He was a D-Class martial artist and was one of the top few in Pak Sun Province. He was far from being a match. The confrontation between the two sides quickly attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the hall. They all gathered around to watch the show. The Mad Dragon Squad and the Bloodkill Squad were both D-level martial artist squads. They were very famous in the martial arts world of Pak Sun Province. Mad Dragon King DeLong and Bloodkiller Hishuo were both famous D-Class martial artists. All the martial artists present wanted to see how Zhou Yang of the Berserk Dragon Squad would deal with it. Jiang Ci was also worried. What should he do? Go up and fight head-on? That was impossible. He could still go against Shunguang just now, because he could tell that Shunguang was an E-Class martial artist. As for the middle-aged man who had just arrived, he couldn't see through him. It was obvious that they weren't on the same level. Hishua's appearance put the situation in a deadlock. "Hishua, why have you become so arrogant? Do you want to go out and spar?" At this moment, a light voice sounded. A bald man walked out of the elevator, followed by 2 young men. "Captain." Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. "Wang Dalong? Oomph. You dare to bring a newbie martial artist? Aren't you afraid of being dragged to death? If you want to spar with me, I'll see you in the wilderness." Ishua's face turned gloomy. He then said to Shunguang and the rest, "Let's go." The 4 members of the Bloodkill Squad turned and left. On the 88th floor of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association, it was an elegant and quiet restaurant. It was easy for people to relax. This was the first time Jiang Ci had a meal together after joining the Mad Dragon Squad. After the incident just now, everyone had gotten to know each other. "Jiang Ci, let me introduce you. These 2 are also members of our squad, Lu Hao and Tian Chunfeng. They are both experienced martial artists." Zhou Yang pointed at the 2 young men opposite Jiang Ci. Lu Hao was short and stout. He looked honest and had a long bronze hammer hanging on his waist. He was a strength-type martial artist. Tian Chunfeng was the opposite. He was a handsome young man with a kind smile. He was very quiet and kept wiping his long sword. "Nice to meet you, Brother Hao and Brother Feng." Jiang Ci smiled and nodded. Lu Hao and Tian Chunfeng nodded as a form of greeting. Zhou Yang finally introduced the captain to Jiang Ci. He was a bald man with a valiant aura. "Jiang Ci, this is our captain, Wang Dalong. He's a D-class martial artist, and his nickname is Mad Dragon." You saw just now, when the captain appeared, he Shuo could only leave with his tail between his legs. Wang Dalong was serious. His bald head was very intimidating. He said to Jiang Ci, "Jiang Ci, your talent is very good. Zhou Yang should have told you that we will bring you along for a period of time so that you can quickly adapt to the wilderness. However, if your growth is slow, we will kick you out when the time comes." "I understand." Riverward's expression was calm. Strength was respect. If he wanted to gain the recognition of others, he had to show his strength. "However, since you're a member of our team, you can't be bullied by others. We will help you block the provocation of the Blood Massacre team. You have to be careful," Wang Dalong said in a deep voice. Jiang Ci nodded gently. "Thank you, Captain. That group of idiots from the Blood Massacre team. Jiang Ci is someone that President He has specifically asked to remember. They dare to provoke him and say that they want to kill Jiang Ci." Tian Chunfeng sneered. "That's true. They're sure that President He won't make a move. After all, the higher-ups won't care about the fights between low-level martial artists." Lu Hao shook his head. Hearing their words, Jiang Ci was a little worried. He couldn't help but ask, "I'm not afraid of Xinguang's threat. I'm just worried that he won't do anything to my family." The few members of the Mad Dragon team laughed. Zhou Yang said, "Jiang Ci, you don't have to worry about this at all. There are rules in the martial arts world. One of the strictest rules is that when martial artists fight, they can't implicate each other's family. Those who violate this rule will be killed." That being said, Jiang Ci's face was still full of worry. What if the other party used ordinary people to deal with Jiang Daodu? It seemed that it was better to be cautious and let Jiang Daodu strengthen her martial arts training so that she could protect herself. Of course, the most important thing was to solve the threat. Just like how he got rid of Xinquan, he got rid of Shangguang. "All right, don't worry. If he dares to do anything to your family, I will skin him alive." Wang Dalong said in a deep voice. Jiang Ci nodded gently and put this matter aside for the time being. "Our team has just returned from the wilderness. We will rest for a month and enter the wilderness at the end of the month." Jiang Ci, that means that you still have a month to prepare. Prepare well. Wang Dalong said again. "Okay, at the end of the month?" Jiang Ci couldn't help but look forward to it. Was he finally going to enter the wilderness? "Jiang Ci, I remember that you signed the genius contract of the martial arts school. You have a startup funds. You should have bought all the combat equipment, right?" Zhou Yang asked at this time. "Yes, I have." "That's good. Our Tian shopping center's prices are much lower than the market. In the future, when you sell things, you can sell them to the Tian shopping center. After all, when you enter the wilderness, you will be able to make money." Zhou Yang laughed. Jiang Ci was excited when he heard this. Make money. For example, the materials on a monster's body, such as fur, scales, bones, claws, teeth, flesh, and blood, were all very valuable. They could be used to make medicine, forge weapons, armor, and so on. A truly powerful martial artist could obtain a considerable amount of income by hunting monsters. It could be seen from the last time he bought things at the Tian shopping center. Even if he became a martial artist, he could not do without money. Moreover, money was even more expensive. Secret manuals cost money. Equipment cost money. In conclusion, if he wanted to improve his strength, he could not do without money. Chapter 33. After returning from the Warrior Association, Jiang Ci could not wait to go to the underground training room. After practicing the basic mental cultivation method 3 times and calming himself down, he looked at the silver-white box. Shun Guang, who had joined the Berserk Dragon Squad, and suddenly appeared. This made Jiang Xi realize the importance of strength. In this era, strength spoke for everything. Whether it was to protect the important people around him or to prove himself, he had to rely on strength. And the things in the box could make him stronger. This box required identity verification. It could only be opened by the person himself. After Jiang Xi verified his identity, the box made a clicking sound and opened automatically from the middle. It was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer had an E-grade Slayer Shadow Sword with a scabbard. Beside it were 2 fixed USB drives and a tactical communications watch. The lower layer had a full set of warrior combat uniform and backpack. Jiang Xi put on the black warrior combat uniform and practiced a set of fist techniques in the training room. He found that the combat uniform fit him well. His movements were not affected at all. It was unlike the previous combat assessment, where he wore a standard combat uniform that was a little loose. A custom-made uniform is really different. When he placed the order yesterday, Xin Tian's store had scanned his body's information. The combat uniform was customized according to his body's information. E-grade Slayer Shadow Sword. Jiang Xi pulled the sword out of its scabbard. The blade was cold. He swung it lightly, and the sound of the sword rang out. He put on the tactical communications watch and tested the signal. There was no problem. The tactical communications watch was an important support equipment for warriors. In the wilderness, they relied on it to communicate. The backpack was made of armored rhinoceros skin. It was very tough and had a large capacity. When training in the wilderness and hunting monsters, it could be used to store a large amount of monster materials. It was also a necessary equipment. Of course, the most valuable are these 2 little things. Jiang Xi put the equipment back and took out the 2 USB drives. Jiyuan Swordsmanship and Wind Shadow Steps. Let's take a look at Jiyuan Swordsmanship first. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. He turned on the computer in the training room, inserted the USB drive, and read a virtual figure appeared in the training room. Jiang Xi took a few steps back. Although it was just a virtual image, the feeling it gave him was too strong. It couldn't be helped. The second strongest man in the world, Li Bai, although he had never seen her before, Jiang Xi's intuition told him that this young woman in her 20s was Li Bai. His simple white training clothes and cold expression made it seem as if he wanted to keep people 1,000 miles away. Her powerful aura made people automatically overlook her beautiful appearance. Li Bai's figure was expressionless, as if he was looking straight at riverward. His faint voice sounded. The 9-element sword art was created by observing the white tiger of the Wind Fiend. It belongs to the category of fast sword art. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. When one was fast to the extreme, one would be invincible. This is the profound meaning of the 9-elemental sword technique. If you want to learn my swordsmanship, you must first agree with my philosophy. Otherwise, even if you're an A-class expert, you will not be able to learn my swordsmanship. Secondly, you need to learn a high-grade movement technique. Otherwise, you will not be able to unleash the true power of the 9-element sword technique. Li Bai's words made Riverward alarmed at his heart. He also needed to learn a high-grade movement technique. Luckily, he bought the Wind Shadow Steps. Otherwise, the free privilege of choosing secret manuals would have been wasted. Jiang Xi absolutely agreed with the concept of fast sword art. Previously, when he learned the basic movement technique, he wanted to make up for his lack of speed and agility during battle. Li Bai's figure continued. The levels of mastery of a martial art are divided into 3 stages: small success, hyperfocus, and unity. In my opinion, these 3 stages are still about exerting force. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. When Li Bai said this, he understood. Indeed, the level of a martial art stage was ultimately reflected in exerting force. The limit of an ordinary person's exertion is 1 layer, which is 100% exertion. However, My 9-element sword art can increase the limit of exertion. Small success can increase the exertion by 2 layers. Small success can increase the exertion by 5 layers. Unity success can increase the exertion by 9 layers. At most, it could increase the exertion by 9 layers. In addition to his own exertion of 1 layer, it would be equivalent to having 10 layers. No wonder Li Bai is so strong. The power of her sword is 10 times that of an expert of the same level. Jiang Xi's eyes became brighter, and he looked forward to it. If he mastered this sword art, he would not have to worry about not being able to become an expert. Next is the key to mastering the sword art. First, you need to control your body's speed. The figure explained in detail and at the same time demonstrated the moves of the sword art. The 9-element sword art had a total of 81 moves, which coincided with the number 9. Jiang Xi looked at it seriously. In the training room, Jiang Xi pulled out the killer shadow sword and tried to practice the 9-element sword art. His body swayed, and he slashed with his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One move after another. The speed became faster and faster. He had slashed and stabbed more than 100 times. However, he clearly felt that he was still far from mastering the sword art. Fast sword art requires speed and the ability to control speed and strength. I still need to increase my speed. Now, he had 2 ways to increase his speed. Increase his strength level or increase his movement speed. The wind shadow steps could increase his movement speed. Jiang Xi inserted another USB drive and read it. Beside him, a blurry figure appeared. Although he could not see the face clearly, he could confirm that it was a man. The origin of the wind shadow steps is mysterious. Although there have been people who have learned it, no one has managed to reach the unity realm. Movement techniques are the embodiment of speed, movement, dodging, agility, footwork, and other comprehensive abilities. The wind shadow steps is known for its speed. Complete lesser mastery, speed can be increased by 2 times. Complete refinement, speed can be increased by 5 times. Complete unity, speed can be increased by 9 times. After reading the introduction, Jiang Xi sat there and digested it for a while. The increase in speed of the wind shadow steps and the increase in strength of the 9-element sword art were surprisingly the same. However, in Jiang Xi's opinion, the value of the wind shadow steps was higher. Speed was recognized as the hardest to improve. Regardless of strength or attack, every level up would increase by a large margin. However, speed was the only thing that increased slowly. This was because there were many factors that affected speed. Strength, weight, resistance, movement, etc. There were many. The wind shadow steps footwork is complicated and the requirements are very precise. When you practice it, you must pay attention to controlling the strength of each step. The blurry figure demonstrated the footwork of the wind shadow steps again. Sure enough, it was very complicated. Furthermore, he didn't need to use his greatest strength to increase his speed at every step. It emphasized the control of strength and speed. If there was a mistake in any step, it would affect the increase in speed. It was extremely precise. This also caused many people to find it difficult to reach a high level even if they had mastered it. In conclusion, it was very difficult to practice. If it's not difficult to practice, can it be called a high-level martial skill? Jiang Xi suddenly chuckled. What he needed to do now was to master the 9-element sword art and the wind shadow steps. As long as it could be recorded in the experience panel, there would be no problems. Taking advantage of the fact that his energy was good, Jiang Xi practiced the wind shadow steps for the entire night. As for the 9-element sword art, when his speed increased, it would be easier to practice. Chapter 34. Early in the morning, Pak's Sun Province was bathed in the golden sunlight as the sun rose. Jiang Xi climbed up to the balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa and began his daily practice under the sunlight. 9 Elements Heart Technique is an advanced qi gathering technique that comes with 9 elements sword technique. I wonder how effective it is. Jiang Xi closed his eyes and quickly entered the state of qi gathering. Wisps of rich heaven and earth spiritual qi converged, and the cool spiritual qi energy quickly accumulated in his body. What a high qi gathering efficiency! The amount of spiritual qi absorbed per unit of time is much stronger than the basic heart technique. Half an hour later, a cycle of practice was completed. You have cultivated the 9 elements heart cultivation technique once, EXP plus 9, 3 times the practice speed. Jiang Xi was overjoyed when he saw the experience points gained on the interface. The higher the efficiency of the qi gathering technique, the faster the experience points gained. Every 3 days, he would gain 27 EXP. It was equivalent to the total amount of experience points gained in a day of practice. There's still half a month before I enter the wilderness. Let's see how much my strength can improve during this time. Riverward thought that in this month, he would be able to learn the basics of the 9 elements sword art and wind shadow step. Although it was difficult to master advanced martial arts techniques, that was for others. After knowing that Jiang Xi was preparing to enter the wilderness, Jiangdu suddenly became serious. She stopped lazing around in bed and ignored the flowers and plants in the villa. She went straight to the 3rd floor of the 3rd building in Jinten Budokan to find Jiang Sheng to guide her in martial arts training. Jiang Xi did not stop her. He had already informed Jiang Sheng yesterday. It was a good thing that Jiang Dudu took the initiative to ask for martial arts training. If someone was willing to take the initiative to do something, the effect would definitely be better than being passive. As for Shen Guang's threat, Jiang Xi had always kept in mind. However, Jiang Dudu was still on her summer vacation. She usually stayed in the martial arts center and did not go out. There was no need to worry about her safety. Even if Shen Guang was given 100 guts, he would not dare to cause trouble in Jinten Budokan. Therefore, Jiang Xi did not tell Jing Dudu about this. He would remind her when school started he just told Jiang Sheng and asked Jiang Sheng to keep an eye on them. In the underground training room, Jiang Xi was afraid of trouble, so he didn't go to the dojo to train. After all, there were many warriors training in the dojo. If someone were to see him cultivating the wind shadow steps and 9 elemental sword technique, it would surely cause another round of discussion. It wasn't that he was deliberately keeping a low profile. He just didn't want to do something that would make him lose face in the future. It would be too degrading. He used his computer to open the USB drive for wind shadow steps. A blurry figure began to demonstrate the wind shadow steps. Jiang Xi watched carefully from the side. After a few times, he slowed down the speed of the demonstration. This way, he would be able to see every step clearly. Just like how I practiced the basic movement technique previously, as long as I'm able to grasp all of the movements without missing a single step, I will be able to reach the initiate stage. According to the introduction, some people had reached the initiate stage of wind shadow steps, but they weren't able to reach a high level. Jiang Xi wasn't worried about this, so he only focused on reaching the initiate stage. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Xi practiced step by step seriously. If he made a mistake, he would try again. Right, the next one. No sleep, no rest. Wholeheartedly devoted. 3 days later, Jiang Xi walked with a unique footwork. His body swayed and moved quickly in the underground training room. He moved faster and faster, as if he was watching a movie in fast forward. You have comprehended wind shadow steps, experience points plus 100. Jiang Xi suddenly stopped. His face was filled with surprise. Success. He used 3 days to reach the initiate stage. Compared to the initiate stage of the basic movement technique, it was 20 to 30 times slower, as expected of the most difficult high-level martial art to learn. Moreover, the experience points gained from comprehending it was unexpectedly high. A full 100 points. I have mastered the movement technique. Next, the sword technique. Jiang Xi didn't relax for a moment. He took out the slaughtering shadow sword and began practicing 9 elements sword technique. 9 elements sword technique was a fast sword technique. It required speed. When using it, It had to be paired with a high-level movement technique. Now that he had reached the initiate stage of wind shadow steps, his speed had increased. Practicing 9-element sword technique would be much easier. There was a total of 81 sword techniques. Jiang Xi first practiced it completely. Then he divided the techniques, grasped them one by one, and finally integrated them. His train of thought was clear and focused. His improvement was rapid. 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 5,000 times, 10,000 times. Another 4 days later, the slaughtering shadow sword flew in Jiang Xi's hand. It flashed past one sword shadow after another. Its speed was extremely fast. It had already surpassed the speed of his movement technique. Moreover, Jiang Xi could feel that the power of each sword was much stronger than when he used the basic movement technique. Fast, fast, fast. There was only one word left in Jiang Xi's heart. Fast sword, the pursuit of extreme speed. The fastest speed would bring the strongest attack power. You have comprehended 9 elements sword technique. Experience points plus 100 ding. A sword cry came from the slaughtering shadow sword. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xi laughed heartily. In just 1 week, he had reached the initiate stage of the 2 most difficult martial techniques in Jinten Budokan's store. If this matter were spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was also the reason why Jiang Xi was unwilling to train in the dojo. Following that, Jiang Xi tried again. He accumulated the experience points gained from practicing 9 elements sword technique and wind shadow steps. You have practiced 9 elements sword technique 100 times, experience points plus 9. You have practiced wind shadow steps 100 times, experience points plus 9. The accumulated experience points for practicing martial techniques have also increased. Not bad. If I persevere, it will continue to improve. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. He was very satisfied with the new martial technique. Level, Skin Tempering Level F, 631-2100, Cultivation Technique, 9 Elements Heart Technique. Martial Technique, 9 Elements Sword Technique, Small Success 13,000, Wind Shadow Steps, Small Success 15,000, Force Exertion, 100% Experience Points. For 92, as expected, the value of Wind Shadow Steps is still higher. The experience needed to level up to the Small Success stage is 2,000 more than 9 Elements Sword Technique. Although it was difficult, since he had already reached the entry level, Jiang Xi did not have to worry about the problem of leveling up later. With the experience points panel, what he needed now was time and experience points. As long as he had enough time and experience points, he would become stronger and stronger. New Moon, July 31st. A month passed by quickly. During this period, other than the day when Zhang Wei left for Sunshin Budo Academy, Jiang Xi did not go out again. He was immersed in training. Today was the day when Jiang Xi prepared to go to the wilderness. At the entrance of Tongtian District, Jiang Xi was wearing a brand new martial artist combat uniform. His backpack was stuffed to the brim. Between the backpack and his body, there was a killing shadow sword. He looked full of energy and majestic. After 3 months of growth, his body's various indicators had already undergone earth-shattering changes. In the past, he was extremely thin and weak. Now he was very strong. His muscles were powerful, and his figure was tall and straight. He was also over 1.8 meters tall. Little Jiang, listen to Wang Dalong when you're out in the wastelands. He's a wastelander and knows a lot. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask him, Jiang Sheng said. I will remember Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Jiang Daodu charmingly stood to the side and didn't say anything. In the past month, she had undergone martial arts training with Jiang Sheng. She had also changed a lot. She was more energetic than before. Brother, if you die outside, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. So you must come back alive. Jiang Daodu said calmly. Jiang Xi's mood of departure, which had been brewing for a long time, was completely destroyed by this sentence. What kind of logic is this? If I die, shouldn't I become a ghost? Don't worry. Don't you know me? Jiang Ci smiled. You're the most afraid of ghosts. Jiang Daodu pointed it out mercilessly. Aha! Jiang Sheng laughed when he heard this. Jiang Ci stopped smiling and said seriously, Daodu, when I'm not at home, you must eat well and train well with Uncle Jiang. Don't laze in bed. Got it. Hurry up and go. Jiang Daodu waved her hand impatiently. Then, she turned around and left Jiang Ci with her back facing him. Jiang Ci smiled and waved to Jiang Daodu and Jiang Sheng. He then left suavely. After Jiang Ci had walked far away, Jiang Daodu suddenly turned around. Her eyes were red as she looked at Jiang Ci's back. Then, with a determined look, she walked towards Jintan Budokan's third building. Training. She realized that she was slowly getting further and further away from Jiang Ci. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. She must catch up with Jiang Ci. Jiang Sheng smiled and shook his head. This pair of siblings was strange. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.